Yeah. He was a hustler, a real hustler. Minnesota Fats was a very good pool player, but not nearly as good as Willie Mosconi. Willie Mosconi was in the hustler.
That's right.
He was one of the guys racking the balls when they had the first big match. But Willie Mosconi was like a real world champion pool player. But in Minnesota Fats was just a really good player.
I heard he was a good gambler.
Yeah.
I heard that Willie was a better tournament player and that Fats was a better money player.
Perhaps. Well, Mosconi was just a better player, period, all around. He'd beat him in everything that they would ever play in. There's not a chance in hell except there's a game called One Pocket. And that was one of the games that Minnesota Fats was an expert at. And One Pocket is a complicated game where, you know how to play it?
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's a 6-pocket table, you have the pocket on the left in the corner, I have the pocket on the right. And you must make all your balls in that pocket. There's 15 balls in a rack, right? When you get to 8 balls, you win. It means you won the rack. If I get to 8 balls, I win. And so you can make spot, too. Let's say if I'm a better player than you, I say, I'll spot you 10-5. You only need to make 5 balls and you win. I need to make 10 balls in my hole and you win. And so it's all about moving balls around. So you want to keep the cue ball in a position where you can't possibly make a ball in that corner. And you want to nudge balls slowly towards your win. It's all about not making any drastic moves and understanding how to play the game. Super complicated gambler's game. So a lot of times people are playing for a lot of money. They like to play this game. And games take forever. A game might take 3 hours for one game. Yeah.
So if you pot a ball in another pocket, does it stay down?
No. If you pot a ball in a side pocket, it comes back up and it gets spotted. If you pot a ball in the other guy's pocket accidentally, that's his ball. And then you lose your spot. And he shoots. It's boring shit.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, you'll go mad. You just take wild shots and then you fuck up. You scatter the rack and then the guy runs out. I'm too ADD for that. I need to be moving the ball around. I like to play position on the next shot and then that to the next shot. But it's a very complicated game that really good players play. Minnesota Fats, the real New York Fats, is running. He was Rudolph Wallman. He was a really good player at that. That's the gambler game. Yeah, to this day, when guys match up, one of the things that happens, in those big tournaments, certain guys will show up where these big tournaments are that are just one pocket players, and they try to entice one of these pros into a game with one pocket. And then they'll bet 50,000, 60,000, 100,000. You hear about these things. It's a place called the Derby City Classic. It happens every year. I think it's in Louisville still. But these guys go down there, and it's a 10-day festival where road players just go down and beat each other. They're playing tournaments, and they try to gamble each other.
So 2-day games.
Oh, yeah. They do fucking and stay up for 3 days in a row like that. That's what they used to do. They used to all do amphetamines back in the 70s. They were all real skinny.
Yeah.
Real skinny and wired and couldn't miss a ball.
Oh, that's the thing about pool when you play for a long time, in one match, is you just lose focus for a second. And then all of a sudden, it's like golf is the same way. You have to go from hyper-focused, totally present, to relaxing, shooting the shit, listening to music, whatever,
and then hyper-focused.
Yeah.
It's a complicated game. Unfortunately, it's not that popular anymore. And it's just video games are too good. It's too easy to entice people into video game games.
You mean instead of pool in general?
Yeah. If there was nothing but pool, all these young kids would be playing pool. So
my daughter's obsessed.
Really?
Yeah. So I used to bring her when she was 19 to 20. She was at the pool, but there's no fucking pool halls on the west side in LA. And so she had a fake ID.
Isn't there House of Billiards in Santa Monica?
I'm close. 3 years ago. So I would bring her. She had a fake ID, and we would go shoot bar pool, and we'd play as a team. And I taught her everything, and we'd go in, and it was so funny because we'd play against another couple. Those are 2 guys, and we'd start shooting, and she got pretty good. And you know me, I'm okay. And so we would win some games, and then she would say something like, "Oh yeah, my father was saying," and they would go, "Oh, thank God, that's your father." We thought you're so old creep.
So old creep found some young talented pool players.
But that's what she does. She goes out at night with her friends, and she's like that. That's really. She's like that pool junkie, the one that's all night long hanging around the table.
Where she live now?
On the west side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there places that you can go to?
No pool halls. Just bars with tables. I think there's one in Brentwood, but that's far.
But Hollywood Billiards was the place.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
that
was
place.
great. Yeah.
There was an original Hollywood Billiards that I went. The first time I went to LA was in '94. But that place got condemned after the earthquake. Then they moved it to that big place with the parking lot. Yeah, that place I think was like hard.
I used to shoot with Adam Ferraro.
Yeah.
He was a good player.
I used to shoot with him in House Billiards and the one in Studio City. Is that where it's at? Maybe it's not Studio City. Somewhere in the valley there was a House of Billiards. God damn it! I used to do the Monday night tournament there.
Oh, really?
What is it? It's
9-ball tournament?
yeah, Sherman Oaks. That's right. Yeah, I used to go there with Tom too.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to with Dom. He's fun to play with.
Yeah, that's how Dom and I became friends. And Dom and I did Montreal together in like '93, and then I was at Amsterdam Billiards when it was on the west side. And I showed up and I had my own cue, and I was putting my cue together. And Dom Rivera walked in, and he goes, "Oh, hey, Joseph." I go, "You play pool?" He had his own cue too. I'm like, "Let's fucking play." And we played for hours. That's
You know
how we
who owned that? You know who owned that?
David Brennan.
David Brennan.
Yeah, former comedian. Yeah. So listen, dude, let's wrap this up because I gotta pee. Your special, it's out.
It's called You Know Me. It's on YouTube, and you can go to fitzdog.com and link to it from that. I got some tour dates coming up at Denver Comedy Works this weekend.
Fitzdog.com, calendar's up there.
Calendar's up there, Tacoma. And
This coming weekend, you're at the Comedy Works, which is one of the best clubs that's ever existed.
It's so
Fucking
fun.
amazing
Yeah,
place.
yeah.
And great history to it, and Wendy's the best.
Yeah, Curtis, shout out.
Shout out to her. All right. Anything else? The Instagram?
Sunday Papers and Fitzdog Radio were the two podcasts, and Childish, and you can catch those on my YouTube page as well. Yeah.
Good to see you.
All right, you
It was
too,
fun.
man. Thanks.
Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan podcast, chickadoo. That's all about the experience. Day by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Good to see you. Good to see you. So, what were you just saying about dog breeds? Like, we were talking about Carl, like the little bulldog breeds, more Mastiff than Wolf.
Yeah,
So, Mastiff is a different thing.
well, so
Don't they all come from wolves?
yeah, they all originate from wolves, but then dog selection has been twofold, mainly for phenotype, like morphology shit. And then,
You gotta be dog. You gotta take a dog.
so there's this chart, might be a little hard to find online, about the dosing of wolf versus mastiff genetics, essentially. And there's a bunch of other things woven into dog genetics. First of all, cool point. Dogs are among, I don't know if they are the worst, but they are among the greatest variation in body size within different species. You think of Chihuahua,
Right.
and it looks like it's dosing of the genes controlling the genotype, which makes sense. Right? Like kind of wild, right? Like you got some big humans and some smaller humans, but
Not like dogs.
not like dogs. And then,
Chihuahuas and what are those enormous shepherd dogs? Those what are those ones? Those insane dogs that used to fight off wolves. What the fuck are those things called? Those gigantic hairy things. You know what I'm talking about? We talked about it before. They're terrifying looking dogs.
yeah, I mean, just the
What's it called?
oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, those things. What the fuck is that
Right.
thing?
Right.
What is that called again? Well, we've seen it before. But doesn't it say the name of the dog? Well, find the name of those dogs. 'Cause there's shit.
So I have a colleague at Stanford, Sumiko, who
Jozo? No, that's not it. There's a name for it. Tibetan Mastiff.
took that.
Yeah, they're really furry and they're like 250 pounds. Look at that puppy. That's 7 weeks old. That's so
I
crazy.
wonder how many they can breed.
How could they have fun? Poor mama.
So I have this colleague at Stanford, Sumiko. She's won Best in Show at some of the big events for coolies. She breeds horses, and she's a what's up, the coolies that also look like Rastafari guys. You know, their eyes are covered. They're amazing. They're amazing. And she had this chart on her door. I was going to meet with her about something. She was on the regular. You see this chart, and the chart essentially shows the dosing of kind of the original wolf line genes versus mastiff heavy genetic background. And there are a lot of breeds on this chart, but it essentially shows up in the following way. The dogs that are more sight and scent, right, and with longer snout, like a shepherd, have more heavy dosing of the wolf genes going on. Then you get to the shorter snout, snub nose like the French bulldog, the English bulldog, and some mastiff breeds, pugs, right? And the amount of wolf in them is like nil to none. And then wait a minute, they all start off as wolf. So they have some genes that relate to the wolf origin lineage, right? But over time, like they're bred, for instance, the English bulldog.
But all dogs originally come from dogs.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Even mastiffs.
That's right. That's my understanding. But then as they were crossbred with different dogs, right? So for instance, like the English bulldog, that line came from the crossing essentially pug, like short snout, right? But with mastiffs or dogs with heavy mastiff genetic dosing. Why? But the idea was the short snout gives them a good lever for holding on to things, right? And the mastiff genes lead to, and we know this for sure, the droopiness of the face, it also relates to less presence of pain receptors in the front of them. Okay, so if you've ever had a bulldog, you know their feet can be really sensitive, but their face, you can hold on to those jowls. My bulldog Costello would go picking up stuff at the beach, and you occasionally get a fish hook in his mouth, and it's super painful. He's like, oh. You know, so not very many pain sensors in the face. They have a disruption or mutation in the gene that controls the elasticity of skin. That's why they have the droopiness. And they are brachycephalic, short snout. That's why they're not very good breathers, and they essentially have sleep apnea.
Right.
Okay. Right. They do. I can attest.
That girl, though.
It's crazy. And so, what were dogs being selected for? Well, unless you're showing dogs were selected for kind of sheepdogs, herders, this kind of thing. But when people essentially design, bred up, and crossbred to get the English bulldog or the old English bulldog, which doesn't have as much of them, right? So I had an old English bulldog. So whereas the English bulldog is elbows out, so inward rotation of the inward, so it's not here, right? The old English bulldog looks like this.
It looks more like a pitbull.
It looks more like a pitbull, and they were originally used for bull baiting, for grabbing onto the nose of the bull, getting the bull super aggressive, and then being able to let go and get called off, and coming back to the protector, and basically then is for these to rile up the bull for bullfighting. You can still find some of this stuff online. You can find some old descriptions, in some cases even some old videos, but of course now bull baiting dogs is not allowed, right? Dog fighting, everybody knows that. But then if you start asking about the toy breeds, what were the toy breeds designed for them? And they were basically designed to sit next to you. Some of them will seek out, the terrier breeds we find right now. That's they're really good ratters.
Yeah, Jack Russells are great.
Jack Russells are great ratters. The West Highland Terriers, the Westies, Cairn Terriers, they're really great. The little bits, right? And the amazing thing is that when you start looking at different breeds, it was basically humans selected on the basis of mostly behavior and shape. You're thinking, I want a smaller dog that will just sit near me. I want a small dog that will kill rats and sit near me. No, I want a big dog that's going to guard. So you start breeding for pain tolerance. Start breeding for loyalty and aggression. And a guy that I think was on your podcast a long time ago, Sam Sheridan. Yeah. And The Fighter's Heart, there's a great chapter that talks about dog fighting in the Philippines. And he talks about how brutal that sport is, which he think it is. But he talks about the love between the owner and the dog can predict, and of course the dog, it's reciprocal, it presumes, that the strength of that relationship predicts how hard that will fight.
I have been on Discord for like months, and no one ever has had to be like, should you Shut up, man.
And he uses this
I
as
have
kind
no
of
idea
parallel
what the
construction
fuck
for
you're telling me,
you tell me
but
this
this
is
is
true or not,
incredible.
that
Like so much.
any of the fatalities in the box were the consequence of 15 rounds, 12 round fights, but also when the cornerman or the coach And so it gets into this very complicated psychology. I actually think that's a terrific book because I think it speaks to a lot of really interesting aspects of bonding between humans, bonding in that case between animals and humans. Of course, dog fighting. Like, I don't know if there are many things that people look down on cards, such as they do fighting, but he speaks to the relationship between the dog and the owner, the loving one, which was super surprising. Anyway, that's a bit of a tangent, but I don't know. Maybe it's possible to find that chart. I don't want to send you on a ridiculous expedition, but if you just say so, genes, that's a simple one. Okay, this one, the one I'm thinking about is a vertical one. That was in Science Mag or Scientific American, but it's wild. So, expedition has us paused, but. Sorry about that.
No worries. But it's just, we get a rough question in the call.
Yeah, so now when I see like a collie, like you see a collie, I think long snout, so it probably has a better nose than a mastiff breed. You can ask an owner, how good is their vision? Are they a sight hound or a scent hound? And of course, they're both. But some dogs like are really interested in, like you and campaigns and others about dogs that hunt with good hunts. Like the coonhound breeds are amazing.
Yeah,
I've always wanted a red-bone coonhound.
That's why they're so long. Yeah. Yeah, the reason why they have those long floppy ears is as they're running, ears are wafting up smell and it gives them a better sense of the chase.
I read this incredible description of why dog scent and sense of smell is so much better than ours. There's a guy named Noam Sobel who's been on my podcast. He's over in Israel. Who claims that human olfaction is just as good as dog olfaction. But how do they outdo us? The frequency of sniffs, and this is really cool. You know those little notches on the side of the nose, like our nostrils. They have those little notches. They create little vortices for the dogs so that the scents stick around. They're actually getting longer exposure to a scent. So when they're getting something like 10 or 20x the exposure to the scent in the olfactory bulb, and are able to assess both direction. They can do they can sense odor plumes to steer in one direction or another. But Noam has done these crazy experiments when he was back at Berkeley, where he had people with hands knitted, eyes covered, so they can't sense touch, they can't see, everything's covered, and they can follow a scent of chocolate buried 7 inches below the ground. Yes, and you can see this. This you can find if you say a tracking. Sorry, my girl wasn't about here.
These people have a nose like Ari Shaffir.
Yeah.
Or Adrian Brody.
Oh my. If you say kind of Berkeley chocolate tracking Sobel or something like that, you should come up. So he would do these aerial views of these people tracking these scents on the ground, and it turns out people are really good at this. They can track stuff. Yeah, and if
sniffers show that humans can track scents on 2 nostrils and 1.
So if you go images, I think you're probably
through the graphics.
If you go images, then I'll lay off.
It will track scents.
So if you go to images, and you say Berkeley, just say, there it is. Right, so they compared the tracking of a scent hound, of a bloodhound, to human tracking of a scent buried, in the case of the bloodhound.
So that person, what do they have, a mask on?
Yeah, they got a mask on, their hands are covered with thick gloves, they can only use, the only thing exposed are their nostrils. And but that yellow line is not a line with a bunch of chocolate on it. It's buried below the surface. I always thought it was above, and then when I talked to Noam, he said, no, they buried the chocolate scent. And people were able to track it like a hunting dog tracks.
How did they bury it?
I think they cut a trench and covered it up. So he insists that this thing that you see in all the textbooks, which is that humans have, like 1,000th or something of the number of factories. That's total bullshit. Real total bullshit. In fact, our friend, by the way, Rick Rubin, turned to a good friend of mine, who's the chair of neurosurgery of a major department, medical school department, not Stanford, I promise, and said, what percentage of the things in medical textbooks, this is Rick asking this chair of neurosurgery, what percentage of things that you find in medical textbooks, basic and advanced, you think are false based on your understanding of what we actually know now compared to what the textbooks were. And he said 50%. And then Rick said, and then Rick said, I know I was wide-eyed too. And then Rick said, and what is the extent of impact on treatment of patients moderately? And his answer is moderate.
50%.
50% in currently used medical textbooks, meaning that the literature has been updated with new understanding, new scientific, but it has not yet been incorporated into the
Let me say something, because I know that bears have insane senses of smell that are many times stronger than a bloodhound, and famously can smell people from 100, 200 yards away. Like, there's got to be levels to it, and I just can't imagine that a bloodhound doesn't have a better sense of smell than a person.
Right, so they absolutely have a better sense of smell in under the definition that they use the same number of receptors differently. In other words, the resolution of your vision and a mouse's vision is dramatically different. The resolution of your vision is very sharp at the fovea towards the center of your eye. Actually, towards the periphery, you can anyone can do this. You wiggle your fingers out in the periphery, and you can't see any detail, right? As you move that forward, you can see detail. Okay? So, and that's because the density of pixels, so to speak, in the retina is much, much higher in the fovea at the center of the vision. So, what he's saying, what Noam Sobel's laboratory has found, and others have found, is that the number of pixels, the potential for olfactory resolution in humans and in bloodhounds is essentially the same. This is his argument. But the bloodhounds sniff much more. So it's the equivalent of having their eyes open much more, right? So to speak. They have these vortices that are created by the structure of their nose. So they have longer exposure. And in the case of the bear, for instance, I don't know how many olfactory receptors they have. But that the bear is likely spending a lot more time and can pull more air, perhaps. I don't know, but is using the mechanical aspects of the olfactory system. In fact, and here's now I'm recalling the experiment that led to this conclusion that humans have exceptional olfaction, which is that there's a particular compound that, when introduced to a swimming pool, people can detect the difference in the smell of the water at a dilution that is outrageously small.
Like skunk spray.
Like skunk spray. Forgive me because I'm not remembering the name of the chemical, but he said you can essentially add a drop of this to a swimming pool, and then people can smell the difference between them. And so his argument is not that humans are walking around sensing all these smells consciously as well as a bloodhound or as well as a bear, but that we have a tremendous capacity for olfaction that, that the chocolate tracking experiment exemplifies, but it requires some removal of our most dominant sense, vision, and here our second sense, and in that case, tactile orientation as well. And so the idea is that, we have an amazing olfactory apparatus. In fact, he makes the argument, and there's evidence for the fact that as soon as people meet, they've done these beautiful experiments, people meet, they shake hands, and the next thing they do, they tend to, within about a minute, they wipe the scent of the other person on their face. So,
And they don't realize it?
people don't realize this.
They just do it subconsciously?
Yeah. So
Mercaptans, also known as thiols, sulfur-containing organic compounds with a strong unpleasant odor. Their colors, thiols, liquids, flammable. Mercaptans are found in nature and in living organisms as a waste product of metabolism and in oil and gas. They're also present in certain foods, such as some nuts and cheese, and in decaying organic matter in marshes.
right, so we're probably sensitive to the odors that matter.
That can kill us.
That can kill us. He also has this idea that I think is starting to take hold in real data, that we are constantly sensing our own odor groups, that we smell ourselves a lot of times per day. It's actually very common behavior.
Right.
There are all sorts of ways people do that nobody talks about.
Yeah, you can check.
People check their sniff,
Yeah.
and it's an indication of hormone status, immune status. When you have babies or puppies, you're looking at is it good poop or a bad poop? You're also paying at people. Some people will smell the poop. I'm not the point of that, but we're constantly sensing the scent and taste of, for instance, our partner's saliva. Right? Actually, an ex-girlfriend of mine wrote to me recently on what this question represented. She said, Do you think that when you become unattracted to somebody, the taste of their mouth becomes bad to you, or the other way around?
When you become
Unattracted. I guess she might have been dating somebody and maybe they fall out of favor, and she was kind of not attracted. She was sort of noting that
the taste
their
of
mouth no longer really tastes the kind of person now, opposed to before.
I bet that's in your mind. I bet you don't like them anymore. Because if you're really in love with someone, you don't even care if they have bad breath. You still want to kiss them.
That's true too.
Because you just love them. You
That's
don't
true
care.
too.
Yeah.
That's true too.
You don't care if they smell. You don't care. You love them. But if they're gross and they smell, you're like, ugh,
Right.
fucking stinky asshole. This is not as extreme as an elk, but you get a look at the internal.
Okay.
If you look inside of it, you see,
Yeah.
because they can wind you from 100 yards away easy.
So see this spongy stuff? I don't know if you can see it on video. There's this spongy stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
That's something called the cribriform plate. The cribriform plate is a bunch of Swiss cheese-like thin bone, and the olfactory neurons, which you sit right behind your nostrils, they send axons, their little wire-like connections, back into the brain. And when somebody gets hit hard on the head, that cribriform like shears it, and that's why people become anosmic. They lose their sense of smell.
Yeah.
Now,
Look at that picture.
Now, what's amazing about the olfactory neurons is that they are among the very few neurons in the human and other mammalian nervous system that regenerates throughout the lifespan. So there's a little area here, hippocampus, where there's some neurons that everyone makes a big deal of, but frankly don't do a lot to regenerate throughout the lifespan, so called neurogenesis, new neurons. But the olfactory neurons, even though they're a central nervous system, just like your grandma neuron, cerebral cortex, they can regenerate throughout the entire lifespan. And they do. Every time someone takes a head hit or there's some shearing off of these axons, they regenerate. Now, under conditions like, we saw this a lot during COVID, where people complain about loss of smell. We see this when people age. Some people are thinking that loss of smell may be a correlate, not the cause, but obviously, but a correlate of age-related cognitive decline, dementia, and Alzheimer's, things like that. There are a few things. Actually, I think I recommended it to a couple of friends of ours. Now, there's very little data on this, but I will say, and I'll catch heat for this, but these days I catch heat at my side of care. There are good data, in my opinion, small amount of data, but let's call it decent enough data to explore that alpha lipoic acid at 600 milligrams per day during the time when you're starting to lose your smell might rescue some of that smell.
So if someone's getting COVID and they start to lose their sense of smell,
or any viral infection where they are losing the sense of smell.
What other viral infections cause the loss of sense of smell?
Well, anything that clogs the sinuses, certainly, but there are influenza viruses that do this. Now, I know as we're saying this that some people say, in fact, Noam Silva told me that he felt that the data about alpha lipoic acid were kind of on the weak side, but when people are losing their sense of smell and taste, it's really scary. I mean, it's one of those things where you kind of feel like so much of pleasure in life, unbeknownst to us, is
especially with food.
Oh, I'll never forget when I got a viral infection and I lost my sense of smell, and I ate a handful of blueberries, which I love, and it just tasted like bags of water. I was like, oh goodness, I don't. There are worse things.
Was it COVID that you lost your smell?
It was. And I did the smell training, which has also been shown to work because these olfactory neurons. This is amazing. Their survival is activity dependent. They require electrical activity driven by sniffing and smelling. It is true that the behavioral tool of taking a lemon and really just like getting it close to that nostril and just really trying to get whatever little whiff of lemon you can, and then taking your coffee and getting that little whiff of coffee, whatever little remnants of smell that you can get in there, has been shown to improve the survival and eventually the durability of not just the olfactory neurons, but scent. In other words, the behavioral training works. The alpha lipoic acid thing is debated. The thing about alpha lipoic acid is diabetics and heavy blood sugar issues probably shouldn't take it. They can reduce blood sugar a little bit. But when I had that happen, lost my sense of smell, I was like, I want my smell back. So I took 600 milligrams of alpha lipoic acid, and I was doing the scent training. I was like sniffing lemon, sniffing coffee, sniffing Parmesan cheese, sniffing anything that was pungent that I could recognize. And my smell came back in a couple of days, but then again, I don't know because they run a control experiment,
right,
whether or not it would come back.
Is it only positive smells, or what about if you use smelling salts or something like really intense?
Smelling salts I've never used.
Well, guess what?
Do we have some? I'd be willing to try. Are they legal before I do something illegal? Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's totally cool.
All right, I'll give it a shot.
These are the ones. This is this is Juju Wufu, who's a real athletic freak who uses these. I don't know him, but shout out to him because this is the strongest shit we have ever tried.
I will just.
This one's sealed too. So
Yeah, I'll just try a little.
Oh, you're gonna get all of these. Come on.
It's like the cold plunge.
This is.
I got a funny story about the cold plunge to tell you later that relates to you. But
We'll get to that in a moment. But you're about to get your mind blown. So this stuff is so strong that it's sealed in this bag.
wait, is it going to kill my olfactory nerves?
No, you'll be fine. It's so strong that even though it's sealed in this bag, I have to rip this bag open. And okay. It's so strong that I've broken the seal of this bag just slightly. Look, it's still kind of sealed.
Yeah.
Look, you could smell it through the bag.
So let's
Give a
try
sniff.
the
Just give a sniff.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Okay. This bag is still sealed. I haven't even cut the bag yet.
So as somebody who had a laboratory with chemicals in it for a long time, now we run clinical trials. I didn't expect to no more chemicals in my mouth.
Okay, now take a sniff.
You
It's
learned
still
to
sealed.
waft it. You learned to
Bottle. The bottle is
not
sealed.
even out of it.
No. Oh, yeah. The bottle's still sealed. Oh, this is just the beginning.
You know when you go to a park and you go into a public bathroom at a park that has a pool? Yeah, I'm getting nervous. You know, I'm no Elon Musk, but I saw what happens when people do substances.
Oh, look, that was illegal in the state of California. I think everybody's getting a little out of hand.
You're like, we're down here in Texas. So.
Okay. No. What you're going to do here.
Isn't it amazing that the word illegal, when said fast, sounds like illegal?
Yeah, legal.
And then you go, wait, what did you say?
Oh, illegal.
Vice versa. Right?
Yeah.
All right, so what do I do?
Unscrew the cap.
I look at my initials.
Unscrew the cap.
All right.
Put it about 6 inches from your nose. Take a big step. Get in there. Oh, yeah, baby. Let's go. Now imagine if you had COVID.
Wait.
Yeah, take it in.
Well, you know what's interesting?
You
know what's interesting?
Oh, the fresh ones are so
I feel it in my eye because the sinuses run.
Oh, I would imagine if you had COVID, you can smell over there, huh? I imagine if you had COVID, you lost your sense of smell. Like, this might be the key to getting it back.
As long as it's not killing olfactory.
I don't think it's killing me. You can smell everything out. I mean,
That's true.
my own. I'm obviously biased.
So
I like that. But we have an
I
agreement.
actually enjoyed that. Thank you.
We have an agreement.
You prompted me to take several new experiences that we can talk about. But one other thing before I forget. I know I go down these nerdy rabbit holes here, but when I did those small salts and I sniffed with both nostrils, but it came in mainly through my left nostril.
Right.
And so I asked Nova, what's the deal with this left nostril, right nostril stuff? You know, you have the yogis, the switching with the nostril things. Here's what's wild. This is so wild. It turns out that every 2 hours or so, the dominant breathing nostril switches. Now that could be interesting or that could not be interesting, right? There are a lot of things in biology that happen, but like, what is the meaning? It turns out it's a direct reflection of a shift in your so-called autonomic nervous system from parasympathetic dominant to sympathetic dominant, meaning from more relaxed to more alert. And this is happening periodically throughout the day and during sleep. So this whole thing with the yogis that breathe through one nostril or the other nostril, look, the olfactory bulbs, there's a lot of crossing over information, later stages, and even some early stages, once the information gets to the brain. So that whole thing is probably a little bit like weak sauce, but this idea that you're breathing easier through one nostril or the other is reflecting the underlying brain state and body state. That is absolutely true. And the last thing is, you said, why would bears or bloodhounds have such a smell? Well, in the case of a bear, the size of the olfactory nerves and the amount of brain real estate devoted to processing that is measured. So we have a huge visual cortex. Most of our brain, frankly, is devoted to vision and to movement. Whereas, the brain of like a turtle, it's mostly movement, that area cerebral cortex. That's not an example. But certainly in a centaur, your factory bolts are much bigger than they are in a sight hound. And both of those have factory bolts that are much, much bigger than Jamie's bulldog. But those guys sniff all the time. They're mostly snorting, trying to get sense. Their smell, sense of smell, is much, much worse than Marshall's.
Mm.
Because Marshall's a retriever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense because he can smell his ball. Like if I throw his ball and he misses it, he just starts doing a circle and then he finds it with his smell, which is crazy. He smells his ball. You know?
Yeah, incredible. So what Noam is saying is not that humans have smell that is as good, but that when you push the conditions, you can reveal a heightened sense of smell that most people don't think humans have. Now, as I say this, there are a lot of people out there, and it's usually women. Oh no, I can smell everything. I can smell the subtlest difference, and so it might be something related to internal behavior. It might be something related to estrogen. It might be something with Y chromosome that suppresses that. We don't know. But some people are very olfactory. They can smell when somebody's not feeling right or when they're not feeling right.
Yeah.
But it's absolutely the case that we're constantly taking chemicals off other people through shaking hands, through hugging, rubbing them on ourselves, analyzing our own smells unconsciously.
I always say that I can smell bullshit.
You probably can.
But I don't know if I really can smell it, but when someone's lying, I feel like there's a smell.
There could be the stress. It could be a certain, we talk about stress as one thing, but stress is the dose of different cortisol, epinephrine, people that are pathological liars, they can probably do without overlooking those things. Then you have things like pupil size, because the pupil is more arousal, right? More stress somebody is.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's why somebody takes a stick.
There's
their pupils would get huge.
There's a thing that people do when they're full of shit where they're anticipating your response in a different way. Like when someone's telling the truth, like if you tell me the truth, you seem relaxed to my response. Like you're telling, even if it's something that you're not proud of, you're telling me the truth. This is the thing. When someone's lying, it's almost like they're waiting to see how you buy it.
So it's like the defenses. They counter.
They're selling it. They say it. And like you feel the does he buy it? I'm like, ooh, you're full of shit.
Oh, interesting.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me think about this. So you are able to sense their anticipation of your response. It's like they've got queued up some evaluating whether you're going yes, no, or
yeah, but it's not reliable. Like I just to be completely honest, I've been bullshit before, but I think I'm better at it than most, and I think maybe that's because I've had more conversations with people than most people have. But it's not 100%. Not sure what you have your defenses now. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, especially if you like something. That's part of the problem. You don't want them to be full of shit.
Yeah, some of the best manipulators, certainly in my experience, are people that have really figured out the combination lock of things that I have felt deprived of, and they come in and and those tend to be unique things, right, that you can't get out anywhere, and boy, somebody said that to me recently. There are certain categories of humans that I can't be seduced. I'm not talking about just sexual selection, right? Yeah, I'm saying that it just can't be seduced by. And then some people that just are able to get past that. And so I consider myself pretty good at threat sensing, except in that domain, where like my threat sensing is like the equivalent of a stuff.
My friend Tony always says that erotic and psychotic are so close to each other that like it crosses over back and forth. And I think there's something to that too. That some of the craziest people are also some of the sexiest people for some weird reason. Like if you want to be with them, even though you know they're dangerous, like they're crazy, there's some weird thing going on there. Almost like you want wild kids, because wild kids can survive better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I'm listening to a really good book that a really smart person suggested to me called 5 Types of People. And I only wish I had read it. And here's the main takeaway, that there are about 10% of people out there, and it cuts across all the standard labels of narcissist, borderline, and all that. Like they include some of that, but they depart from that, and they just focus on what. There's a guy who's a psychologist. It's written by a guy, a psychologist who's worked on conflict resolution over years, over stuff, etc. And he says in this 10% of people, they are high conflict people, but within they like conflict. They feed it. They like drama. But within that category, it's pretty evenly divided. It comes between women and then there's a further division where about half of them play passive, but are highly manipulative. They use other people to try to basically harm.
Yeah.
And then the other 5% are very aggressive and aggressive. And so he has this great set of protocols that are essentially like, don't move in with, marry, or get engaged to, or have a child with somebody in the first year. This cuts in both directions. Just don't make that agreement in year one. As well as for any behavior that kind of cues those senses, gets your spidey senses up, like you described, ask yourself, would 90% or more of people do that behavior? And if it's a no, like you have to pause. In other words, what he's saying in this book is that most people are actually pretty healthy, but that most of the woes of the world are created by about 10% of which he calls these high conflict people. But they don't always come out high conflict like screaming and yelling. They're often very tactical, manipulative, and very predictive. They leverage victimhood, they leverage a lot of different things. And again, cuts across men and women equally, he claims. And again, I don't know the data behind this book, but the book itself just feels like a very useful thing that everybody should know about. So I'm enjoying reading this book years ago. Plus, I'm realizing that, oh yeah, like we always hear this, like most of our problems come from very small people.
Most of society's problems.
And so who are these people? So we tend to call them narcissists or sociopaths or psycho, but those labels, while very useful, I think have been overused in the general public. And like, we're not Christians. We're not diagnosing anybody. And so, like, difficult people that can ruin your life abound. But it turns out it's only about 10%. So, and it has some very specific protocols on how to deal with the people who are outwardly aggressive versus very useful book.
Can you just enjoy someone? Enjoy their company.
If they're in the 90%.
Yeah, but that's the problem.
But
you can zig when you should have zagged. You run into a 10%er.
Take a year.
Yeah. A year is a long time.
Yeah.
Also, people can learn like what you tolerate and don't tolerate and hide certain types of behavior from you.
Yes.
Yeah. Be a relation.
Oh, I've definitely experienced that, and it's and again, I think we are often. And you mentioned that the relationship between erotic, manipulative, crazy, or just erotic and crazy. I think there's also that when we finally receive sorts of love or affection, it's not always sex, it's not always sexual, right?
Right.
Like somebody like, I don't know, like rubbing your feet or paying a little extra attention to what you say or something. For some people, that's intoxicating.
It's a lot of it is paying attention. A lot of it is like listening to what you have to say or asking you questions about your thoughts and your feelings, which a lot of people are accustomed to. And that's intoxicating. Because a lot of people just want to talk about themselves. When someone wants to talk about you, and really is asking questions about your feelings, that can kind of make a good
yeah, it almost feels like a parental type of care that we're probably wired to look for. I mean, I always marvel at this and also just kind of shake my head. Wow, God designed us this way. But the circuitry in our brain that creates infant-child attachment is the same circuitry that is repurposed for all other relationships. It's not like you get your childhood attachment stuff, and then you go, okay, well, you're like 15, 16, moving on, puberty, whatever. Now let's work with a different set of mechanics, a different set of algorithms. No. It's the same set of algorithms repurposed. We know this based on the studies of infant-parent attachment, and on the basis for infant caretaker, and on the basis of studies of love. It's the same circuitry. So you're using a set of algorithms and circuitry that were designed for one thing in a very different context.
That's interesting. That's what makes sense why a lot of men would be very overbearing mothers seek overbearing wives. Yeah.
I've learned so much recently about just how it is that we can lose our vision. And I think this thing that we hear, like manipulation, it often sounds like really tactical. I think the really tricky part about it is I do think that most people in the world are just doing their best to feel safe, to get their needs met. I think there are very few evil people.
Right.
But But in this sort of pattern of repurposing childhood, and then people are bringing that forward into their adult attachment, I think what ends up happening is that, people, quote unquote, trying to get their needs met, oftentimes like the worst ones, sometimes it's called trauma bonding, but they kind of go lock and key. Or somebody identifies somebody that's really healthy, and they're like, yeah, I'm going to latch on to them because they're healthy. And you say, well, the healthy person should be able to spot all the landmines. But if somebody's able to really tap into like something you didn't have, or something that just feels like oxygen, goodness gracious, like you could be the smartest or most well acclimated person, best parents, or whatever upbringing, which most people aren't, but some people do have that, and still fall into this fall that is like, gosh, you want to be with this person, but it doesn't feel good, that mission. And I think the thing I've learned clearly is that when you feel that trepidation, run, don't walk. Like it's not like the gray zone is actually the thing to just exit fast. Gray doesn't mean like hover and check it out. It's like run some experiments here. Run, just run. Just run.
It's also, I think, there's some people that are very sheltered and they've been well taken care of, and they're not accustomed to manipulative people, and they're not accustomed to dangerous people, and so they don't. I've seen that before, both with people choosing the wrong friends and people choosing the wrong friends.
Yeah, that certainly hasn't been my pattern. Not that I had the hardest upbringing, but it was easy. I would say easier than some, harder than others. But I always had great friends, great friendships. But my threat sensing, it wasn't always great, for sure. I've also had some great relationships. I think what tends to happen is that if we're very busy, we have this tendency to be easily manipulated by certain things that are unusual, that really feel like extra oxygen. Just feel so nourishing. And because I think people always often default to sex. Like it's all about sex. Depending on who you are, like sex is either more or less readily available to you, right? Like I think that for some people it's nurture, like a certain form of nurture. And then there's also this thing of we know how to survive certain things so they don't feel dangerous. So people who have very overbearing or complicated childhoods or abusive childhoods, sometimes they're set to perceive danger at way too high threshold, right? So their perception of what's dangerous is like way too high, and so they walk into even still dangerous situations, but they don't think of it as dangerous. And they're like, oh, I can navigate this. They're good at navigating difficult people, or they're good at navigating borderline people or something like that.
I think it's also exciting, which is part of the problem. People like excitement. And if you have a boring life and a life that doesn't have a lot of stimulation in it, and then you find someone, even if they're bad for you, but they're exciting, there's some conflict, something. There's fights and breakups and then makeups, which are exciting, and so then you get locked into the stimulation pattern, which is I've seen that multiple times. It's a real problem.
Do you think it's more of a problem with people that like excitement and adventure, are super curious, but like excitement and adventure, so comics, people who like high intensity sports that they seek relationships that are higher intensity? Because I received great advice from people like Rick, who said, your relationship should be sanctuary. That should be. And actually, I don't pay a lot of attention with Instagram kind of mottos on it, but someone sent me one. I was like, yes, it's so true, which is that men eventually settle where they feel peace.
Yeah, I think that's probably the healthiest way to do it. But I think people like I said, I think people like stimulation. And I don't think a lot of people are stimulated by their day-to-day existence. I think they're bored. A lot of people are just like trudging along every day. And then when someone comes along and makes you excited in your life, someone who's just a little crazy, someone who's got a bunch of tattoos, people get excited by people that are a little bit dangerous.
Like this idea that anything could, anything could, they can do anything.
They're risky people, Someone's got tattoos on their hands.
You and I both have a lot of tattoos, but I kept it, intentionally kept it off the hands.
I thought about it on my hands, but it's the face. That's it. But I have a lot of friends. Jelly Roll's a good friend of mine. He's got tattoos all over his face. Post Malone's a good friend of mine. He's
Very
got
musician.
a bunch of written shit all over his face. Yeah, I mean, they're the nicest people. The thing about like Jelly Roll and Post is like once you talk to them, you don't get to see the tattoos anymore. You just see the human. You know, it's just like them wearing a shirt. It's like it's nothing. You know, it's normal.
And things have changed a lot. Like I was born in 75.
Back then, the tattoos on the face was crazy. Yeah.
One of my childhood heroes, and somehow by the grace of God, he's a friend of mine, Tim Armstrong. He has a tattoo of a spider web on his head and a spider on his neck. And I remember seeing him when I was a kid at a show. Yeah, that dude's scary. And Lars Fredrickson from Rancid says skunks on his forehead. They're super nice guys. I mean, they're
Travis Barker's super nice guys.
Yeah, Tim and Travis do the transplants. Yeah, Tim and Travis do transplants, and like you see those guys are like, well, now I think it's shifted a little bit. Yeah, back then I remember thinking that's a tough guy.
Yeah,
you know, and certainly Lars is a tough guy. Tim too, but I remember seeing it like you only saw it on bikers, gnarly punk rock.
You just had checked out of society completely.
A mohawk used to be you're not getting a job.
Right. Yeah.
A nose ring used to be a nose ring. You go into Starbucks and the person had a covered up. You know, they weren't allowed to have it. Right. Now when I see medical students with eyebrow rings and nose rings and stuff, so things have definitely changed.
Yeah, we're a little bit more open-minded decorations, but it is a thing though that you're taking a giant ass chance by tattooing your hands.
A friend of mine who's admittedly is a psychologist said, tattoos are largely an expression of what you feel on the inside. And I was like, that sounds good. Yeah,
sort of. I don't know. It's just art. I like art. I like art on my walls. I like art on my arms. I like art.
There's some Rogan tattoos out there. I saw Lex Friedman face tattoo.
There's a bunch of Lex Friedman face tattoos.
You just had a birthday. Oh, you did too. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
And Lex, happy birthday.
Yeah, there's a lot of, that's the weirdest one, tattoos on people's faces on your body forever. And I don't know how many of them. There's thousands of them. I used to post them on Instagram all the time, but I was encouraging people to get my face tattooed so that they could put it up on my Instagram. It's kind of crazy.
Might be some word circuitry going on.
But before I forget this, can I ask you this? The people that are into this smelling salt stuff, they're power growers, and they take a big sniff of that stuff and they quit. Why would that help them? Adrenaline.
So, a couple more things about it, actually. By the way, I love this stuff. This is so wild because it's the most primitive part of our brain and nervous system. We were chemical sensors before we were light sensors. Right? We were sensing chemical environments. Is this a safe chemical environment? We evolved.
Right.
We know that, for instance, memories that are associated with smell. The smell of my grandmother's kitchen, somebody's hands, my grandfather's hands, those memories stick with us all the time. Because the olfactory bulb has a direct line to a couple of structures. Yeah, so we have an olfactory bulb, which is the main thing for smell. Then there's something called the accessory olfactory bulb. It sort of divides into primitive smells that are like aversive, get away quick. Those tend to go through a really fast line through the accessory olfactory bulb. Takes us straight to the amygdala, to the piriform cortex, that says, move your body away from that. Like, I didn't sit there and my smelling salts, like, get away. It's like a reflex. It's like in fish, there's this thing called the Maldner neuron, where you touch on one side of the body, what does the fish do? It goes the opposite direction. Big, huge neuron, hardwired circuit.
Well, you have those lateral lines that detect sounds and things and vibrations in the water.
They're sensing electrosensing at a distance, and these Maldner neurons are incredible. You touch, boom. Fish heads the opposite direction. It doesn't go like, oh, are you another friendly fish? You want to mate? They go, I'm out of here. Hey. And then they check you out. Right? So it's a reflex for safety. The olfactory system has these two pathways. The olfactory bulb for kind of like, oh, black rifle coffee, and then there's the smelling salt one that goes through the accessory olfactory bulb straight to the amygdala, which is associated with threat detection and other things, straight to the piriform cortex and into a motor circuit. Boom, turn the head the other way, get out, exhale, don't do it. Aversive. Okay. So the thing about smell is that it's got these very hardwired components, and they're set up for either appetitive, like let me explore more, sniffing more, versus as opposed to aversive. Get. And these brain areas are among the more ancient. Now, I say ancient, people nowadays start picking apart at like, well, it's not just limbic and cortex. The cortex is part of limbic. That's all true. But if you look at our brains and you look at brains turtle, or even a snake, all the stuff we're talking about right here they're not exactly the same, but they're all present. When you get to humans, what you really add is a lot of cerebral cortex for the thinking and association stuff, like, before someone did this. And around as much as I did last time, like things that, context dependent. Context dependent stuff. Whereas all the highly reflexive stuff is going to be hardwired, circuitry you find in every animal, every person. And you need to divide things into three different responses of humans, okay, in order to survive. Yum, I'm going to word it. Yuck, I'm going to move away. And there's basically only three motor responses to anything. Yum, yuck, or now there's a matter of degrees. Like you might see somebody you really like, you want to enjoy the ads or something. You see them, like, want to run over and see them, right? So there's an repetitive circuit moves you towards it. See something that's a little odd, you pause, I don't know what that is, or something aversive, like something happens in the parking lot. So the brain, as complex as it is, needs to divide things into one of three different motor responses: forward, pause, or retreat. Okay, I was playing with you. I was like, I couldn't get him to back up. It's kind of cool about the bulldog. Right. You charge him and he just goes. I'm like 20 times his size. But he's just like.
Well, he's also never experienced any good people. So except for a few dogs.
Yeah.
But most of his experiences, like he knows he just run up to you and bite you and you play with him.
Right. So you said about why the smelling salts in the brain. So here's the deal. When we have this aversive response, the move away, the yuck response, get me away, there's a parallel response in the brain and body of the release of epinephrine, adrenaline. Sorry.
Epinephrine and adrenaline are the same
thing. Long, complicated history is to lots of noradrenaline, norepinephrine. So let's just call it adrenaline for sake of simplicity. Adrenaline is released from the adrenals in the body, and it's released from an area in the brain called the locus ceruleus, which sends out a bunch of little wires, axons, to sprinkler the brain with adrenaline. And both systems work in parallel. So when you smell something aversive, it goes, inhale, okay, certain olfactory neurons cue that to the accessory olfactory bulb, bam, straight to the amygdala. Amygdala sends a signal down to the adrenals atop the kidneys. They release adrenaline. Sends it, believe it or not, a signal up to locus ceruleus. It sprinklers the brain with adrenaline. And you just had, within a couple hundred milliseconds, you just got a parallel adrenaline response of brain and body that allows you to do what now you're ready for motion. Okay? In fact, I'm sure if you put that under the deepest sleeper's nose, they're going to wake up like a gunshot.
They used to give it to boxers when they got hurt in the corner, give them smelling salts and wake them up.
It's one of the best painkillers is adrenaline. You've been hit hard before. Isn't it amazing how really it hurts when it happens? How much it hurts?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
It's crazy.
That's the thing that's weird about fights. While they're happening, your shin's getting battered, things are getting hurt, you don't really feel much. Unless you get kicked hard with that. The liver shots, doesn't matter how much adrenaline you're pumping, there's something about getting hit the liver. The liver, when you get hit like right here, if you get kicked or punched right here, it's a crazy feeling. It just shuts everything off. It's real weird. Your body just shuts off.
I've seen these small. And it looks like they take a few paces and they're ready to counterpunch or something, and then it hits slowly. I don't know.
Well, some shots go away. So, like some pain, like if you get punched in the gut and you're tightening up in anticipation, it still hurts. It hurts, but then you move a little bit and you're okay. But the liver is the opposite. The liver, you get hit, and then there's this like sharp pain and a delay, and then everything just shuts off. It's very hard to fake and that you're fine and move away. You see like telltale signs. I think guys all the time when they get hit in the liver, they drop their right arm down and they pin it to their body. So maybe they're fighting like this, they're moving, they whack the liver, and you see them do like that. They're still moving, but they can't help it. They have their arm proud because they know one more shot there and they're fucked. But so they barely can keep a poker face and move around, but there's telltale signs you see. They're just instinctive. You see them just drop their hand. And a lot of times guys will use that to set them up with a head kick. So like they'll hit you a good example of that is Islam Makhachev and Alexander Volkanovski. He hit him with a left kick to the body multiple times in that fight and then fired fired off one of the head.
Just like they just hiding. It's
You
like
just
slow.
you see the leg come up, and it's very hard to recognize. There's a kick called the question mark kick, and it's called the question mark kick because in Taekwondo we used to call it a fake front kick roundhouse kick. And what it is you're lifting the knee up as if you're kicking to the body in a straight line, and then you whip it over and go like that and turn into a roundhouse kick. Pull up Guinness Feitosa. Guinness Feitosa was the best at it. So much so that a lot of people started calling it the Brazilian kick because this guy was a K1 champion who had the most flexible hips and the craziest question mark. And he would literally bring it up and down over the guard. So your hands would be up this, like you think your hands are protecting your head. You would bring it up around like this and drop it down on your head and knock you out. It's so wild because to this day, I don't know anybody who can kick as good as him with that kick. Like to this day, he has the best highlight. There's a lot of people that are really good at that kick. But Glave had a very unusual flexibility of his hips. Watch this. Look at this. Well, that's just a regular one, but he's got some of them that go over the. This is some of his highlights. Look at that. See how it does that? See how it just goes up and around? Yeah, watch this. Watch this. He's going to do it in slow motion. Watch the whip of it. Look at that. That's so crazy. So you don't even know it's. Look how he would just whip it down. And it's just. There's a lot of people that are good with that, but he was the best at it. I mean, the best. It was just weird to see how he could do it.
I'm always amazed how people kick getting so closely.
Oh, yeah. Right? It's just flexibility of the hips. It's like dexterity, but the way he could do it, man, he is the finest question mark kick of all time. I mean, he was knocking out Semi Schultz, who's 7 feet tall. It was bizarre to watch that kind of flexibility, and also bizarre that no one else seems to have really kind of captured that technique as well as he did. And Glabe used to fight. I mean, this is like K1. There's Israel Adesanya, a really good one too. He still has a really good one. Look at this one. Wow, but that's a little bit more straightforward. I mean, that's like straight to the chin. It's a beautiful kick, but the way Glabe used to do it, it would go over the top and down. See that? Like, that is so crazy. I can't do that. I've been throwing kicks my whole life. I can't throw it like that.
I'm always watching their eyes. And it inspires eyes. It's amazing to me. Like, years ago, I saw Mayweather. Obviously, on pay-per-view. And he was just getting paid, for sure. Right? That was his thing. But it was always amazing in this thing, like, where he would split punches back. Center. It made me think that, like, his depth perception and the depth perception of fighters with successful fighters must just be exquisite. Because, I mean, like, slipping at that distance with just a chin.
That's one thing, but it's also pattern recognition. You've been doing it so many times, and you know. So, really good fighters, one thing that you see is they don't just charge out in the first round. The first round is like a feeling out process. So you're downloading a lot of data points. Downloading foot movement, and a lot of guys watch tape and they download it for that, but then you don't really know until you're in every person. So they're downloading positions, they're downloading what a guy does. Like if you pivot to the left, does he move forward? Does he move back? Does he throw the left hook? Does he throw the right hand? What does he do? And how good is he at closing distance? Does he try to fire from where he's at, or does he skip forward and fire? Does he give any telltale signs? Does he telegraph? So there's a lot of things that a fighter looks for. Mayweather had some of the best counterpunchers in the history of the fucking sport. He was so good at like staying in the pocket. So he was an elusive guy. Yeah. Insane. Pattern recognition. So he knows that left hook is coming. And so look how straight he throws that right hand. See how straight he threw that? So Canelo is throwing these big wide punches. And Floyd is just cutting him off at the path and then moving his head out of the line of those hooks that come his way.
So, do you think it's conscious? I'm obsessed with this notion of conscious genius. Like, like different domains of super high performance where the people don't exactly know how they do it, but they do.
Well, you know how you do it, but you've also done it so many times in the gym and in fights that it's second nature, so you're not thinking of it as you're doing it. One of the things about countering people is in I used to, when I was in my prime, when I was fighting all the time, I would throw kicks and they would land before I even knew I was going to do it. Because someone would do something, and as they would do something, I instinctively knew because of pattern recognition, there's going to be an opening. Like, say if some guy lifts his left leg, he's standing with his left leg forward, and he lifts his left leg, and he's coming towards me with his left leg, I know that he's balancing on that right leg, and that the left leg is coming this way, and if I spin and catch him, I can catch him as his momentum is going this way, and I'll catch him that way, and it'll double the power of the punch or kick.
And did somebody teach it to you? Because there's like a conscious awareness of how you do it. It's what I think this notion of pattern recognition, it's interesting because earlier we were talking about pattern recognition for finding people lying, right? You have this pattern recognition thing that, you're not saying it's perfect, but like you can sense something. There's things that, and so it's a combination of things that we aren't always aware of. That's the unconscious part, right? Genius thing I'm referring to. And so there's this idea like our brains are pattern recognition prediction machines. And so do you think, like, in other words, two questions. Do you think Mayweather was ever pulled aside and said, listen, pay attention to the left shoulder and keep your eye on his right eye?
100%.
Okay.
100%.
And were you ever told, hey, if his left leg comes up, that means he's balancing on his right, so you need to prepare a counter attack or an attack? So
that's where drills come in. Okay, so you do drills, and you do drills constantly. And one of the things that Mayweather's father was a great fighter. Mayweather's father fought Sugar Ray Leonard back in the 1970s when Sugar Ray was in his prime, and gave him a hell of a fight. And his brother, or his uncle rather, his uncle Roger, was Roger Mayweather, the Black Mamba. He was a great fighter. So he grew up as a child around some of the best boxers in the world. And so he was constantly seeing the successful motions that they did, and constantly seeing them exploit weaknesses in other fighters, and then constantly sparring. So in sparring, you're not just fighting when you're sparring, but you're sort of downloading data. You're downloading data points for a real fight. And then you're doing drills where a guy will, some guys, they'll do mitts, or they'll throw a hand at you and they'll slip and count. Here, let me show you this. This is guy, Ilia Topuria. Ilia Topuria is one of the absolute best fighters in the world. He's the current UFC featherweight champion, and the dude is just fucking phenomenal. But when one of the things that's phenomenal about him is his technique. His technique is perfect. There's like no fat in his technique. There's no wasted movement. So when an opportunity presents itself, everything is so fast because the technique is so streamlined. But like, look at how he hits the pads. And when you watch how he hits the pads, and Mayweather is a great example of that as well. That's it. No, didn't go through. So it's simple. No, yeah, it's on this one. I sent it to you though on a text message. Really? I sent it twice. Yeah, okay. Ilia Topuria, like I said, some of the best hands in the sport, current UFC featherweight champion, and knocked out Volkanovski, who was maybe the greatest of all time. Watch him hit the punches. Look at this. You know, he's moving his head when the guy throws punches, just slipping just slightly.
A total economy of movement.
And the speed, man. The fucking speed of that. Look at the hand. Look at the hand speed. Fucking incredible. I mean, if you know how difficult that is to do and do it that fast, give me that sound again. Let me hear this. I mean, these are like 5-6 punches a second.
Yeah, it almost looks like it's sped up,
right?
1.5 times.
But it's not. And just phenomenal technique. But see how those punches, like, they're not even talking. So when he's throwing the mitts at his head to get him to duck, there's no communication. He just sees that hand coming towards him, and he's ducking. He sees this hand coming towards him, and he's ducking. It's all like slight slips away, and it's slight motions, which is all you need to get away from a punch, right? You don't want to move too far. You're wasting a lot of energy, and you can't counterattack. One of the best things about Floyd, and one of the most brilliant things about him, he's one of the most elusive fighters of all time, but he didn't move around. He stood right in front of you, and you couldn't fucking hit him. That's true mastery of space and true mastery of technique. He's in my opinion, he's the best boxer that's ever been.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not qualified to rank you. I watched, 50% towards the game. 50,
He just fought last weekend. This weekend, yeah, he fought a match against John Gotti's grandson, which is crazy.
That's scary for them.
Yeah, for a lot of reasons, right? This is the second time they fought. The first time they fought, it ended in a brawl. Like a bunch of people jumped in the ring. It was crazy because they stopped the fight because they were talking too much shit to each other, holding on to each other too much. The referee stopped the fight for whatever reason, I don't know. And in this fight, it was even crazy too because the first referee was terrible, and the referee called said Floyd Mayweather hit him behind the head. Absolutely incorrect call. Floyd threw a right hand, and it caught him on the side of the head, and the referee claimed that it was behind the head. So Floyd fired the referee in the middle of the bout. He stops the bout. He's like, "Get the fuck out of here! Get out of here!" Well, I guess. I mean, also it's Floyd Mayweather. Like, this is the referee going to do. Fuck you. You know, I'm going to stop the fight. Like, also they're in Mexico City. Like, you get killed. Like, just get out of the ring, buddy. So Floyd throws this punch, and he's 100% correct. The punch landed at the side of the head. It's a right hook. It's a perfect punch. And the referee was saying, "Watch the back of the head." He's like, "What the fuck are you talking about? That wasn't the back of the head." And so he kicks the guy out, and they bring in a different referee who finishes the fight. It was insanity. That's what it was. An exhibition. It's kind of a bullshit money grab, honestly. So you see the punch? That's the punch right there. It's just a right hook. So he's saying back of the head. Like, so Floyd's like, "Get the fuck out of here. Just get out of here. Fuck you. Get out of here." He's like, "Get the fuck out of here." And if anybody's qualified to say get out of here, it's fucking Floyd Mayweather, the best boxer of all time. He's 100% correct. That referee made a giant, stupid error. He's like, "Get out of here. Get out of here." He's like, "Get out of the fucking ring." Yeah, and he's right. Everybody watching it is right. No one thinks it's a bad punch. Let's see it again. Let's see it one more time. It's a counter right hand. Let's do it. We can see it slow motion. So he throws the punch. Boom. It's just a perfect right hook. It's a perfect right hook. What it does is a punch that goes over the top of the guard and catches him in the area of the head. It's a perfect punch. And for the referee to interfere there, and also it's literally like someone who probably doesn't know how to box at all telling the greatest boxer of all time that what he's doing is wrong, which is just bananas. So he got rid of the guy in the middle of the fight. But he's still doing these bouts at 46 years old, still boxing these young kids. Again, this John Gotti III, who is a very good up-and-coming MMA fighter. So, you know, he has all the weapons, takedowns, submissions, kicks, all that jazz. But he's choosing to fight Floyd in the boxing fight just for money, just like Conor McGregor did. It's really a trick. He gets these people to box with him. They have no business boxing with him. And he's making millions and millions of dollars doing this way after his competitive career is over. Which is
because he's earned that right.
Hey, man, he's a genius. He really is a genius. He's a genius in figuring out a way to keep making money. And one of the reasons why people watch him fight is not because he's like Mike Tyson, just goes out and destroys people. They like watching him fight because they hate him. Because he talks so much shit. He's like, "Look at $1 million watch. Look at my fucking jet. Look at my house. Look at this." He's like constantly showing you all these things that he has. Like, he'll lay out watches in a hotel bed. Like, you know, this is $1 million worth of watches. This watch goes for $2 million. And I'm like, this is my small watch that I take sometimes. But when I show up, I bring out the big boy and he brings up his watch is covered in diamonds. It's like fucking $5 million. And so you hate him. People hate him.
He creates envy.
Yes. Yeah, he creates envy, and you want him to lose, but he's not gonna. He's so good. But the other thing is discipline, right? He's not just this cocky guy who's like really good at boxing. He also has incredible discipline.
I've seen him
doesn't party.
Running in the middle of the night.
Yeah, he would go to a nightclub with everybody else, be drinking water, everybody's partying, having a good time. Floyd would leave the nightclub at 2 a.m., have his bodyguards drive the car, and he would run in front of the car for hours. Run home, 2 o'clock in the morning, run 5-6 miles. And did it all the time. Just always did. He was always fit, always in shape. Never got fat, never got lazy, always was ready, and so never really experienced decline. And then decided at a certain point in time, like after the Conor McGregor fight, okay, done, did it all, beat everybody, undefeated, bye. Now he just has these demonstration fights where they're weird little exhibitions where he's just beating people up that have no business in the ring with him. And one of them, who's walking around with a ring card, he took it from the ring card girl and started dancing around. So he's like under no threat whatsoever.
Well, people like to be angry. I'm always calling to mind a study. I'll keep this really brief, but there's a famous study by a guy named Robert Heath, who's a neurosurgeon, and he put a bunch of stimulating electrodes into the brain of some humans getting their surgery, and he offered them the opportunity to stimulate any area they wanted. And stimulate some areas and make you happy or giddy or drunk or sexual aroused or whatever. The one area that there were only 3 subjects, but for human neurosurgery, it's not terrible subject number. The area that all 3 of them preferred vastly over the other areas to be stimulated evoked sense of anger.
Really? Which is why Twitter is so popular.
Yeah. And to some extent, Instagram. I don't know.
Sure, but Twitter is the one the most because it's mostly just talk or mostly just text. Instagram is photographs. I mean, you could just. I don't comment on people's photos very, very rarely. I might have commented on photos 12 times in my life. Just a friend, like, that's awesome, way to go. Something nice. But I don't even read comments. But I look at pictures. I go, oh, that's cool. Oh, look at that video. That's fucking crazy. I'll give it a little tap, double tap, give you a little heart, give it a little love, and then move on about my day. But in Twitter, I'm constantly just engaging people's thoughts and arguments and debates. And that's why I think Twitter is the most addictive of all the social media platforms. In terms of engagement, but not as addictive as TikTok in terms of it compels you to continue to watch. I want to keep going with this, but I have a piece of that. I did the sauna before we got here, and I drank 64 liters of it, or 64 ounces. Rather. All right, we'll be right back.
What's that, man?
We were people like to get lucky. And you were saying that you had another urge, another sniff for these smelling salts.
So I'm observing something interesting about smelling salts. Like it's definitely, it's hard, and then I feel really good afterwards. Feel it in my body, and then I notice there's hunger.
Right, another hit.
Yeah, like maybe in 20 minutes or so.
It's like a cocaine thing.
Oh,
allegedly.
I've never tried cocaine.
Me neither. Good for you.
But
that's what I hear.
Yeah, I wonder. I doubt that hits the dopamine circuit, but a little valuable science tidbit. We hear so much about dopamine and adrenaline. Look, there are 3 molecules. They're called the catecholamines: dopamine, epinephrine, and noradrenaline. And they are actually some are biochemical derivatives, but others, they are cousins. They work like a little clan of molecules to raise alertness, focus, and drive. I think the great Robert Sapolsky said it best. He said, dopamine is not about the pursuit of pleasure, it's about the pleasure of the pursuit.
That makes sense.
That's why he's Robert Sapolsky.
Yeah, it's all the journey.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you combine motivation with adrenaline, which gets your body in a position to move better, and noradrenaline, which kind of works in between those 2. It's more complicated than we're going into. But they work as kind of like a gang of 3 to raise alertness, directional motivation, and go. And so I wouldn't be surprised if there was a really bit of a dopaminergic aspect of the smell.
Yeah.
To look it up and see. But I certainly like it. It feels good. It feels good.
Everybody likes it.
Yeah, and I like, that's why I've never tried cocaine or amphetamine. Like I like upstates, as they call it.
Me too, same thing. I've never tried Adderall either, but I've been tempted. People tell me, Jesus.
I've never tried it. I'm trying to think of it. There's some, there was a chart out on Twitter. We were just talking about Twitter where all the different nootropics, or let's not call them smart drugs, but things that can enhance alertness. Things like alpha GPC. As you know, since I've been living with alpha GPC, I don't care who it is. It's like, where's the double-blind, placebo-controlled study that shows that it raises alertness and focus? Look, as much as I believe in science, you don't need a double-blind, placebo-controlled study to know that Swift kicking machine hurts and that 600 milligrams of alpha GPC is going to make you better. Is it safe?
We did double-blind placebo-controlled studies for alpha.
Right. And so they exist. And certainly that's one that I would put kind of high on the tier of things for if you want alertness and focus. It's certainly more benign than a lot of prescription drugs.
But theanine is also really effective for that too. I don't know how many studies there are on that.
Not as many. Theanine takes away the jitters. Like 100 to 200 milligrams of theanine will take away the jitters associated with stimulants, which is why it's in all energy drinks. So you'll see alpha GPC, theanine, sometimes L-tyrosine, which is a precursor to dopamine. But there were a couple of things on that list, including prescription drugs like modafinil, for instance, which was originally designed for narcolepsy.
Was it designed for that, or was it designed as a performance-enhancing drug that they needed a way to prescribe it?
Yeah. So for the treatment of narcolepsy, it also has been shown to improve alertness and cognitive function in sleep-deprived individuals. So you can imagine military finding that very useful.
That's new Vigilant Pro Vigilant, right?
Correct.
I took that stuff for a while. I was taking it. And you know what I would really like to take it? Like, say if I had a gig in San Diego and I was done with my gig at like 11 o'clock. I don't want to stay up. Fuck it, let me drive home. And if I would drive home, there'd be that risk of the sleep coming on because of there's a weird thing about being on the highway, about those lines, they fucking hypnotize.
Oh, yeah.
It's really
Oh,
weird.
yeah.
Yeah, and so
Sure.
for anybody out here, listen to this, because my manager told me this, it's really important. If you think you're going to fall asleep, there's a great way to mitigate it that's pain-free. Get a rag, like a washcloth, and some ice and some water, and have like a little thing next to you with a cold, wet rag, and just wipe that rag on your face, and then you're good for like 5 more minutes. Reach in there and wipe that rag on your face, right out.
This is a great one.
Pain-free.
It's a great one, and it fits right in with what Matt Walker says to do the opposite. Fall asleep when you wash your face with warm water, take a hot shower.
I go in the sauna.
Or go in the sun. Everyone says, well, you're heating up your body. You need to cool down to fall asleep. Right? You heat up the surface of your body, and the medial preoptic area of your hypothalamus, which is your brain's thermostat, says, hey, the surface of the body is heating up. What should I do? Cool down my core temperature. And that puts you to sleep.
Would it be bad to do sauna and cold plunge and then try to go to sleep?
I do that if I'm late in the day and I'm tired. It's not a problem, but I end with kind of a rush. If I want to be alert, I end on cold. If I want to go to sleep,
Right.
I end with warm.
Which is why I start the day with cold. To wake up.
And when you get in the cold, the surface of the body gets cold. It's kind of and the core body temperature goes up because the medial preoptic area, your brain's thermostat, says, wait, the surface of the body is cooling down and we heat up. And waking up in the morning is largely the consequence of body temperature going up. So why do you wake up more quickly in the cold? Well, body temperature goes up more quickly. Also, big shot of adrenaline from cold water. Nobody escapes the adrenaline from cold water.
Right.
At least upon getting it, as long as it's cold enough. And last time you picked on me about how warm I'm keeping my ice bath, it can't even be called an ice bath. So my cold plunge is now set at mid-40s.
That's better.
Getting better, but I still go into the sauna at 210, 220.
By the way, I don't know if I'm right. I'm probably wrong. My wife doesn't want. She wants to get a second cold plunge because she doesn't like how cold mine is. Because mine is icy.
Yeah, you're probably in the 30s.
Yeah, 34. Yeah, it's fucking cold as shit.
He's smart.
Yeah, I've got a new one that I got from Rothschild. We have two. So we have one here at the gym that's a blue tube. This one's insane because you can crank it and you turn up the knob and it'll be like a flowing, raging river.
Well, and the flow breaks up the thermal layer on the outside of your body. When you're sitting in the cold plunge, I always say those stoic things where people are in the cold plunge, real still, looking tough. Tell that person to stick their arms around, let that cold water get in your armpits. Well, what's happening is you're breaking up the thermal layer that keeps you a little bit warmer. This is why we huddle in there, because it's not like you're making yourself, it's not like you're wearing a jacket. If you move or if the water is moving, much more effective.
It's painful for me to just check my watch to see how much time I got left. Yeah, I have a system down. If I count slowly to 10 2 times, so I count to 20, and I know exactly how long my breath is for it to be 3 minutes. I know how to do it, so I do it now.
That's awesome.
It's a little cheating.
You know what I do? Man, I can't believe I'm going to make this public. You know what I do? I got 2 little rubber duckies on there. One's a tougher looking rubber ducky, and his name is Rogan. I'm not kidding. I shot a video of this. I'll send it to you. My producer's going to film it. And then there's another one, and that's you. And it's you basically teasing me about what a wuss I am. And I do that for the entire time I'm in the cold plunge. So I forget that I'm in the cold plunge. And then at the end, you go, okay, you can get out now. Okay.
Well, here's what it is. I don't know if the cold is if it's any better to be 34 degrees or if it's any better to be 45 degrees or 50 degrees. But what I do know is that I don't like 34 degrees. So that's why I do it. Because if I feel like I can get away with making it a little bit easier, I feel like a bitch. So that's why I do it as cold as you can get before it freezes solid, which is seems to be 34 degrees.
Well, this gets to something that I know we've talked a little bit about before offline, which is doing hard things translates to an ability to do hard things. It probably translates, it doesn't kill you, to a longer life.
And you've explained that there's actually a part of your brain that grows.
So there's a brain area that most neuroscientists are aware of called the anterior mid-cingulate cortex. Scientists who are in the know about it. It's I teach neuroanatomy medical students at Stanford. It's an area that we cover in passing. But there are a lot of brain areas. You got to get, can't get that everywhere. But In the last couple of years, there have been studies of this area, the anterior mid-cingulate cortex, that make it super important for everybody to know about it, not just neuroscientists. Here's the deal. A colleague of mine at Stanford, Joe Carbizzi, is a neurosurgeon. He's in there stimulating different brain areas, including anterior mid-cingulate cortex and areas in human patients while they're alive, preparing them for surgery for other reasons. Stimulates anterior mid-cingulate cortex, and what do all people who have their anterior mid-cingulate cortex report? They feel like there's something about to happen, something's kind of looming, a challenge, a storm, some would report it as a storm or a physical challenge, but their overall sensation is one that they want to challenge. Now, this area is subsequently been imaged in people who are successful dieters, it grows larger. And people that fail at a diet, their nutrition gets smaller. People that embrace a new form of exercise, and here's the key point, that they don't want to do, this area gets bigger. People that are just doing things that they enjoy doing does not change in shape or size. Now, here's where it gets even more interesting. The anterior mid-cingulate cortex is larger in volume in a group of people called super agers. Okay, it's a bit of a misnomer because it implies they age faster. They actually age more slowly as it relates to cognitive decline. The slope of cognitive decline is not as steep in these people, meaning they're holding on to cognitive abilities longer than other people in the older age. And the universal quality of these superagers is not just the larger anterior mid-cingulate cortex, but that they challenge themselves to do things that are challenging and they kind of don't want to do or really don't want to do. So when we hear, oh, people should do crossword puzzles to maintain their memory, probably good to keep some cognitive flexibility going. But if you love crossword puzzles, you're not going to grow your anterior mid-cingulate cortex. If you love 45 degrees in the cold plunge after an hour-long run, hills, which I do, probably not going to do much to grow this area. If you really don't want to do something and you do it, this area gets bigger. And it's got inputs and outputs from all of these different brain areas that make all of this make sense, like the dopamine system, like learning and memory system, like the areas of the brain that say, no, I'm going to retreat from it. It's aversive. You push yourself to do something you don't want to do. This area gets bigger. And the best part is it translates to the ability to do harder things elsewhere. This, to me, I get obviously super excited about because it's nested in human data and animal data, in real-world examples of dieting and exercise and aging and longevity and all of that. And it speaks to much of what we've talked about on this podcast for years and years, which is do hard things. It will give you an ability to do other hard things. But if you love doing deadlifts, honestly, even sets to failure on those deadlifts, enjoy them, benefit from them, all the wonderful things that come with doing deadlifts, great. But you should probably also do something that you don't enjoy doing if you have an interest in the kind of benefits that you're talking.
Well, it completely makes sense that your brain would have to develop an ability to continue to do difficult things, and that ability to not hesitate and push through, the ability to not procrastinate and go forward, and that thing is probably like all things. It's like cardiovascular endurance, muscular endurance. You develop an ability to do more of it because of that.
Right.
Because your brain recognizes this is something that we're going to have to deal with. Let's figure out how to respond to this.
Right, and movement itself, like physical movement or cognitive movement, if you're learning new things like comedy, learning new things like poetry, drawing. Like I used to draw a lot, start drawing again, carry around this notebook everywhere. I don't show drawings, they're just for me. But pushing myself to do something that I enjoy, but that like there's a barrier there. I mean, I do anatomical drawings.
I got a lot of tricks in there.
No,
It's like super bad.
I think here's, sorry, these are just my personal. These are actually just this is my journal book notes. But my I've actually I used to post my drawings on Instagram. That's how I started.
Really?
In 2019, I wasn't even about having a podcast. I was just posting pictures of the record.
When did we meet?
So 2019, I started posting on Instagram. 2020, I came on this podcast for the first time. Yeah, but you were in LA at that time. And and then I went on Lex's podcast a little bit later, and he should start podcasts. So
there you go. Yeah. Okay, so here's some of you. Oh, wow.
They're not great. They're just for fun. They're just for fun. They're just for fun.
Not bad at all.
But I like to use them to teach. So they're not. Listen, I'm no Da Vinci, but
that's pretty fucking good, actually.
But the point, I'm obsessed with this thing that somewhere between perfect accuracy and total representation of biology, like a brain or a set of cells, and at the other end of the continuum, like ball and stick, there's like a perfect sweet spot for teaching. And so what I'm doing there is what I do in the classroom. I go, okay, listen, we're going to talk about how muscle releases a microRNA that helps you burn fat. And then I kind of remind people, like, there's fat. So I don't want too much detail, but I don't want too little detail.
Hey, that's good. Like the anatomy of the hand is dead on. That's really good.
So I'm trying.
No, that's really good.
And of course, that's not anatomically correct. Like the nerves don't spit out of the tip of the finger.
Right.
But when you're trying to teach,
Yeah, that's good eye. Yeah, that's really good.
like I'm just trying. I'm not trying to be Da Vinci. I just want people to learn the information. So,
One of my daughters is in sync.
oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to be a comic book illustrator when I was young. And I always wonder, like, how much of talent gets passed on to kids.
It's hard to separate nature and nurture there.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think
There's something there. Because there's certain people that, like, if their parent was a singer, like, but then you go, well, maybe they're singing around the house a lot when growing up.
people are going to think I'm weird for saying this, but I'm weird to say that. Schultz, the way he moves, like how live he is, and his parents are like dancers and performers.
Right.
Right.
Also, he's a good boxer.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like just his movements are so atypical, and like he's like it's like watching him is cool. Like he looks cool the way he moves.
He's free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a skateboarder named Jimmy Wilkins who's like breaking every barrier on skateboarding, and he actually uses his knees to contact the board and move the board while his hands are free. And he's a smaller guy, real small, real wide, super loose ankles. And I said to him, like, what do your parents do? He goes, he's a ballerina. My dad's an orchestra. This guy's using his knees on the board, so like he does everything, not everything, he does a lot of things hands-free at Mach speed. For people in skateboarding, they probably just want to see flips and 900 varials, and that stuff's cool, but he makes everything look so good. I mean, Jimmy, for those that are in the know, Jimmy Wilkins is the next, like Tony will say, Tony Hawk, everyone will say, like, watching Jimmy, look, see, the whole thing here is that Jimmy's skateboarding is like perfect poetry, right? So the reason, so his back knee is often used to stabilize the board. He's got that hip looseness that you were talking about earlier, and so
That's incredible.
he won X Games last year, not this year. This year he took third. So
Those guys get banged. Those guys get a lot of concussion.
yeah, he's big on the nicotine. I'm trying to get him to quit the nicotine, so because he loves the nicotine. But between
Why get him to quit?
like I don't have a problem with people taking nicotine
Pouches?
but it's a vasoconstrictor. It raises blood pressure. As long as you're healthy in other ways, I just think that I see people go from like one pouch to a canister.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Then
just
they ramp up the dosage, too. I like 3 milligrams. But Lucy sent me some that are 12s. Jesus Louises.
I can do like half a piece of
I
right?
put that 12 in my mouth for like 30 seconds and my body's like, get it out of here.
That's a lot. Seems like you're good at keeping things in that useful but not excessive.
Yes. Well, I'm a control freak in that way. And I want to be, I don't ever want to be out of control. Like, I've never been addicted to a stuff. I've been a coffee, I guess. But I've taken time off of coffee too, just because I know that I like it too much. But coffee doesn't overwhelm me, right? So if I felt like coffee was overwhelming me, or if it was difficult to acquire or illegal, I probably would quit coffee.
Chugging the way the world's going. It's probably going to be like,
Well, it's always good. The reason why coffee is legal and is the reason why they created meth, really, because it's good for productivity. Like coffee to keep you from getting tired. It's good for productivity. It's also enjoyable. People like a nice warm liquid. I love it. And since I really got into coffee through this podcast, really, I drink it black. I like coffee. I like the taste. I look forward to it. I have one every morning. I like it. But
I love it in the afternoon.
if I thought it was fucked with my life, 100% I'd quit. You know, I mean, I've had times in my life where I was drinking too much, mostly because of comedy. Because nights you're out with your boys and everybody wants to drink. They're all drinking. My friends are all drunks. Like a good solid
Whitney
percentage.
doesn't drink.
No, Whitney does not drink. But a good solid percentage of my friends drink a lot. They drink all the time. They drink at clubs. Like Shane Gillis. Bert is not going to quit.
Well, he asked me to help him.
No, he doesn't.
Otherwise,
I just
I
want to see you talk to him. Just
okay.
talk about Bert.
I'll
That's
talk
what he
about him.
wants. But that's what he wants. So let's
I'll
talk about
him.
me. Let's talk about me, about how I have to quit. Come on, talk to me about me. Let's make it all about Bert. That's what Bert likes. He's not going to quit.
Well, he was doing better with himself, and then he posted that photo of himself in the wetsuit. Come on, bro. Like, get with it.
Did you get fat again? You sent me a picture the other day. He was all skinny. Is he lying?
No, he's looking more like a melted candle.
Son of a bitch. He got big at least to get jacked. He started lifting weights.
I feel bad making fun of him, but I'm not making
He
fun of
likes
him.
it.
I'm just
What
worried.
was you talking
I'm
about?
just worried about his health.
Oh, yeah, that's
I'm worried about your health.
Well, the thing is, Bert is on tour, right? He's got painted toenails too. He's on tour, so he's on this fully loaded tour. He's doing all these arenas with all his friends, and they're doing activities constantly. They go to water parks, shit like that.
Can you bring a kettlebell or something?
They do that too, but he gets drunk every night, and it's not just like a little bit of beer. It's a lot of beer. It's a lot of. They have a vodka company now. That's not good. And they have their own vodka. So
It's like saying everybody loves a young girl, but as time goes on, it does not look pretty.
Yes, but there's a curve when it comes back around again. You see a 90-year-old guy that's hammered. That guy's fun. Then they're wild again. A 90-year-old guy with a fucking straw hat on and a gun. He's drunk.
Yeah, I must say.
Like Hunter S. Thompson when he was before he died.
I must say, I thoroughly enjoyed your
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Watched it 3 times.
Thank you. That's another. So that one was another example of doing something I didn't want to do, because they offered me to do it live, and I was like, "Fuck that! Like, I want to be able to edit mistakes out. I want to have 4 shows and pick the best one and do that. I want to do it fucking live. That's cool. Who fucking needs that pressure?"
It was so good. I watched the first one with my girlfriend. We watched it as it was happening. Then I watched it with my friend Tim. Green Day Rants, all these 90s bands smashing pumpkins out on tour, like stadiums and 90,000 people.
Isn't that crazy?
So it's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. I went out because I'm like, big Rancid fan, and I like the other guys too, but I'm a big Rancid fan. I was like, holy cow, like, people love this stuff. Yeah. Again. Anyway, we watched it again there, and then I watched it again. I will say it felt very cathartic to me. I don't know how it felt for you, but it felt really cathartic.
Oh, the subject matter?
The subject matter, and also, like, the next day was pure, like, delight and just baffled and shocked all at the same time when on Twitter I see a clip taken completely out of context about a bit about taking things out of context. It's like life had like looped back on itself. You were talking about things being taken out of context, and they were taking it out of context. And they'd like cut it. Yeah. And I was like, wait, I remember that very different. Because I remember things that I hear pretty well. And I was like, went back and I was like, wait, he's talking about things being taken out of context, and they're taking it out of context.
Yeah, they don't care. But there's always some people that they're not, this is not in good faith. Everything they're doing is just trying to find something wrong with everything they're doing. And it's usually people who like their life is honest. There's no one who does that, who is a healthy, accomplished person who has great relationships in their life, who's doing really well at some skill or chosen profession that they enjoy very much. They're not fulfilled.
People are trying to pull this out.
Yeah.
They're trying to get clicks off your name.
There's a lot of that, for sure. So there's a business in that. And then there's also people that are doing, like MSNBC did this recently. And this has gotten so popular that my fucking stepdad contacted me to tell me he's happy that I'm suing MSNBC. I'm like, I'm not suing MSNBC. But this is what MSNBC did. They took a clip of me talking about Tulsi Gabbard, and they edited it up and made it look like I was saying great things about Kamala Harris.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You and I have been mashed up on other stuff and AI, and I don't want to, like you said, we don't want to draw attention. Then they got taken off the internet, thank goodness, but it was bullshit. It was it was AI and mashup.
Yeah, there's a lot of AI.
They did that about politics.
Yes, they did it about politics, but they didn't do it like AI. They just deceptively edited the things that I was saying, took it completely out of context. Where I was talking about, first of all, I was talking about Tulsi Gabbard, and then I was talking about that the media behind Kamala Harris, all this surge, all these people just deciding that she's good, she could win, and they put the two of those together and made it seem like I was praising Kamala Harris and saying a bunch of things that aren't even true about her. Like, I was talking about Tulsi Gabbard being a congresswoman for 8 years, and about how she served overseas, 2 deployments in medical units, dealing with people who were blown up from the war. Like, that's not something Kamala Harris did. It's something Tulsi Gabbard did. I was just saying things about her, and they put it out there as a clip of me praising Kamala Harris. But they don't care about the truth. They just want a narrative to get out there amongst enough people, because most people are just surface readers, right? They read a headline, and I have to go through that many times. You read a headline, oh, I know what that is, and then you shut your laptop. I got it now. I got the whole. So if you read an article that says, Andrew Schultz is a liar. Like, oh, he's a liar. Or he's a liar. And they just start repeating he's a liar. It doesn't have to be real. And so all they have to do is start, like, how many people are actually going to watch my Netflix special? It was a lot, but compared to the amount of people in the country, not a lot. You know, a small percentage. So all you have to do is take something out of context from someone who's never going to watch it in the first place, put it in front of them, like, oh, that piece of shit. Can't believe he said that. Even though I'm literally talking about things being taken out of context.
The part about this that's so frustrating to me is that, like, at some point, especially as a scientist, right? Like, that's data selection, right? Like, if you look at data, like, and you look at scientific experimentation, it starts with a question, generate a hypothesis, collect data, and publish the results, and you get to state your conclusions. Now let's talk about what you're talking about. In the world of science, I don't think there's a lot of outright data fraud, but a lot of experiments that don't work, people come up with excuses to eliminate.
But there is some data fraud. Right?
Yeah, there certainly is some data.
The amylase plaques thing.
There's certainly some data fraud, and there's a range of underlying reasons. One of the more common reasons that people don't talk about, which is something to really strongly regulate in laboratories against, is when a laboratory is known for doing very, very good work, oftentimes the graduate students and postdocs that go there feel like they need to give the boss the result. So sometimes it's unbeknownst to the person running the lab. There have been a lot of cases in recent years of papers being discovered as having issues, and it's like, would you go after the lab head, or do you go after the person who did it? Lab heads are responsible for everything in their lab. AI is helping with this because you can scan data and look at things, but you know, ambition is a dangerous thing. You know, if somebody puts ambition ahead of accuracy. Sure. Okay. So there's that kind of thing, and then there's outright data fraud. And there was this nanotechnologist guy from some years back, I think it's last shown, who had like 20 papers in Science and Nature in 2 years, and it turns out he wasn't even bothering to, he was fabricating data. The papers were all retracted, and but the noise plots, the random noise plots in these papers were the way he got caught. What it turned out is that, I mean, I'm chuckling because it's like he was so lazy, ambitious, but so lazy that he didn't even bother to use new random noise plots from one paper to the next. So somebody said, wait, random should be random. Why is it the same in these two papers? Boom, and then the whole thing.
Wow.
Eventually. So lazy. So he was particularly ambitious, lazy, and that was outright fraud. Right. There are all sorts of other cases and things like that. And, you know, there's people who make this their sport to talk about. Most scientists are trying to get the correct answers. I do believe that. Most scientists have good faith. They're trying to get the answers. But it's hard. Science is hard. Now, what you're talking about, to me, sounds like people deliberately grabbing from the palette of paints, that is the words that are spoken by anybody on the internet, especially people with podcasts, you or me or anybody else, and then literally cutting and pasting things together to create a story, which is fiction.
Do you know what Paint Trip is?
No.
You don't know Paint Trip? Paint Trip is hilarious. He's a guy on the internet who takes clips of podcasts and creates narratives of things that are totally not happening.
Oh yeah, I've seen some.
There's one recently. Me and Tucker Carlson are having an argument.
I haven't seen that.
It's good.
I remember one of you and Elon, several times. Yeah, so I know that.
So Paint Trip is no, it's a dude.
Oh, okay.
His name is. So here it is, Paint Trip. So what?
So these are actual spoken words kludged together.
Yeah. About completely different things. It's really masterful. You want to dive? Watch. Isn't that funny? But this is funny, right? He does that with a lot of stuff. Like people pretend to be in love with him. He makes it like there's a romance between different people. But that's funny. That's art. Right? He's making a story that doesn't exist. It's real fun, right? But there's people that do it just to either, in this case, it was to promote Kamala Harris, to get the passive listener, people that are the casual, to go, oh wow, Joe Rogan likes Kamala Harris.
I heard you endorsing and not endorsing all sorts of people.
Yeah, you can't say I like somebody without being endorsed and get it mad. But I think many people are having now the Rogan activities now with Trump stuff. I think
they've unified the votes.
Yeah, I think we're in a very weird time with media, and I think truth is super important. I think someone that's willing to do something like that, that's a real offense. It's a real offense. It's not a small thing. It's a real lie, and it's a lie that changes other people's opinion. You take what's perceived to be an influential person, and you distort their views in either way to shame them, make them look bad, or promote someone else. That's a real lie. It's a dangerous lie. It's a real offense, and I think that there's no laws against that right now. Except libel law. We can take some court, I guess. But it's a real bad thing. It's a real gross lie, and it's used right now to manipulate public opinion.
Completely out of context.
Mm-hmm.
In the example you gave.
Yeah.
And certainly I'm familiar with examples where context is completely cut off at the point where it leads to a false conclusion.
Oh, sure.
Like where the story is completely different. And the reason I gave the counterexample of science is, when you're trained as a scientist, you're trained to try and parse what's real and what's not real, and give the best version of that you can, and then you are allowed to state your conclusions. But I have a question. At what point do you think the general public will come to understand that this is the way that a lot of things that they see out there are constructed to some degree or another, and stop actually believing?
It depends on who the public is. This is the issue right now with boomers, right? Old liberals in particular. All they do is watch the news and read the newspaper, and whatever's printed, they believe. And it's very difficult to get them to consider, like, hey, maybe someone's lying. Maybe there's propaganda campaigns. Maybe there's like this widespread media narrative that they're pushing because corporations are behind it and advertising is behind it, and they figure out a way to manipulate the public opinion. It's very hard to get old boomers to believe that because they're old, okay? So they're set in their ways. Their mind has formed around, I am a liberal, I'm a Democrat, I've been a Democrat my whole life. This is feel about these issues. This is my community, this is my tribe, these are my people, and the news says this, and I'm with them, and oh great, we're up in the polls now. And for them, it's like they're on a team. It might as well be the Dolphins versus the Raiders. It's the same kind of mentality in their head, and they don't want to challenge. That little part of their brain that exists when you challenge yourself, you do things you don't want to do, that bitch is shriveled up to almost nothing. And they're real boring, and their lives are entirely excited by political discourse.
Do you think it's all boomers?
Yeah, it's mostly boomers. I think young people are way less likely to buy into bullshit. There's young people that are ideologically captured, for sure. You see that both with right-wing people and with left-wing people.
Sorry, I mean, do you think that all boomers believe in traditional media like this?
It's mostly because they grew up with it. They're the ones. The kids today, they don't buy it at all. Like Gen Z kids and whatever the fuck what's the newest? What's the latest? Whatever these kids are. These young kids coming up today, like people in their 20s, they don't believe it at all.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll non-reluctantly tell you, my dad, over the years, like, we had some early issues and we resolved them and we're good now. But when some not so kind press came out about me, they interviewed a lot of people, high school class and friends and coworkers, and then cherry picked the story they wanted to create. But they talked to my dad, okay? And I would not put my dad into the political camp that you described, or any camp, really. But he's a first-generation immigrant, moved here from Argentina, did his PhD under a scholarship from the Navy. It was like a story of an immigrant who came here and became a scientist. There wasn't a lot of science to do in in Argentina. There's not a lot of funding for it, right? So came here. I would say that when they reached out to him, he was like, oh yeah, the reporter was super nice. They asked me all these questions. And then he called me. He was like, I'm shocked. I didn't say that. That was completely flipped and twisted. And
you got to record those kind of conversations.
And I said, it's okay. It's okay. In fact, and that changed his perception. I can't speak for him, but based on conversations we've had, it's changed his perception. He was like, I can't believe this, that they would sort of leverage this for a false narrative.
You're allowed to do it for whatever reason. I have a friend who used to work at New York Times, said they were encouraged to do it. They were encouraged to just try to take someone down. Like, that was the whole idea of peace.
Yeah, well, that was made clear by the fact that many people reached out, like, I had the best conversation with this person. Or my former, when I was a kid, I grew up skateboarding, and I wrote for this Thunder and Spitfire, and my team manager was interviewed. And then he called me afterwards and said, yeah, it was kind of weird. Like, I kept telling him the story that, that I heard about you on the podcast over and over. And they kept poking, trying to get me. And he said, that's not what happened. If you called me that day and said, help me, I need this, et cetera, et cetera. He was like, I don't get it. I was like, listen, Sheree. Like, that's what we call it. Like, listen, like, thanks for talking to her, but it's just the way it works.
It's not about
like, they weren't really interested in the truth. They were interested in pulling out certain language. An ex-girlfriend of mine said the same thing. Like, I talked to her and I told her like what a great relationship we had, and then like what she printed kind of alluded to something kind of slightly different. And I said, listen, thanks for talking. Like, the goal is to collect a bunch of data. Like, this is why I compare it to science. Take a bunch of data, cherry pick only the things that could work if those only were true. And some of them are just outright lies. And then publish that. That is data for it. Like, so I agree with studies. Like many. And at the same time, we're enjoying nicotine here, or you are, because I will say I'm not in defense of the pharmaceutical industry, nor am I on attack of them. But there's certain things that, push through traditional science. You get great information about dosage and safety. Look at Ozempic, right? I get asked about this all the time. I don't know how this became politicized. I will say, if you do things to offset the muscle loss, for certain people, reducing their appetite with it might be a useful tool. It's expensive, it's their dependence, those are important issues. But we learned one thing for sure from Ozempic, Mounjaro, etc. The main cause of the obesity crisis is people eat too many calories. On average, about 3,500 calories per day, and they don't move enough. They don't exercise. And then we can get into what they eat, etc. Especially about seed oils if we really want to cause some friction. I don't like seed oils. I don't eat them, but I'm not aware of any randomized controlled trial that says they're bad. I just don't like them. I like olive oil and butter. And I like cooking beef and beef fat. It tastes better, and I feel better. And that's enough of a reason for me.
Wasn't there some science about why they're bad for you?
So there's this whole thing about ratios of omega-3s versus the omega-6s, and you get a lot of omega-6s with the seed oils. And I think olive oil is good for us. I think I will conclude that. I think drinking less alcohol or no alcohol is good for you. I think I'm of the belief that high-quality meat is good for you. I'm also of the belief that fruits and vegetables are good for you. Like, I think all the data point to these things. I think that there isn't an abundance of data yet that says seed oils are bad. And I think Wayne Martin would support that statement, and he's kind of my go-to in terms of what the randomized controlled trials say, right? But in my experience, I feel better when I'm not eating them, so I choose personally not to eat them. And frankly, there may be something to it, right? I mean, now we're hearing all about microplastics, we're hearing about all that. But when it comes to the GLP-1 agonists, right? I spent a lot of time on this in 2 podcasts with one with an expert, one solo, et cetera. Of all the peptides that broke through, we've talked about peptides, we've talked about more. There's this one peptide, glucagon-like peptide 1, that when raised to levels about 1,000-fold over normal levels, leads to massive suppression of appetite, and people lose weight, which for some people is an emergency situation. They're really fat, and there's nothing they can do to lose the weight, and they're getting sicker and sicker. My hope would just be that those people would also try and eat correctly and exercise. And so the debate has become, is it good for you, is it bad? Well, there's muscle loss, so offset the muscle loss. But let's be realistic, most people would offset the muscle loss.
Right. If you could do both, it'd be better.
Yeah. Or come off the Ozempic Mounjaro eventually by replacing your behaviors. It's hard to move when I've never been big and overweight, but the way that Goggins talks about it, or, it's got to be uncomfortable. Like when you're feeling kind of just not great, like just to move, you can get injured easily. I would say one of the best ways to get and stay in great shape in your life is, yes, exercise, eat right, etc., but also don't get badly hurt.
Yes.
That's a huge one that nobody talks about.
Okay.
And the number one way, in my opinion, to get badly hurt is do a workout that a friend suggests without at 10 out of 10.
Well, especially with heavy stuff.
Right. Or go to one of these boot camp things like, I want to sweat a lot. You go in, do a bunch of circuit training for an hour, and 2 days later, your shoulders are boy.
So you got to build up to that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So, I think there are a lot of themes here, but I'm not opposed to certain pharmaceuticals. I think certain people need drugs for ADHD. A lot don't. And, dose response curves and lethal dose analysis and that kind of stuff is super valuable. What I don't like, because I don't think it's necessary, is when people default to the most expensive, side effect risky, reflexive option. Because I think that the basics, so exercise, cardio and weight training. I mean, these things work. They work so well. They've always worked well, and they'll always work well.
Yeah.
And I also think there's great data emerging that they transform mental health. I mean, the data on resistance training 2 or 3 times a week and mental health is striking. I mean, compare that to what people get from certain SSRIs, and they're like, goodness sake, 45 to 60 minutes a week, lift some heavy objects.
Yeah.
You feel better.
It literally has better statistical results.
Absolutely.
Than SSRIs.
Absolutely.
Really nuts.
And I know you've talked about this recently, and I'm kind of putting a bunch of things here, but I think a lot about this relationship between traditional science, FDA, NIH. I reviewed grants for the NIH for years. So very recently, I was a regular study section. But I understand the process. I understand the limitations and the benefits. And I also understand that, like in cases recently where the FDA decided to not approve MDMA for the treatment of PTSD, you go, whoa, what's it going to take? I think, I had a lot of feelings about that rule. I think it's unfortunate given the really strong data that support the use of MDMA for the treatment of PTSD. I mean, more than 60%, successful in reports, plus some people just go into total remission. But the hazards are there, and if there aren't safeguards in place for the practitioner-patient relationship, which is one of the major concerns, if those aren't there, well, then it's never going to be legalized. So,
what is the hazard of the participant with the person who's helping them?
So there were 2 major issues, plus some others, but the ones that I'm most aware of is that lack of an adequate control group. People don't know if they got the drug legal. And then the other one is during the course of the trials, there were some issues that came up about improprieties between practitioners and patients.
Like sexual stuff?
My understanding is that there were certain things may have arisen that kind of like hooked up people's ears. But the major issue was this. Is a person who's under the influence of MDMA in a position to advocate for what they need during the course of the session, right? Like, are they in a quote-unquote truly safe space? But the same thing could be said of suicide trials. So the solution there, is my understanding, is that we have 2 therapists, not 1 therapist, 2 therapists.
Right.
That there's safeguards in place.
Right.
The same way that, when somebody, a brain surgeon does a brain surgery, there's an anesthesiologist there and multiple nurses and staff to get things and hemostats.
Right.
So I think that there needs to be, a next phase evolution of the way that we think about things like MDMA-assisted treatment for PTSD, because I do think by my read of the data, I've looked closely at these data, despite a few retractions, there's still a body of data that really points to how powerfully helpful it can be for certain people under the right conditions.
Yeah.
It's just striking.
And there's a tremendous amount of anecdotal to it. Just people who haven't been in the study but talk about the benefits they've had from it, how much especially war veterans, with both psilocybin and MDMA.
And Ibogaine, the work that Veteran Solutions is doing with a guy at Stanford, Nolan Williams, in the Department of Psychiatry. He's been doing brain imaging before and after Ibogaine with the veterans that are taking Ibogaine, followed by EMT. And those are looking very, very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it's also the kind of emotional loading of things like MDMA. When we call it MDMA, if I tell you this is MDMA, this is a drug that raises serotonin dramatically, raises dopamine dramatically, opens neuroplasticity, and allows people to rewire their brains, if adequately supported, to feel relief, if not remission, from PTSD. You'd say, awesome. How do we move this forward safely? But if I start using words like ecstasy, I start using, now I call it what it really is, MDMA, methylene dioxide, methamphetamine. You hear methamphetamine, you hear ecstasy. You start hearing a bunch of stuff that starts shifting your brain towards, okay, this is like a party drug or whatever. But same thing was said about cannabis. I've done multiple episodes about cannabis. I'm not anti-cannabis. I think there's case studies where excuse me, that's a specific thing in science, use cases where, or examples where people with a propensity for psychosis should probably not be doing high THC cannabis. I learned something really interesting about this. We brought on an expert, in part, but there was a little bit of a Twitter battle. I put out a solo episode about cannabis years ago. No one had a problem with it, but I click on X. Oh, people came at me like crazy. So I invited one of the main academics in that area on my podcast. He eventually agreed.
What was his disagreement with?
He didn't like a bunch of things I said, but mainly 3 statements. One was that I said that there was evidence, because there is a published paper, there is a published paper looking at the differences in the subjective effects that people experience with sativa versus indica strains. He said there's no evidence that there's a different experience from sativa versus indica strains. That's just all bud tender lore. You shouldn't be saying this.
He doesn't smoke weed.
I don't.
That's just not true.
Right. So I said, wait, here's the paper. Here's the paper.
Right.
Then there were a couple other things. One is,
did he agree once you read the paper?
He said he would like to see more evidence. When he came on, he was very gracious, offered a lot of useful knowledge, but he really didn't counter with that much. There were some issues around about CBD biology versus THC.
What is his field of expertise?
He's a works on animal models, but focuses on cannabis. And so he's very knowledgeable, and I don't think he's anti-cannabis at all. But he was checking me on some things that he felt that he was he's a very nice guy. He was checking me on some things that he felt I had not gotten correctly or that weren't adequately supported. So my response was,
right,
I'm not afraid to talk science. That's what I do. Like, let's go. And not in a combative way. He agreed to come on the podcast. We had a great discussion. And one of the things that he said was the whole idea that there's so much more THC in weed now that's leading to all these problems. Like, the weed of today is not the weed of yesterday. He said when people inhale, they take a bite, vape, or they smoke it or whatever. His words are that
we have a new friend here. Lance, without a doubt, in the history of mankind, I don't think anybody likes this program. Lance, I routinely just look at my phone since I met him, and I have 56 more. So be careful with this. I'm not saying what he's saying isn't making sense. Well, I don't know if it makes sense, but it's not. It's like it's sentences coherent. So I just keep giving these. Okay, that one. No, Lance, I lost track of what you were talking about. Okay. What else is there? He's a nice person, and I want to help him. It's a lot, and I hope Lance understands. Like, I met Lance 3 hours ago, and I might have 450 messages from him. So, I've already told him, Lance, and I'm on Discord more than anyone, and I've never had someone produce like 1/4 this amount of messages in this time. Not even 1/4, 1/10. Nobody does it. So just if Lance. Oh man, what is it? It's interesting. It's a lot of like ancient forces, nothing real specific. It seems like he's part of some legion or something. It's not like if this. Let me just ask you, Joe Doug. You know who Bob Lazar is? That's right. That's the question. Let's stop mincing words here, dog. Do you know who Bob Lazar is? If you do, absolutely. So we got that going for it. Maybe like a bunch of people came in late at night. Not a ton, but I'm giving people. So the big thing, like as much as I push YouTube, as much as I push Discord, YouTube's my bread and butter. And believe it or not, these dudes in this thing are going to my YouTube. I finally get YouTube viewers. Like, people are typing me in YouTube. I'm like, okay, whatever it takes. But yeah. Dude, I think so. You know, my feet are cold, especially at night. It's like, well, anything for world peace and all the things that, seriously, I was thinking about this. Would I suck a dick for world peace? And I'm like, no, maybe it's not the whole world would have to know about it. It'd have to be live streamed, and I'd have to be like, there's definitely no more fucking war ever again, like ever. But I'm thinking like, how desperate would I get? So I'm not that. I still have to think about that one as much as I would want to. I thought to myself, well, I'd suck my own dick, I think, for world peace, but someone else's, I don't know. I'm probably not actually. I probably would just be like, fuck it. But if they want to see my feet for world peace, I can live with it. I can live with the feet. But aside from that, I don't want to touch anybody. I don't want anybody touching me. That's not my job. But if it gets the word out about world peace, I'm all for it. And so I got. That Discord, I figured out something I don't want to say doing wrong in other Discords, but use Android devices. A lot of times they'll just, holy shit, man. Lands, what did you say here? Good. He believes himself working. I do not hear that up, but he uses ancient technology. Lands uses ancient technology. Okay. Lance, if you don't mind, I'm going to read your message. I'm right here. So I say, you know Bob Lazar is. Lance says, he believes himself working on ancient tech, which is accurate. I do not feel that I use ancient technology. How profound is it? Well, you morons actually suffer coastal decay, and my systems can't. So how effective is it? Kids, you're looking at God behind you in that regard, providing away continuously because your many peoples are too inferior to solve key issues. But they weren't ever masters, were they? That is the cost of the old God's insight. Hold on, just typing more. Huh? The four lords demand account of copy lands. I've been studying religion, essentially not religion. Wait, excited. But that's cool. Whatever floats your boat. This thing that I figured out on Android is basically like what would happen is I would go, I had my Discord going, I'd have it streaming, and then all of a sudden, like 20 to 30 minutes would go by and it would freeze. I didn't know why it was happening, but it has to do with this stupid Android feature that like preserves your battery, even though your phone is like plugged in. So I don't understand. If your phone's plugged in, that bitch should be running hardcore 24/7, ready to go. And it's like, no, it's got like battery safety. Like, what asshole engineer developed this? So I figured out that was an issue that I had on some devices. And then I've made some friends in another Discord, but these people are fucking like every time. So people want to preserve records, I guess. Not like data archiving like I'm doing, but like their friend has the record in a certain Discord. They have like 150 hours streaming of this, and that's nothing. That's less than a week of Discord. I break those records all the time. So I'm getting a lot of hate out of people who are like, "You're just in here to break this record." I'm like, dog. A record of 156 hours is just nothing to try 3 fucking years, man. And so I've got, yeah, exactly. At least if we combine all of the accounts, definitely. We only, dude, it's this fucker again. There's some asshole who thinks it's cool I asked him directly, are you the BC police? And he's like, yeah. So I went to the head of yeah, I know. I'm like, what the fuck, man? I went to the head of the Discord, and they were like, let him stream, it's fine. But nevertheless, I don't know. I don't get these people. I want to meet these people in real life and just be like, what in the fuck kind of power trip are you on? And right, and I'm sure like most of them would just be like, well, we never thought that you would call us out on this shit to make us famous or infamous on what we do. So we thought we were going to be able to lurk in the shadows. We watched after. So I read to you this thing on Paul Benowitz and Dolce, and then you were out. You were asleep, and I was totally fine. So I'm like, you know what? I ripped on this fucker Mike Baker so much. I guess I should watch this thing. Even though I've already seen it, and so I did. Yeah, oh yeah. So we've done the whole. I'm almost thinking that I'm just gonna read the fucking Joe Rogan on and just do the math. It's in reverse, but it's kind of the thing. One time, somebody was making fun of me on Kick. Actually, he's a cool guy. He wasn't making fun of me, but he's like, you know, all you do is spam us on Kick. His name's Will Scanlon, and I like him a lot. So if he's out there, I know he is. I'm not saying anything about him. I think he's a great streamer. He knows I think he's a great streamer. And he puts in a lot of fucking hours. Of anyone I've seen on Kick, he's up there. But he'll do like 36 hours just without thinking. And so he was like, yeah, but you're not like what you're watching isn't really all that interesting. Like, what do you even watch? And I said, well, this was a while back, but I just started Joe Rogan last night. And I was thinking of just watching them all. And then I have them all preserved. But then it's really easy for me to just turn it on. I don't have to search anything. And he said, oh, actually, that's a really good idea. And I remember that kind of sticking out in my mind. Like, Joe Rogan has a pretty wide appeal amongst the audience that basically sees me. And even if he doesn't, people recognize him, so they'll recognize him. And to some people, they really like him. And he doesn't have the number one podcast in the world for nothing. And he's easily recognizable. Like when you look at my streams, if you take a screenshot, whatever I have going on in the back is like part of the art. And so people see that it's just like Joe Rogan going on. They think either can identify it and know that, oh, okay, well, I wonder what he's listening to. Or if they see Joe Rogan's on and that there's somebody listening to, okay, I'll check it out. So maybe not like in its entirety because I think that's 222 games. Well, at least if you just played Joe Rogan. But he's got that much content, so I wouldn't have to do that one. But I'm fine with it being sometimes. What else are we doing? What else have we got going? I've been getting more just people being friends every night with things. Need to do that. And there you go. And so got a little bit. I think about Kick a lot, obviously, because I'm always scamming it and things on it. But I don't pay attention to it anymore. And it's like, it's still driving people shit crazy. But I'm not paying attention one bit. I make sure that the thing keeps going. But I don't pay attention that it's following people and still creating clips and still spamming them. And it's hilarious because I've just become like a natural, like, how would I say it? I'm like, exactly, 100%. Very well put. And I've been thinking, like, should I change it up to something else? And at this point, I'm starting to get what I want. Well, this is what this is actually, it's like I got a trap with this male feed thing. Literally, guys go to the male feed thing, or not just guys, but and then I hear it open, like they enter there and then they come right into here. And it's like I can just see that it's like a portal, of what and that's really interesting. Like, I'll get like 3 people an hour. We'll be like, boom, they'll be in there, whatever, and boom, and um, so and then I can get people who are like on my YouTube typing on my YouTube, not um, not overwhelming enough, but at least that's telling me, okay, well, something's working here. I have a very good feeling about this. Well, there are 2 Discords that I'm really, really good. There's Chill Zone. It's called Dad's Board. I call it the Dad's Discord, but it's Dad's Board. And then Socialize. Socialize is fun. You used to be able to stream your camera in Socialize. And you just needed like a level 10. So I had a level 10, whatever the fuck that meant. Then they changed it to level 20. I'm like, okay, well, I've still been streaming there a long time. Dog, to go from level 10 to level 20, it's like the Richter scale where it's like exponential. So it's like to get from, I've been stuck on level 17. I don't know if you remember, we had a bunch of people in here like last week, and they were asking me, hey, why aren't you streaming your camera in Chill Zone? And I was like, oh, I should have been. And then I noticed that I didn't have that ability anymore. Thankfully, a lot of people who were in here, at least one of them, in addition to my input, we got with the moderators and they said that they changed the rules from you had to be level 10 to level 20. So I figured, oh, that can't be that bad. Holy shit. When that happened, I was a level 17. I'm still a level 17, but it is going down a little bit. But so that's kind of that's just another bit, but that's a big Discord. The one though, if I had to say any Discord I'd go famous, it would be Chill Zone. Chill Zone I've been in, and I created a little robot on kind of like a macro recorder, but saying macro recorder is just a lot longer than saying I created a little robot that every hour it closes the browser. I actually, on some of these older Android phones, I don't use the Discord app because apps are really, really inconsistent. They just crash randomly. And browsers are much more consistent, I have found. And so with the ability with this browser to just have it run Discord, I got a certain amount of clicks that it does, and it closes the browser, and reopen it. It always takes me back to the same chat, and there are always like 25 people in there all the time. And some of those people come in here, and that's what I'm doing. When I first started streaming there, one guy came in right away. He's like, hey, what are you doing? I explained to him, and he's like, I'm like, so, go and take this to wherever you go and tell the people that that's what I'm doing. And literally he went right back to him and told them that. Then one of the other people from that group came in like yesterday or something like that. So I still know that I garnered some attention there, but it's really got to be interesting to them because I would be in all out sleep if this device is just doing things in the background, and it's literally closing the app and reopening it and returning on the camera and doing all the things that I needed to do. So those are interesting. I think it's interesting for the people in there because it's like they can watch me. I'm literally sleep all the buttons to turn on a camera and leave the server and come back and all that other stuff. So that I've got a couple other servers. What ends up happening? I'll find the server. I don't know, not like hundreds of thousands of people, but tens of thousands of people, maybe like 30,000 people in it or something like that. And I'll make friends with the people in there, and they just let me stream, and that's fine. That's all I want. I've become like a consistent person in there. There's this one, it's called Mine's Playhouse. They're really nice. I've been streaming in there. They have one stream. It's just called Visa. The reason why I stream in it is for VC. It's called Visa. The reason why I stream in it is like one of the only, or I think it is the only permanent VC that's always there. The key for me is when I'm doing these robots, I need the link to stay consistent. If the link changes, then it's gonna fuck me up with these robots. And they also have a bunch that are like create your own VC, and those don't work as well because what happens is this: I create my own VC, 10 people join, and then after an hour, the timer goes off and it starts all over, and then it creates a new VC. So I had 10 people who were watching me in the one, and I'm like, hey, Rabbi, open up another one. Why did you do that? And you just don't get that many people to carry over because they're already in conversations and all that other stuff. So this one that's just called E6, it's a consistent thing, and the people are really, really nice. If I just say hi, how's everybody doing? Everybody in there is just like, oh, the goat, here he is. Yeah, thank you for blessing us and all these other things. That's the kind of course, welcome or the kind of reading that I would like to receive as opposed to get the fuck out of here, fuck you, all that other shit. So it does take me a while to wear on people, but the people in Miles Playhouse, they have 225,000 people in this thing. They've all been really, really nice, and I just become like a staple, and people just start to realize that, oh, we can watch this person whenever we want. Yep. And if you need anything, I'm here to help you. I'll do my best to give you advice or kind of positive thinking that I can, positive messages that I can. I'll do my best to improve your life as best I can. Welcome, welcome. How are you? What up, Ralph? Ralph, if you can hear me, hi, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. We're watching a Joe Rogan marathon. And that's cool. People do that too, and that's to be expected. And normally, if I just had a normal server, I mean, like, well, you have a normal server. When I say normal, it's not advertised all that much. And, like, you know that you have, like, a certain amount of people, but you don't get many random ass people coming in there because they don't know how to find you, right? Exactly. And under normal conditions, I would feel the same way. But because I'm in so many different, I have so many different languages. Actually, you do what you need to do.
There's far fewer cases of people taking it, or they're able to reach that point that they want to be at without going too far. However, even though it's higher potency, however, when people take it by edible, there are cases where people get to genuinely freak out in psychotic episodes because they're taking in far too much too quickly because you can eat the edible quickly. You don't, they've not laminated until they hit that plane.
Well, it's also the conversion to the non-alcoholic drugs. 5 times more psychoactive than THC. I used to do a joke about it that lets you talk to dolphins. It's a true story about edibles and dolphins.
But so he wasn't anti-cannabis. And in fact, I think it was a case where maybe this brings us back to Twitter, where Twitter was a very valuable tool. So I put out something, going off the literature that I cited. He said, no, listen, there's some issues here. We should address this. We brought him on the podcast. He was reluctant on it. He thought I was going to set him up for a call. We'd never done it. He was on the podcast, got the information out there, and it all just kind of went to like a bad sailing and nothing. And in the end, I think that's the way that all of this stuff should be handled. Whether we're talking about medical treatment or another is, and this is the way you've done it. This is the example you've laid out for me and for others, right? Which is talk about both sides. Talk to vegans, talk to carnivores, talk to omnivores, talk to people who are pro-cannabis, anti, and worried about psychosis and not. Talk to people that are really pro-MDMA for the treatment of PTSD. Talk to people who are very reluctant. I think only there can we get the overlapping of Venn diagram about what the agreements are and what the disagreements are. and move forward. And this is what,
Especially long form, because then you get to understand how a person thinks about things, not just the subject at hand, but maybe other things.
That's
you get
right.
to hear their speech patterns,
Right.
their thinking patterns.
And I think direct experience is real.
Yeah.
You know, Cam Haynes pointed this out recently, and I'm not saying this to like focus positive energy on us, but it will inevitably do that, or inevitably do that. Excuse me. Which is, he said, you know, it's kind of interesting that all of the top podcasters really fit. You know, like all the people that are like really into their health, right? Like you, there's David's out there, like influencers. He was saying like there's a health component or a fitness component. Not always, but I think most of it. I think but you know, Chris Williams, you know, Lex, right? There's a tendency to merge kind of intellectual discourse with physical, and I think that's a unique theme of podcasting. So at least of certain, you know, let's just say what it is. Like a lot of the top podcasts, that's a consistent theme. That female podcasters do. It works out, podcasts. Like there's a kind of merging of those things, and I think that when it comes to the discussion about anything about health, it also is beneficial if people are engaging in healthy behaviors, right? If they or if they try things, like they're trying to be fit. I see Rhonda posting pictures of herself deadlifting, right? You know, and like Peter's talking about his workouts, and he's a physician, indeed.
Right.
So I think it's not sufficient to just study something, to just look at the data and papers. I think it really helps if you're able to get in close contact with the things that you know you're hearing about.
But also, it helps me to know whether or not you have any discipline. So there's people that think about a certain thing that it comforts their own thoughts about their decisions that they've made. And there's certain rationales that people make. They rationalize certain aspects of their life and certain things that go on in society to sort of make up for the fact that they haven't done the work that they probably should have done in the first place. So when I see a guy that's built like Chris or Lex or someone who I know or yourself that I know stays very physically fit and takes care of their health, then I have more respect for them. Because I go, okay, I have more respect for this person's opinion because this person is doing difficult things on a regular basis and confronting their own hesitations, their whatever procrastination, discipline issues, and the physical ability to put in work, which requires mental strength. And for the longest time, for whatever strange reason, people have had this mutually exclusive notion that a person who's physically fit is probably stupid, and a person who doesn't care about their body and only concentrates on the mind, for some reason, that is admired, that this person has no ego at all and doesn't care. But that I think that person's a fool because you don't have as much energy to think, because your physical body that you have, you've let decay to this terrible point where your posture's down. Like, I've had some unfortunate conversations with older intellectuals that don't take care of themselves. And you realize that at a certain point they've gotten lazy physically and they don't have the energy to engage. And so they sort of repeat things that they've said over and over and over again. But when you ask them to think on the spot, they almost don't have the will to do it anymore. You know?
Well,
it sucks.
Yeah, it does suck. And there's a direct correlation between this ability to continue moving your body and your intellectual.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to still go and learn and read and acquire knowledge and try hard things. You just can't just work out. But I can think of a number of key examples that are historical. The greatest neurobiologist of all time, supernatural levels of ability, was a guy named Ramon Cajal, won the Nobel Prize in 1906. He was the one who first defined synapse, etc. He carried an iron umbrella to work. He lifted weights. Oliver Sacks, one of the greatest neurologists and writers of our time, passed away in 2015, had a 600-pound squat. He had the state powerlifting record at one point. Just a beast of a guy. He was also a neurologist and wrote all these beautiful books about how matter is. He was behind the movie Awakenings, et cetera, et cetera. Don Kane, former president of Stanford, ran into his late 70s, and then after that had a hip replacement and then was doing other stuff. So Richard Axel is a Nobel Prize from Columbia University, the first person to find ways to introduce novel genes to cells. Played racquetball, I'll be still playing that. But, you know, I'll name one more. These are incredible people, like the guy who essentially defined the understanding of the visual system and neuroplasticity. My scientific great-grandfather is Hugo and Torsten Wiesel. Torsten just turned something like 95 or something, maybe 93. he still runs. He runs slowly, but he still goes, and he's mentally sharp. So this is not an accident. This is not just a correlation. This is the anterior mid-cingulate cortex in action. And of course, cancer, a bus, or a bullet can still take you out. But assuming you make it into your 60s, 70s, 80s, movement is the way to stay mentally strong and to continue to have the capacity to learn. I mean, just kind of weave these two things. If we're talking about MDMA, psilocybin, or some other agent that raises serotonin and dopamine, or we're talking about movement, all we're really talking about are ways to increase these neuromodulators like dopamine, acetylcholine, serotonin, epinephrine, and they create the opportunity for neuroplasticity. They don't create plasticity on their own. They create a milieu that's very much like the young brain, where it's like, okay, what's new here? This is why adrenaline is such a powerful tool for plasticity. Probably, I'm not going to suggest people use smelling salts to try and do better on their exams. There are other ways to do better on exams. I probably will take another one. Okay.
Tell you to think about it. Get in there, sir.
I almost.
Oh, yeah.
And now to the right one, because of the alternator. Let me see if I have which wall. It was left before it's different, right? Oh. Yeah. Whew.
Makes your eyes water a little bit, but boy, it doesn't shock your system. Wow. A little adrenaline night you live for.
Well, I told myself I wasn't going to cry on this podcast because I cried on a podcast recently. Kept it in, but now I'm crying, but these are tears that are really sweet.
Yeah, this is tears to kind of close. Rot in the brain. You're supposed to not do that one.
Okay.
I've done it many times.
So it's just this thing, neuroplasticity, like it. Does it really? That's from your sinuses. I know some skulls around here. Like the sinuses run from here and through to that. That's why when you get sinus infection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But neuroplasticity is the most impressive feature of the human brain. It can rewire itself. But when you're a kid, you rewire in response to a passive experience.
Mm-hmm.
Better or worse. As an adult, you can rewire your brain, but you have to create the milieu, the environment that the brain wants to rewire itself. So these neuromodulators like adrenaline, or dopamine, or serotonin need to be spiked. And nicotine, what you're now taking another one, is we know it does many things to the brain. But God, that's so strange.
Yeah.
But there's a brain area called nucleus spicialis, which sits in the base of the brain, and it can serve as a spotlight by releasing acetylcholine onto nicotinic acetylcholine receptors in certain circuits that provide focus. So that's what nicotine is doing. Unless you take so much of it every day that those your kind of baseline levels of acetylcholine either drop or become kind of regulated to the point where you're not getting that spotlight in your brain, which is why people are taking more and more. But as our, your former guest and my colleague, Dr. Anna Lemke, the worst thing you can do when you're in a trough of dopamine is try and boost dopamine. You just got to wait for it. So if people want nicotine to continue to work, they should use it sporadically, or when they feel like it's not working anymore, take a break.
That's what McKenna used to say about cannabis. McKenna, Terrence McKenna would freely admit that he had a problem with cannabis because he was like a daily cannabis user. But he said the real way to take it, he said, is to take a long time off, so that your body's completely desensitized to it, and then take as much as you can stand in like one dose. Like that's, he was interested in it as a psychedelic. Especially if you do that in edible form, it is a very, very potent psychedelic. But there is that concern, and I think this is a very important thing to bring up. It's not benign, and certainly not to everybody.
Nicotine.
Marijuana.
Oh.
Everybody has a different reaction to it, and some people have a terrible reaction to it.
Psychosis.
Yes, and I don't understand it because I don't get it. It doesn't happen to me, but I also know that it's real, and to deny it as a zealot and to say, oh, marijuana is just great, everybody should be high. Like, no, everybody shouldn't eat peanuts either. Some people have a weird reaction to things, and there's a certain, and then Alex Berenson with that book, tell your parents or tell your children. It's all about that. There needs to be some recognition, but there's a certain percentage of people that have a tendency towards schizophrenia and maybe psychotic breaks, and they can get triggered by high doses of cannabis.
No, sure, no question.
So I know people that's happened to.
Yeah, and I covered that in my solo episode on cannabis. Then this person, this researcher from Canada, who's I don't think he's pro or anti-cannabis, but had different views, came on my podcast. And then, what's his name? Matt. He's a respected researcher in this area, and I thought his stance was very, very nuanced. And then after he came on the podcast, other people, not Berenson necessarily, I haven't checked my DMs that closely, contacted me and said, no, I have counters for that guy, which just told me everything I already know, which is that science is a field with people with differing opinions, right? And
which is good.
Which is great. I mean, you don't have a field until you have differing opinions.
Right.
You don't want to be the only person working this.
Right.
You want that. It's something that, you can tell I get really passionate, calling seltzer no about this, because somehow in the media version of is cannabis good, is cannabis bad, and honestly the political aspects to it, like I wasn't tracking the fact that cannabis was just about to be approved for more legalization right about the time that got amplified. But I wasn't saying it should or shouldn't. I'm just giving you the information, same as I did for alcohol.
Right.
I would love to put this to rest once and for all. Every couple of weeks or months, you're going to see media outlets say some drinking is good for you. Others will say some drinking, anything is bad for you. Here's the deal. Zero is better than any. A little bit's probably fine, especially if you do other things to offset the sleep loss and microbiome stuff. If you're going to drink, probably should be doing other healthy behaviors. No one's saying it's terrible. I'll have a drink every once in a while. I'm not an alcoholic. If you're a non-alcoholic adult, one or two, I love a good white tequila, soda, and wine. So good. But, I don't really like alcohol enough to be able to comment past that. And I haven't had a drink in years. But the reality is that one study after another said moderate drinking is good for you. No drinking is better for you. Cancer risk. This is never going to stop. It's a field. Now we have enough data.
Right.
Everyone knows sleep is important. There's no field to be had except how to figure out to get sleep better, in my opinion. Okay, sleep deprivation is bad, but you're not going to get dementia or die from a couple of bad nights. That's also true. So it's almost like the way things are split politically has become the way that health information is split. And I'm fighting tooth and nail, and I know you are and other people are as well, to try and continue to shine light on the field that is psychedelics, the field that includes cannabis, the field that includes things like weight loss, but also exercise and other things. And somehow, maybe you can tell me, because I'm new to the media thing, newer than you, certainly. For some reason, people don't like them. It's like the brain needs like a black and white thing. It's like it can't seem to just deal with the fact that, like, look, you'll find evidence for and evidence against. You just got to make it the best decision for you.
Well, there's also people that write articles with a specific narrative because they're gamifying the social media algorithms. They're gamifying clickbait. That's business. Gamifying clickbait is real. I mean, that's unfortunately one of the things that happened in journalism is people stop buying newspapers. When people stop buying newspapers, the only way someone can get someone to go to your website and click on a link, you have to have some sort of inflammatory headline, something that excites you, something that angers you, something that gives you some information, some secret information that wasn't available before. Oh, let me click on that. I didn't know that.
But science today is about facts. And I totally agree. I just, I think that Rick Rubin, he seems to come to mind a lot. But he once said in the discussion, I discovered a bunch of lies in somebody's life. Like, oh my God, he just said, very common. What do you mean? I'm like, that's the problem. I'm realizing it's all lies. I said, listen, it's all lies. Back to nature. That's the truth. I'm like, yeah, that's why I became a scientist. And then he said, oh, wait, and professional wrestling. Because everyone knows that's made up. So it's real. And I actually went to the AEW with Rick. It was wild. And
he loves that shit.
Well, they're jumping around in the ring, and they'll stop every once in a while and look at Rick. Hey, Rick Rubin. Like, it's live. Like, he's that much of a fixture. It's so great. He's there with his red light, with his red lens glasses. And stuff. He does the sunlight. He's got much up here. He looks great. He takes really great care of himself. But I think he's right. I think nature has a truth, has an order to it. Science's job is to try and know that truth to the best of our abilities. But wrestling, admittedly, everyone agrees it's made up. So at least we can agree on that. Whereas I think so much of what we've been talking about today is like the media. Like, at what point do we realize there are portions that are true, there are portions that are fake?
Well, they're making themselves obsolete. And this is what I believe. I believe that human beings should be able to differ on opinions. But I should know that you're being honest and telling the truth. So as soon as you write something that I know is biased and twisted and you've distorted things and taken things out of context, well, I know that you're not in the truth. So your opinion's nonsense. Whatever you say is horseshit. I want to talk to someone that's trying to figure out what's right and what's wrong, not someone who's trying to win. And everybody's trying to win. This is a real problem. And it's a real problem with win the discussion. They attach whatever the discussion is, whether it's weightlifting is more important than cardio, or you should be a vegan versus you should be a carnivore. They attach whatever this argument is to their own sense of self-worth. And it's very important to them that they counter your arguments and win this little chess match. And that's what it is. They're playing a little game. I play games. So I don't like playing games when I talk to people. I like playing pool. I like the game is like making people laugh. The game is jujitsu. How do I get you back? Like, these are games I like. I like games. So when I communicate, I don't like games. But I recognize that, especially earlier in my life, before I started recognizing patterns in podcasts, like, what don't I like when people talk? I don't like when someone's biased. I don't like when someone is talking over people. I don't like when someone's misrepresenting someone's words, or someone's trying to win rather than considering what the other person's saying. So when someone's considering what the other person's saying, and then you get this beautiful sort of sharing of ideas without ego. And the real problem is the ego getting attached to winning a conversation and being correct. And they get in this fucking frenzy where they can't even communicate anymore, and they're completely attached and married to their ideas. The best advice I could give people is, don't be attached to your ideas. They're just ideas. Examine why you believe them. There's many times in my life where someone has hit me with some facts, and I thought about I go, you know why I believe that? This is why. Because I thought this. And then I was saying, well, if you believe that, then this has to be untrue, and I don't want to say that. So I've attached myself to this thing, and now I've connected and when I'm engaging with someone, I'm not just engaging in this pure intellectual sharing of ideas and a discussion of merit. I'm now in a win-lose situation. I'm trying to win. I could win by deception. You see people do that all the time. It's so gross when you catch people doing that on a podcast. When you realize that you're not even considering these other possibilities, because you're dismissing them without any consideration because you just want to achieve a goal of victory. You just want to play checkmate. And that's all they're doing. And that's why the media is going to make themselves obsolete, because that's not happening in podcasts. In the best podcasts, whether it's Chris Williamson, whether it's Lex Frieden, the best podcasts are a true conversation. And I want to know why you feel the way you feel. And when I get that in my head, I can consider it. And then I can say, well, this is why I don't think that's true. Because I think this way. This is my perspective. I might be wrong. I might be right. Who knows? But this is just how I feel. It is when you can do that and learn how to do that. It took me a while to learn how to do that. It makes all conversations better. It makes all friendships better. Like, you get to really understand why a person thinks. Like, maybe you and a buddy had a disagreement about something. You said, well, what did you think? You're like, I thought you were going to do that. I'm like, I never said I was going to do that. Why would I do that? Like, I thought you were going to do that, but we didn't talk about that, did we? No. So you're mad at something that you didn't even talk to me about. Like, and you thought that I should have just known. Like, come on. That's crazy. Like, you usually get attributing all these negative things to a person, and then you can work things out. You can talk about things, and as long as the person's not bullshitting you. As soon as you get people in your life that are bullshitting you, it's like, oh, you're not even having real conversations. You're playing a stupid game of tic-tac-toe all day long with your friends. When your friends can open up to you, and this is one of the reasons why people like sharing embarrassing information with friends, because they don't trust you. I can tell you the stupid fucking thing that you do. You go, oh my God, you're like, ah! And then but when a person goes, I would never fucking do that. I figured that out a long time ago. I wouldn't have done it that way. Like, oh, yeah, like he's not willing to be vulnerable with me because he always wants to be like socially a step up. He wants his status to be in a position of, this is the guy that doesn't make those mistakes, which is crazy.
That's crazy, especially among friends. I've always been blessed that there's been very with any hierarchy of friends. We knew who was better at certain things, and
this should never be. We're just human beings. There are people that are way better at certain things than I am, that I'm friends with. That's how it should be. There's people that I'm friends with that are way smarter than you included. And it's okay.
I'm not smart, it's just different form of intelligence. I will say, and I'm not just saying that, with each passing year, and I look forward to it. approaching 50 because now I can say things like a thousand beer by this
Yeah.
age. But I also realized the other day I lived a long period of my life where I didn't really have a sense of the fact that I'd die. I'd watched the Steve Jobs commencement speech at Stanford. We talked in 2005. We talked about this notion that we're going to die is so critical. I couldn't get in touch with it.
Mhm.
Recently, I'm like, oh, like time's going to come up. Every time I go down for meditation, it's like 50 breaths, yoga, someday it's going to be.
Mhm.
And I'm not looking forward to that. Lord knows I'm not looking forward to that. But I realized like, this is great. It's very freeing because I had this realization the other day in a meditation. No psychedelics involved in this one. And I was like, I can continue to just be curious and explore. And like, I think it's that ego detachment, a little slice of that. Like this is bad. This is good. I'm learning from this. This was good. This was hard. I learned a lot from that. I learned what I needed to change from that. And just be moving forward. It's this removing this thing of like you said, like this game all day long of like, not that I was in that mode or I didn't think I was, but this need to win, right? It's sort of like being an explorer. I'm a brain explorer. I've been a brain explorer for a long time. I love biology, love animals. Like I'm an explorer. And I think the definition of curiosity to me is that you're not attached to the outcome.
Right.
You just want to know what's real.
Right, but too many people are attached to the outcome, and I think that's a tremendous trap. But that's why I wanted to talk about it, because it's something that I had to learn. Because I was always attached to winning an argument. If I got into a discussion or disagreement, I was always attached to being the one who's correct.
When did that follow me through? What you're about
57.
right, so
It's I've gotten way better at it over time. I wouldn't want to like sit and figure out when I figured it out. But I figured steps of it out along the way. I remember being 21 and watching a comedian go on stage, and I wanted him to bomb. And I realized that was a terrible weakness, and I was embarrassed that I had that feeling.
so interesting. I will say, we know how we feel about people when we see them succeed. Because I think there's this natural reflex, like when you hear like, oh, that really shitty person that you knew in school, like they got pancreatic cancer. Everyone just goes, oh, it sucks. But when you hear, hey, you know that person that you used to really dislike or that you have friction with, and like they just like IPO, like they're doing great. So, you know immediately, do I like that person or not?
Right.
Because if you're happy for them, presumably you like them.
Right.
Yeah. Rarely is it neutral either. I mean, I can't think of anyone that I like, don't want to see succeed, except maybe a few of the just like they don't. But those are extremely rare. But I think it sounds like you're also a competitive person. I didn't do a lot of competitive sports. I'm very curious about this. Like I'm competitive with myself, but like you did combat sport, right? I did skateboarding, played a little soccer, did some swimming, running, weightlifting. Your brain was weaned in fighting.
That was also how I developed as a child. I mean, I went from all my puberty years competing. So that, like, from 15 on, that's literally what I did all day long.
Your goal is to not believe that.
Yeah, it's a fucked up way to develop your mind. If you do develop, like, this insane kind of hyper-competitive, because the consequences are so great. I would say about MMA that it's high-level problem-solving with dire physical consequences. And that's really what it is. High-level problem-solving. You're literally doing combat, hand-to-hand combat with your body with someone who's an expert, which is so crazy. So you're fighting a black belt. It's so crazy. This is a person who's dedicated their life to kicking people into the shadow realm, and you're deciding to try to kick them first before they kick you. It's just nuts. It's a nutty way to live. But the negative aspects of it are you develop this hyper competitiveness because you're also developing at an accelerated rate when you're a teenager, right? So when I was a teenager, I had no bills, I had no problems, I lived at home, I didn't have any real like an adult type stress, bills, family to feed, dealing with the community, work problems. I had nothing. So my entire focus was just on this one thing, martial arts, and you can get way better being a kid. It's all this neuroplasticity involved.
Until 25, your brain is a plasticity machine.
Yeah,
it's there to map according to your experience. Right? Yeah. I mean, like literally coming into the world, baby's flopping, like move. Neuronal connections are being removed by the thousands, tens of thousands by the day, so that you get fine-tuned movement. Yeah. It's like you're a plasticity machine. And then you're thinking and your notions about boys and girls and teachers and parents and good things, and what that means and what that means, and who's a hero and who's a villain. Like the brain is just placing things into boxes and symbols. It's like unbelievable phenomenon. And it's happening when you're a teenager. Then you throw hormones into the mix. People often don't talk about this. Then you add hormones, and now you're adding the drive that is hormones related to like really hardwired, evolutionarily selected things like reproduction, fighting, right? We all have brain circuits for fighting. There's a brain area. David Anderson's laboratory at Caltech has studied this. I think we talked about it before. You stimulate this little region, or the ventromedial hypothalamus, the specific neurons, and the animals will mate. They'll mount, or the females will go into lordosis. They'll arch their back to expose their genitals. You stimulate other neurons in that exact same area, ventromedial hypothalamus. You know what happens? They go into a rage. They want to rip apart the other end. There are videos of this. You can put the mouse in there with a plastic glove filled with air, stimulate these neurons, and the animal will just attack that thing. And then you stop the stimulation. Wow, a little robot. Our brains have these circuits. As Jung said, we have all things inside of us. The extent to which we learn to suppress, exacerbate, depends on experience, its nature, and nurture. But we come into this world hardwired with the capacity for most any of these behaviors to emerge. Your daughter, fortunately, got very good at drawing, right? That probably is handed off through some slight genetic bias, handed off through you and your partner, your wife, to create a slight bias towards looking at the world in a particular way, an artistic sense, something about aesthetics, attention to curved corners versus square corners, whatever it is. But what we do feeds back on that circuit. So if you draw more, you better draw. This is
but that's a big thing. She draws all day long, and she's been doing it since she was really little. But also, like going back to Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather started boxing when he was a little kid. And there's a thing about striking, and it's not a hard, fast rule because there's some freaks out there, some athletic freaks, and there's some people that come from other sports that have incredible speed and dexterity and an understanding of their body that allows them to pick up striking better than others. But there's something about people that learn when they're young that are always better than everybody. No matter how good you are, there's certain guys like Anderson Silva, or there's certain fighters that learn at a young age, and you just can't fuck with them. They're just too good.
Their nervous system was shaped in fighting. The same way Tiger Woods' nervous system was shaped golfing.
That's why when Floyd sees those punches coming, he knows all he has to do is this. And it's going to just barely touch his chin. And then he fires back. Like he knows he's been in those patterns for his whole life, and his body evolved. It literally developed in those patterns.
This is why when people say, like, what should I do? I always think, like, I don't know what people should do. And I took a formal education path eventually. But if we look back to the things that really delighted us and that we naturally oriented towards, there's often information. For me, it was animals and fish tanks and biology and understanding things, right? And parse things through and understanding some structure of the world. Just that's what it pulled on me. My dad's a scientist, so it's probably some genetic thing and probably some nurture stuff as well. I'm a big track and field fan, and went up to the Olympic track and field trials, and usually at the time usually I go to every trials I can for Olympic trials. And earlier that summer I ran into a guy called Hawker. This is a shorter guy for running. He runs the 1500, so it's about a mile, right? And he took the first position, and so he went up to Paris, and he came from, it's an amazing race. If you watch the 1500 race, if anyone needs motivation, you should get something inside, is my belief. If you need to look outside, which we all occasionally do, check out this race. Cole comes from like 4th or 5th position. That's the world record. He's shorter. He doesn't have the stride that these other guys have.
That is
and they box him in, and he goes out and around and beats him. Takes the goal. It's one of these like preformed things, right? Now here's what's crazy in relates to what you're saying. He's posting on Instagram afterwards. I happen to know him a little bit. Cam and I went to watch the trials. Like a legend. These Olympic gold medal winners were coming up to him. Running, we got great seats, right? And I gifted him a seat because I'm very grateful to Cam. Okay, here's Cole, right? Cole's at USA in 5th position, right? This is a fairly long race.
So there he is going on the outside?
No, so you might want to just go a little further because this is a long.
Is he the guy with the man bun?
He's the man with the man bun. He's man with a capital MAN. I'll tell you what, you'll see. Super nice guy too. So this guy from Norway, Ingebrigtsen, he and his brothers have like a reality TV show. They're like famous over there. He's the world record holder. Also great running the cock. He's like talking a lot before. So check this out. So I don't know how far along we have to go before.
Yeah, they're running fast as
Okay.
fuck for a mile. That's so crazy.
Yeah.
They can run at that
So
speed.
this is right, final lap. So watch this. So he breaks from 5th position after they box him to win.
Wow.
I don't know if you caught that, but basically he's 5th position. So he
Took it
kicks
all
at the
at the
end
end.
and takes it all at the end against the world record. Now, here's where it gets even. Here we go. So yeah, so he's way back, and then they box him in later, and he wins.
What do you mean by boxing?
So you'll
How do
see.
they
So
box him
you'll
up?
see what happens.
So it seems like he's going on the outside now.
Yeah, right. So he wants. He knows he's got a great kick.
So it's like calculating when to go 100%.
Right. So Ingebrigtsen went out really fast in this race, fast pace. So now he's trying to come around, right? So now watch this. So now he's trying to. This is the boxing. See, he's trying to take the inside track.
But these two guys
Right.
don't want to do
Right.
that.
Exactly. He actually touches Ingebrigtsen. He actually touches him on his back hip with the outside of his arm. To see if
Weird,
there's
there's, like,
space.
no
There it is.
rule.
There it is. He sees if there's space. Ingebrigtsen's not going to let him in, and so he goes, "You know what? How about this instead? How about I come out?" Doesn't come. Sorry, he stayed inside track. And he breaks through.
So it's just like they try to keep you from. You
Oh, yeah.
kind of fit two people in the lane. They try to keep you
Yeah, they
from doing
boxed him
that.
in. They boxed him in. So here's what's wild. So afterwards, there's a bunch of posting on Instagram. Then they show a picture of Cole Hockey when he's like 8 years old, holding a medal, where he was running the 1500, and he's doing like 4 minutes and change. That's a mile. He's a miler as a kid running 4 and some change as a little kid.
That's crazy.
So this brings it back to your point, which
Yeah.
is like nowadays we're seeing a selection of people who probably have a genetic bias towards something, a love of it, like running, right? Plus immense amounts of experience. And their nervous system, like he was shaped mild. That's a nervous system that miles. I'll tell you, you can also walk and talk and eat, because I've met him, but that's a nervous system that was shaped around running the 1500.
Right.
So when you see it, the top 1%, it's so different than like my field where you can't go to graduate school to get a training in neuroscience until you're in your 20s, unless
Right.
you're a female. So you can't go to school for this. And so I think when people look at what they're naturally oriented to when they were young and they stayed with that, that's the thing that you had maybe a genetic, probably genetic leaning to.
Do you think there'll be maybe a shift today because there's so much more material that's available to young people? Like if somebody has an interest in science,
Absolutely.
neuroscience today,
Absolutely. I think because of the online learning
Yeah.
platforms,
yeah,
I think of because of I even like the sport that I grew up with. Unfortunately, wasn't very good at. Or unfortunately, who knows? I was skateboarding. Right? So many of my friends went on to start companies, became skateboarders. A lot of them didn't, but I didn't have a propensity for it. Kept getting hurt 3 times. So frustrated. It was unbelievable. So I went a different direction, the science direction. Forgot doing that. But now, the little kids, literally little kids, boys and girls, like this girl Reese Nelson, she skates with power on her. Not like a little kid, but she's got power and technical. And guys like Tony and Hawk are like, whoa. It's because they have all this exposure to 900s and tricks and ramps, and there's just way more people feeding the pool of potential professional skateboarders.
Right.
So when you look at the Olympics or the X Games now, you're getting a much greater selection of the huge pool, bigger sample size feeding into again the genetic gifts. Mom travels with her everywhere. She dedicates nearly 100% of her time to this. So it's a lot of what you were saying, like we're selecting earlier, you're pulling from a larger pool, so you're going to get the genetic freaks. The pole vaulter guy keeps winning world records and beating his own world record. So at the Worlds at Eugene the last 2 years ago, broke the world record. He keeps beating the world record. This guy's been pole vaulting his whole life. So the earlier you get him, the more the nervous system can shape.
Well, this is a problem that I see in combat sports. Because in combat sports, you have guys who have a championship mentality. Like they could have been champion, but they didn't start early enough. And even though they have this extraordinary mind, so do the people that started when they were 4. Like this idea that you're tough, you're the only one that's tough, that's an egocentric idea that a lot of men have. It's a very bizarre conversation to have with yourself. I don't know if it's tough. I think if you're going through something, you're never going to find out that you're going through stuff. It's going to fuck you up. Like it's not even going to be hard for him. You don't even understand what you're saying. Like there's the mind, the ego, plays this like cruel trick on you that doesn't allow you to accurately assess your abilities. So you have this bizarre notion that you are exceptional for no reason whatsoever. And there's a lot of men have that bizarre thing. The problem with if you have an incredible drive, an incredible discipline, but you didn't start striking until you're 26. If you have a Thai boxing fight against like a guy like, there's a guy right now who's one of the best in the world, his name is Colin Chai. I mean, he has this insane left kick. He's like so left kick dominant. Like most of his game is his left kick, but it's so goddamn good. He just slams it into guys' arms, slams it into guys' legs, and he has this snake-like movement of his ability to just slide out of the way and then counter and then slam you with a hard left low kick. He's terrifying. And I don't care how tough you are. You don't have that ability. And you probably are never going to get there. Like the margins, the differences of tenths of a second, hundredths of a second here and there. He's so good. You're not going to catch him. So even if you're the baddest fucking dude in the world, in your mind, this is college. Let me hear some of this. But go for the beginning. Go to the beginning so you can hear the volume of him hitting the pads. Yeah, but it's fine. Like go to the beginning where he hits the pads. Oh, it's just he's got music over it? Oh, okay. It's just music over it. But this guy is fucking nasty, but he's all left kick. Like it's like 80% of his game. It's crazy how much of his game. I mean, he'd do everything. The guy does everything. But his left kick is so fucking powerful that every time it hits you, your power bar goes down. He hits your arms. He hits your body. It's just like all left kick. Bang, bang, bang. And it's so smooth. He's so good, man. He's so good. So if you're a guy and you're some badass Navy SEAL dude, you're 30 years old and you make it to the Muay Thai gym and you decide, hey, I'm only 30, I'm going to fight pro. You don't have enough time. There's not enough time in the world for you to get to where he's at, and he's going to get better quicker.
Yeah, that guy's brain has a circuit. I'm going to wait my entire career on this.
Mhm.
That is a left kick
Yeah.
circuit. Like he's the same way that, you know, a tool like a bow is designed for a specific thing. That circuit is like left kick.
Loosely, I'm saying that don't fear a man who knows 10,000 kicks. Fear a man who's practiced one kick 10,000 times. That's there's a thing about a guy who's got this one thing that's so like Ryan Garcia has this nasty left hook. It's
super fast.
yeah, it's a crazy left hook. It's so goddamn good. It's so much better than most people's that everybody who fights him doesn't understand what he can do until he does. It's fast, powerful, distance management, angles that it comes from. It comes up, it comes around. It just hits you faster than you know it's supposed to get there. It's so much quicker. It has so much pop on it. It's so dangerous. And everybody who fought Devin Haney, who is one of the best pure boxers in the sport. He's so good. But he just didn't have the understanding yet that a guy can whip that left hook so fast and catch him and fuck him up in these weird angles.
It's I don't want to
watch this dude's left hook. Here's his liver shot. That's it. And he melts a lot of guys with that liver shot. Just see if you could just see. Give me a highlight of Ryan Garcia's knockouts. She's got one. I'm sure there's some of those online, but it's all left hook. Like he's got a right hand, but so left hook dominant, and it's so much better than most weapons. He's got a nasty left jab too, but it's just he's got distance management and timing, and just the ability to just uncork a shot, like right there. Woo! Fade away left hook. Oh, it's just well, his speed is just different than other guys, so you don't know that he can. Like, look at that. My goodness. Look, it's a fadeaway left hook. It's so perfect. And when he connects, everybody goes night-night. It's really extraordinary. And it's extraordinary because it's that one weapon that's so good. And when he fought Devin Haney, it's like Devin Haney's like, it's only your left hook. Whatever. It's like saying Colin Chai only has a left kick. It's so good. You got
only a left hook that always wins.
A left hook that's so much better than everybody else's. He's got a right hand too, but that left hook is just freakish. It's freakish. Right there.
So if we look at this through the lens of nervous systems, you know, I know that the conversations that you've had here and elsewhere, like, would crocodile versus a gorilla, these kind of things. We don't need to reignite that. But I think when we're at the discussion around true peak performance, like somebody grew up running miles,
right,
who grew up throwing left hooks, who grew up
Right.
slipping punches.
right,
Yes, they're both Homo sapiens. They're both humans, but you're talking about two different animals. When you're talking about the person that got into it in their 20s and 30s
Mhm.
versus the person who started off young, you're talking about two different nervous systems.
yes,
If we were to look at their brains, they're under magnetic resonance imaging. You'd see a lot of things that are similar. The breathing systems and stuff, it controls the heart rate. Everything's mostly in the same place. But I'd be willing to bet everything that you look at Ryan Garcia's brain, you got that left hook, and you were able to throw the left hook in the thing, you see it like, wow, either more efficient, maybe more space allocated to it, maybe less space, but the speed of transmission is just faster. You're talking about a different nervous system, which is just a different way of saying a different person, but it's more meaningful in my view because what you're talking about is cars with extra cylinders. You're talking about a race between two different vehicles.
Yep.
And so I think if somebody is very educated in the fight game or is educated in any domain, they're able to see that difference and give people really good advice. Whereas with the person themselves, they can't see that. It's like
Right.
they look the same. He trains, I train harder, I'm driven. It's like, no,
right,
it's not the same. And I think that's why, to me, something like a Cole Hawker win over a world record holder is impressive, as is the other stuff we were just watching. Incredibly impressive because, say, he's in fifth position and he's got a shorter stride. The other guy's got all this world record stuff under his belt. He's done great as well. He won the 5,000. He won the 5,000. But Cole's just like pulls something out. Like they're very close in terms of their abilities. They're the same, roughly the same species, right?
Right.
In the context that we're talking about. And then somehow through sheer will, is able to outkick him.
Sheer will, numbers. There's a lot of things going on. Like what kind of conditioning he went through as opposed to the other guy. Like what edge he got.
And he's from Kentucky. I've been to Louisville once, but someone told me, I don't know if this is true or not, but they're more, if you looked at the number of medals from people from Kentucky, it's almost like in a complete country. Really? I don't know what's going on in Kentucky.
Was there a great program there or something?
No, not just in track and field, like across the Summer Olympics. If you look at the number of like American versus Chinese medals, it like tears out people. Like Kentucky was a pretty good quote unquote country.
Well, wasn't Muhammad Ali from Louisville? Yeah. There you go.
There's something about people from Kentucky doing very well in there.
How are they in neuroscience?
I have a friend who just retired as chair of the neurobiology department. It's actually neuroanatomy there. My friend Bill Guido at University of Louisville.
Isn't it unfortunate though that like Kentucky's not associated with intellectual prowess?
Not so much, but it's a great department. It's a great department. No, Bill Guido's a great department there. I'm sure someone else is
great
taking
chicken. Great fried
Maureen McCall does great vision research there. So I one of the great things about being a scientist was, my lab now is run much smaller scale. But for years I just traveled the country in places I didn't ever think to go to. Right? I had a great Argentine meal in Louisville. Went to St. Louis. I had one of the best meals of my life. I don't think I'd ever been to St. Louis, but I was visiting Rothschild. And then there are certain cities that you hear terrible things about, and they're true.
One of the greatest
but not
pool
those
players
cities.
in the history of the world came from Paducah, Kentucky. A guy named Buddy Hall, a rifleman. Like to this day, one of the all-time greats.
And great horses.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
great horses.
Louisville horse races.
Yeah, great horses. Like I've been learning more about horses because it's like dog selection and horse selection. Is it the genetic breeding and the selection of horses for particular traits, like this whole warm blood. I don't know much about it, and I'm not to comment on it. But these people have been around horses their whole lives.
A stud horse is worth millions of dollars,
And
right?
they know that's the one. And they put tons of money in it. Like they have this unconscious genius based on all this life experience.
Right, so it's almost like they're selecting the same way like someone, if you wanted to build a Floyd Mayweather, you would select, great father was a great boxer, uncle's a great boxer, boxing from family, starts up young, start great genetics, the whole deal.
Or the Williams sisters, like that movie, the King James movie.
Tiger Woods.
Yeah, with Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
Or the kids that I grew up with skateboarding, like there's this kid, Guy Mariano. I knew he was a little kid. He would waddle. The board felt looked bigger than him, and now grown up, he's so good. He's kind of in my generation, so he's got late 40s, and he still just kills.
He's
developed it.
He grew up with it. Yeah.
Went through all the trials and tribulations, and this has been public. Had his issues and got sober and came back to skateboarding. Just skateboarder of the year for Thrasher, which is a huge deal. You just see the young Danny Way, Tony Hawk grew up skateboarding. His body, his nervous system is skateboarding.
Yeah.
And I love this aspect to people in sport because we see it. But it's, I think I remember listening to hearing conversations like this and thinking, yeah, but like if you're not into that, where is it? And this is where I just keep thinking about all the time, but forgive me. Rick has always said the key to being really great at something is to just be you. And I'm like, it sounds like about as mystical wrapped in the real as
That's so true. I can hear it in his voice when he said it.
But what he's saying, and I finally got it. It's like, what are the things that really pull that energy out of you? What did that when you were young? And if you're fortunate enough to get into something young, that's a beautiful thing. And, Rick's superpower is his ability to get close to things, people, music, etc., and feel it. He can feel that thing. And he encourages them to do more of that thing as opposed to the thing they think they should do. And then what's also remarkable about him is he's able to disengage and just be Rick again. Like he has this like empathy, but it doesn't like take him over.
Right.
It's so wild. The guy that grew up in music and did all the things he did for music. He's never had a sleep about college, done a drug. How many people who hang around musicians
I know.
pull that off?
Well, he's just a fascinating guy, period. But I think what he's locked onto is getting out of your own way. And there's a lot of self-chatter that comes in whenever you're creating something, where you're, instead of engaging with the idea, you're thinking about how can I make this better for me? What would people like more? What would get a better response? And you lose the magic. The magic is in the individual thought.
100%. And this is, all right, so I've been spending a lot, I go over there to spend time with them. I'm in the US right now. And it was the weirdest visit ever. I go over to visit Rick, and we tread water in the morning. We listen to this podcast, the history of 100 songs, 100 rock and roll songs. It's sort of like Human Lab podcast, but rock and roll, like super nerdy, long, like they're drawn out. There are a few podcasts like that, like Founders podcast. I love that, but mine is like super nerdy, right? About it. So we do that, and then we would just like sit around. And I'm like, what are you going to do? Just like sit. And we would just sit with eyes closed. And I was like, all right. And we had lunch, and it was like,
What a freak.
Let's just sit. And then at one point, I'm like, Rick, what are we doing? And he's like, well, when you keep your body still and your mind is really active, amazing ideas. And that's when I was like, oh my goodness. Because my first guest on my podcast was a guy named Carl Dicer. He's the best bioengineer. He's a psychiatrist. He has 5 kids. He's they probably wouldn't know that class. And he told me his practice coming up with ideas is after his kids are asleep, he sits down and he keeps his body completely still. And he forces himself to think in complete sentences, to keep his mind super active. And I was like, wow. And it turns out that if you look historically, a number of scientists have talked about this, and a number of creatives have talked about this. And then I don't have any studies to support this, but then I realized, what is the state of our brain or time when the brain is very active and our body is still, and our mind is coming up with all sorts of ideas? It's rapid eye sleep. We're paralyzed during rapid eye sleep. You're sleeping day 20. And everybody knows, based on dream studies and studies of creativity, that during rapid eye movement sleep, there's 2 things happen. There's a removal of some of the emotional load of previous days' experiences, right? Which is why rapid eye movement sleep is so critical for emotion regulation afterwards and for the regulating depression and things like that. But also, we come up with new configurations. And so Carl Dicer, Einstein, heard reports of this, of him walking and then closing his eyes and stopping and describing his mind moving forward while his body was still. Very kind of subjective. Rick has this practice. And I thought to myself, like, wow. So I started trying to do a sort of meditation where I forced myself to be very bodily still with my mind. Started this. Kind of interesting in light of creativity. But the other thing, and this goes to what you were saying before, Rick came up through punk rock and hip hop. Right? And I love punk rock music, grew up on it. That era in the 80s, punk rock in New York is amazing. But the whole thing, like Beastie Boys, he was close with Ramones, Joe Strummer, all this, and then hip hop. What he understands, and I can't speak for him, but he understands that there's this energy in an early field, say, of music, where they're not thinking about making money doing it. Like NWA, those guys were just being themselves when they were making music, right? I watched that movie of The Defiant Ones about Dre, Jimmy beats, but it's really about the energy of early hip hop. And then they talk about Eminem and a bunch of other things. We watch, Rick and I at night, we'd watch Eminem's documentary on Flash. And it's like, it's the energy of something that's new, where people are just being themselves, and they're not thinking about making a ton of money on a record. A really great producer comes in, captures that energy, and rolls it forward. And usually what ends up happening is then the general public falls in love with it, and then a bunch of things happen to those people, and then whatever dysfunction exists in their world gets amplified, and then we hear about it. It's kind of a consistent theme over and over. But it's like, and then one of the things that came up when I was with Rick is I was like, I feel like I came up through skateboarding, punk rock music. I'm not a musician. That incredible energy. I don't know much about it. It's like science had that when I first got into neuroscience. Like, no one talked about neuroscience. It didn't even have a name. We're just like brain explorers, cutting up brains, figuring out what to do, trying to figure out what these structures did and all this stuff. And podcasting. It's like, I really feel like the podcasters, at least some of us, right? It's like punk rock. It's like hip hop, because we're not thinking about, I wasn't just going to sit down and start my podcast.
Right.
I'm going to start thinking about my podcast. I was like, I've just got all this stuff in me that I want to tell people because I think it's super cool. And a lot of it I think might also be useful.
Right.
And you're just being you. So when Rick or Lex is just being Lex, or Chris Williamson is just being Chris Williamson, Whitney Cummings is just being Whitney Cummings. So when a podcast works, I think it's because you're just being you. And it seems so obvious, it's kind of almost trite, but Rick is like, exactly. And the biggest mistake is to take the feedback, the comments, whatever, the hippies and whatever, and to change who you are.
Right.
Now, there is sometimes useful information that comes back to us in ways we could do better in life, and certainly I am doing that. But the point is, at its essence, it's like the thing that makes podcasting beautiful to me is that I think we're right now, thanks in large part to you and some of the other early, entrants, guys that paved the way, is that it's a real thing. It's a real discussion. Like, there's no script. We didn't talk about what we're going to talk about before. Whereas when you go out there and you see these like highly overproduced or like media infused podcasts, like it's not like real.
Right.
It's not real. It's like an angle, they have a story they want to tell.
It's not independent anymore.
Right.
Can't produce.
Right. And let's be real honest. Look, you are consistent. This podcast is consistently miles and miles ahead of everybody else in terms of the amount of consumption of it. Why? Because it's a place where people immediately and consistently go, oh, it's like Joe's just being Joe. This is like a real thing. And when I say a real thing, this is what Rick means, like people just being themselves, which like your loves, things that bother you. Like, and so I think that podcasting to me, it's like skateboarding, it's like punk rock, it's like hip hop, it's like a sport. It's like an art. Like if you watch the movie, one of my favorite movies, the Basquiat movie, right, with Benicio del Toro and Hopper, is because Jean-Michel Basquiat was just being himself until the fame got to him. An article got written about how he was, Warhol's lapdog, they called him, or something like that. You can see him obsessing about it. And there's this amazing riff. If people haven't seen it, they should just look up on YouTube, like, how long does it take to get famous from the movie Basquiat? And it's Benicio del Toro, who plays the young kids in Gallo, telling him, here's what happens when you get famous. And it's an amazing clip because it explains the arc of fame and people becoming famous for being themselves and then doing the things that they think they should do to stay popular, and it destroys them. Mm-hmm. And so Rick's message is, like, Rick's talent is to like feel real, and he can tell what's real and what's fake. That's why he likes wrestling. He knows it's fake.
Right.
And then feel that and encourage somebody to do more of that, less of other stuff.
He's a creativity guru.
He's a creativity guru. Then step back. But the message he just keeps saying, and most of our conversations end with him just saying, like, just continue to be you. You, curious, adventure, whatever makes Andrew Andrew. I know what those things are. It's not about you. This is really about, hopefully, like, people hear it, like Rick is saying in that book and all his messages, like, we all have some little spark or gift or genetic bias.
Yeah.
And if you feed that, and it's a benevolent, you become that. It's like it stays real.
Well, you also show a path to other people, right?
Right.
When you can actually just be yourself, people realize, oh, I can be myself too. You know, like, and
people love this. People love it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know hip hop that well, but like, you don't have to see Eminem very many times or watch 8 Mile more than a couple of times or listen to his music. Understand, like, there's an energy.
Yeah.
It's not manufactured. That's
right.
him.
People love that. They love the authenticity. That's why they love Old Dirty Bastard. You know who that guy was?
Yeah. Well, like, I'm a huge Joe Strummer fan, and I remember asking Rick, I was like, hey, like, what do you think it was about Strummer? The Clash were only around for like 5 years. He's like, come and go. right? And he said, very Rick, he goes, Chris, you know, there's something about Joe where everything he said, he brought his entire life experience to me. I'm like, well, that's about his best. Yeah, like, what do you mean? And he's like, he just was purely himself that day with no concern about how you would perceive him.
Right.
He wasn't trying to impress you or look punk or not look punk. He just, you know, like, he just was. Strummer fell in love with hip hop. He'd bring out hip hop artists and the punks would boo, which is when he realized the punks aren't even punk. You know, like they're, and so there's something so beautiful about the energy of something really pure.
Yeah.
Like a Ryan Garcia left me.
Mm-hmm.
It's this, or early BC Boys, right? Or later, whatever. Or podcasting. My work now is so much about, like you said, like, don't read the comments, shut out the noise. You know, like Lex wants to go into the darkness and the light. He like wants it, he needs it.
Yeah,
It's
but
like,
that's always why he's down in the dumps too. Those telling him you're taking in too much negativity, bro.
I know, and but I feel like if he didn't do that, it would be as weird as him not wearing that suit.
Maybe. It was, you know, if he didn't drink, he wouldn't be Mike. You know, maybe Mike should be drinking every day. It's like,
you're destructive.
yeah,
I mean, it can go too far. Right?
Yeah.
It can, like there's a great quote in the Oliver Sacks book. He said he had a teacher who said Oliver will go far provided he doesn't go too far. And I read that right about the point. I recently saw the documentary Rothschild about Rothschild. And I actually had a chance to sit down and talk to him. No, he made that. And I didn't know much about it. But like what I saw there was just like an adventure. Like a super curious person. And a punk rocker. Like he was from that era. Like, like it was like and it was just a spectacular, like I don't know why I didn't know more about him. I should have, because there's kind of overlap in culture sets with New York punk rock, that era that I've always been fascinated by. A few years behind there, but I was like, wow, like I just saw like a genuine curiosity with people and things. And I realized like the food part was kind of incidental. Mm-hmm. It was like the person. It was just being him, and that's why I think so many people loved him, is because he was just being him. And I don't know any more about it, but like I feel like people just being themselves is like the ultimate in personal development.
Yeah, he was also brilliant as a writer. He would write all of his own narratives, all the narration was all his writing. And he was just so good at it, so good at expressing his joy for different cultures and trying out their cuisine and what he admired about them as human beings and about their spirit. And he loved people. He loved being around people. He did not love being famous though. That guy got fucked up by fame. He did not like it. He was very uncomfortable. And that thing that you were talking about, Basquiat experience, I think everybody experiences. There's a temptation towards audience capture. There's this desire to appease those and please those who love you, maybe at the expense of your own self-esteem and your own perspective, because you see things through others' eyes and how they perceive you to be rather than who you actually are. And you're so aware and so painfully self-aware that you lose your ability to just be yourself. What Rick's talking about, to just be you. And that happens to most people because it is a complicated drug, which is why it's a terrible drug to give to young people. Fame is a terrible drug to give to young people. And one of the ways that I mitigate all this stuff is through voluntary adversity, voluntary physical adversity, and then mental adversity, doing difficult things. And the more difficult things that I do, the easier this weird state that I find myself in is. And I think one of the reasons why I'm so comfortable with it, because I'm not uncomfortable all the fucking time. I'm voluntarily uncomfortable most of the day. So regular uncomfortable is like, yeah, whatever. It's not 196 degrees for 25 minutes. I did that this morning before I got here. That shit's hard. That's really hard. That's like you're going to die hard. You're going to die hard is so much harder than, oh, somebody doesn't like me. Oh, somebody took my clip and took it out of context.
Because you're going to die of heat is a real thing. This is what Rick says, like, nature is a truth. Like, you heat up too much, too long, you can die. Yeah. And you're playing. It's playing, and it's hard, and you do it correctly, and you're
And cardio is really important for that. Cardio is one of the very best things for alleviating anxiety. And I know there's a lot of studies that have been done on weightlifting, about strength and resistance training and it alleviating anxiety, and I think that's a fact. I think that's true as well. But there's something about I might die cardio. I might die cardio is a different kind of cardio. It's like if you can swim into the point where you do laps in the pool, where you're like, I don't know if I'm going to be in that fucking pool. And when you do get out of that pool, regular life is way easier. Period. Full stop. No discussion. I think when people are talking about cardio, they're engaged in maybe zone 2 type cardio, which is very good for you. Very good for you, by the way. I do zone 2 cardio. I will get on the assault bike and not go very fast and do 50 minutes and watch television. I'll do that. But I also do lots of where I do 20 minutes sprinting, 10-second rest. 20 seconds sprinting, 10-second rest, 20 seconds sprint, and I do that in sets of 4, 8 reps. So 8 reps 4 times.
Okay.
It's only like 20 minutes.
I do something similar. I like to walk or hike. I use one of these vests. I don't have a relationship to that. But Marshall makes these ones that are really close to the body.
Yeah.
And so I use that because you can really move easily. I don't like a heavy loaded vest because it doesn't feel right to me. And if I load from the back like a rock, I feel pitched forward. So I like that. I like how smooth those are. Nice smooth thick feel. And then I'll walk far that way. Then I'll do the same thing. So if I do a little different, I'll go 10-second sprint, 20-second rest, do that 8 times. That's my Friday morning workout. I feel like I want to die. But I think that I have an observation that's not backed by any formal science. I'd like your thoughts on it. I've known a lot of people who are kind of compulsive, anxious, or even outright addicts who then get really into running or any kind of cardio, long distance endurance type sport. And they seem to, not a scientific study, they seem to get and stay sober.
Yeah.
Whereas I find that while weightlifting is really healthy and I really enjoy it, I've observed that it can create a kind of tension in the body that doesn't release completely, maybe even builds energy into the nervous system, so to speak. And I do know a number of people who have had challenges with drugs and alcohol. Grateful that I have those challenges, but challenges with drugs and alcohol. And they've gone the way of just weightlifting. And they've been like multiple relapsers. Now, that is not a knock against weightlifting. I think people should do resistance training and cardio. But it is kind of remarkable that people that do a lot of cardio seem to successfully beat their addictions.
Right.
And maybe it's just the time involved. Who knows?
It's a lot of time involved. It's also overwhelming. So it takes over your mind, your body. I think if you're doing a marathon, you're grinding for hours. You're doing 3 hours really fast.
What's the longest distance?
I don't really run. So the longest distance I've ever run is only 2 miles. I did a 5K once. My friend Cam had a 5K once in Vegas. And it was zero training. I didn't run at all. And I was like, wow, this is hard. At the end of it, I was like, that's a lot harder than I thought. I thought I was in pretty good shape. I'd be able to run, 3-point-something miles?
Yeah, he's a sicko. He's got a broken foot right, and he's still running. And
he's got to get surgery. He can't have surgery right now because he has elk hunting season coming up.
He's on his way to Alaska. He sent me some meat, which I'm very grateful for. It's delicious. He told me that, I said, what's the pain level on that foot? He showed the x-ray. It's still very broken.
Yeah.
And I said, 10 out of 10 being like excruciating, cannot stand it. He's like, I don't know. But he's running. He came and stayed recently. He stayed at my house a few times, and I've set up some more training in the backyard. And I saw corporate training. People just spontaneously come in and Alexis can't stay. And I wake up, and this is literally, we did a post about this, literally how it happened. I woke up in the morning, hadn't yet started work, so that was how I later the post. And Cam Haynes is on my roof shooting arrows at my targets, which he's beyond the fence line. And so the neighbors are like, who's this guy? This is Los Angeles, right? So he's a wild man. I love him. Hitting bullseyes the whole way through just to rub it in.
It's just bizarre that he's running on that foot. He knows he's going to have to get it fixed. But if they get it fixed, it's probably going to have to be off of it for like 6 weeks or something.
No, and I keep trying to get him to do some of the what I know to be very useful things like 7, et cetera, which, yes, there isn't any clinical data for it. It's all animal data, but so many people report feeling better. It's very hard to get this guy. Yeah. He needs some.
Yeah, they need to put some screws in that bitch.
He would run on stumps. Guys like him and Goggins were going on stumps.
Goggins got another knee surgery recently. He's bone on bone, and he's essentially getting surgeries to shape his bone so his bone on bone is flatter. Because when you have bone on bone, it distorts your nose weird. So what does he do? Does he stop? Does he get a fake knee? No, he gets it cut flat and he gets a wedge cut in the bone and shifts it down so it's flat. So bone on bone, at least it has the correct geometry.
Well, there's a guy where in his whatever it was, late 20s, took a look at his childhood, was like, well, I wasn't, my nervous system shaped to be a great athlete or a great SEAL, etc. Looked at everything he had become, and he basically said, big heart, no. He's like, whatever it was that happened before then, he was going to shape his nervous system by putting in endless hours. So
in his 20s.
Right. So it runs counter to everything that we talked about earlier, which is that one has to start early, but he's making up the time and then some. I saw a post where he couldn't move his legs for whatever reason. He just had surgery. So he's running on tape.
Yeah.
His position, kind of plank position.
Yeah, he's a ridiculous person.
It's amazing. Super inspiring. He's like a noun and a verb, and an adjective.
I just wish that there was stem cell technology, regenerative technology available now to help his joints stay healthy. Because the problem is that will, that mind, that power is eventually going to break down his body, and mechanically it's not going to work anymore.
Titanium is pretty good. This is what the neurosurgeons understand. Like, you take out a flap of the skull, you replace it with titanium. It's a lot stronger. You
mean titanium knees? Is that what you're suggesting?
Or other biomaterials, right?
They're close. They're real close. There's been some studies recently that regenerate cartilage. And so I think they're real close. I think if you could just hang in there for a few more years, they're probably going to be able to fix things.
Yeah, exosomes are exciting. BPC 157, while only animal data, it's very clear. It, has the propensity to encourage fibroblasts, cells that and cartilage, etc., and can really repair tissues.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I certainly have experience. It can help repair things.
Yeah, it's legit. It's legit, and unfortunately, the FDA is trying to get rid of it. There's a lot of things that are really good for you that unfortunately are not regulated correctly.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Well, my wish, I have no plans to go to Washington, but my wish is that things like BBC 157, it's very interesting, I would say not cutting edge, but even further out, like leading edge things like Pioneer, which can help with regeneration. Pianocytes are incredible for sleep, potentially. Like, we need these things explored. And everyone for a while was like, peptides, oh, it sounds really kind of gray market weird, and it can be. But let's face it, GLP-1 agonists. It's like Manjaro. That's a peptide that existed for years in the fitness and bodybuilding industry. Now it's like probably approaching $1 trillion industry someday.
That has a tremendous windfall in terms of the amount of money you generate from it. BBC 157 can be made by virtually any laboratory, and it's probably going to cut back on orthopedic surgeries. And that's the gross reality of a lot of the stuff. A lot of the stuff is going to cost companies money because people won't be taking pain medication, they won't be taking anti-inflammatory medication, and they won't be getting as many surgeries. And that's where it gets fucked up. Because the healthcare system, the business of healthcare, is really set up not looking at people as like what's the best way and the most efficient way and the most cost-effective way in terms of for the actual patient to treat them. No, it's how do I make the most money?
Well, we did an episode on back health and strengthening the back and back pain with Stu McGill on, and it was wild. I've never received emails and stuff like that. Like, half of the people or more saying, the McGill Big Three helped me so much, like stabilize my back. It's like a, he's got his 3 movements. You can look it up on YouTube. Crazy. It's all about that he's in great shape in his late 60s. Incredible shape. Chops through he's up in Canada. So, he basically is giving behavioral tools to stabilize and strengthen the spine. And then the other half, we're like, what is this? You can't treat back pain. There's a pseudoscience. And everyone telling me how much benefit they got out of the old Big Three. And then the war among physios, that's an ugly field, I'll tell you. And I asked someone, why is this field of exercise physiology so good? I asked Andy Galvin. And it turns out it's because it's very hard to get a lot of clients. And the moment that somebody comes out with knowledge that's very useful for a lot of people, they're potentially taking away their livelihood.
Right.
So, and it's saying nothing of the pain treatment. We had a guy on our podcast named Sean Mackey. He's an MD, PhD, runs a PhD. He talks about biopsychosocial knowledge And he's very open-minded. Meds work in some cases. So does your emotional or cognitive interpretation. What does it mean? So do things like meditation. Like he's basically trying to incorporate all these different things. He's very holistic, for lack of a better word. But if you look at most pain docs, they're not that people. They're just like, okay, this is what you use. It might be addictive, might not be addictive. But they're not ever talking about strengthening the systems that I gave away in the first place.
Right.
So I totally agree with you. People, like, there is no replacement for self-care. There's just no replacement. No pill, no potion, no injection, no nothing. There are things that can help, but there's nothing that can replace behaviors. Because our nervous system was evolved for these behaviors.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, man, it's always a fascinating conversation. I appreciate you very much. I'm really glad you have your own podcast and it's so popular. I love it. I listen to it all the time.
Thank you.
You put out a lot of great information. And I really appreciate you.
Thank you. I really appreciate you. You've been a great friend to me and a great source of support through a bunch of different aspects of podcasting, supporting discussions about health, exercise, forcing me to make my cold plunge a little colder. I'm a sniff with the smelling salts, all of it.
I might be wrong about the cold.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, but really, right back at you. You know, there are very few places in the world where you can have a real discussion about real things from all the angles, and know that the person sitting across from you is truly looking at you. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure. I appreciate you too. All right. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
Good
Joe Rogan
Experience.
Train Monday, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
What's up, Luke? Hey, sir, I'm doing better than I deserve. Yeah. Oh, that's a good statement. You know, there's an old military saying, any day above ground is a good day. There you go. So tell everybody what your official job was. Wow. I had a lot of official jobs with the government in regards to, these things. Sure. These things. That's a legend. That's a replica of the one that Bob Ruzar worked on, the sport model. I've heard that. Designs by Perry. The E with Perry is a 3, and he's a dude on Instagram sending that. Pretty dope, right? Yeah. We have another one that looks just like it at the mothership at the Comic Club. When you walk in, you walk right through a giant suspended UFO. Pretty cool. So obviously I have issues.
Well, you know what? This is a new town. I was strolling the streets yesterday, and I came across a Texas toy museum. I'm not one for museums usually, but something I saw was automatically transported me back to when I was a kid. I'm an old guy, so I grew up in the 70s.
How old is it?
52.
I'm 57.
You are? Man, girl, I'm 10 years older than you. I had a lot of hard miles on me, unfortunately.
I did too, so or not.
You'll have to share your secret. Because unfortunately, I've tell people this is as good as we get. So I'm about as attractive as a second truck. I after the Army, I went to the Federal Service and had a lot of jobs, mostly in counterintelligence, which is looking basically what the bad guys know about us from an intelligence perspective. And in 2008, I changed my job. One of my jobs was working at the Director of National Intelligence, which for most people may or may not know, it's kind of outside of D.C. And I was on the other side of D.C., living on a little island in the Chesapeake Bay. So my commute was terrible. I mean, really frankly,
Except the area we doing?
no, but it was about a 3-hour commute each way.
Oh.
Through the right house, and then it's
Why didn't you live closer?
well, I wanted to give my kids a really good quality of life, and I did not want to work in the city and then kind of expose them to kind of the craziness, if that makes sense.
Especially DC. DC's crazy.
Especially with kids, right?
Yeah.
So,
Kind of nuts that they don't clean up the capital of the fucking country. It seems like
brother, it's
kind of ridiculous with the rot the whole country's
it's
involved
false
in.
disgrace because you're being informed dignitary. So the first thing they see is just the dereliction.
Yeah.
It's a very poor reflection on really what the American spirit is about. But that's for another conversation.
Yeah. It seems like they could fix that.
Yeah.
Especially in that place.
Yeah, one would hope, right?
Yeah. Jesus Christ. The nation's chemical.
Yeah. So I was offered a job to go back to the Pentagon in 2008. for a little while, and basically run the integration between national level intelligence information and local and state and tribal law enforcement. So after 9/11, the country realized that we had a significant problem getting national level information down to the cops on the ground that could actually do something about it. Why? Because they didn't have security clearances. So they weren't allowed to be provided that information. So one of my jobs was to try to help fix it. And shortly thereafter, I got there in 2008. It was probably early 2009 is when I was approached by two individuals who came to me. They said, look, we'd like to consider you for a program that we're part of. It's a very nuanced program, very secret program. Now, when you're in the government, you hear that all the time. It's not, people look at it, you have a secret clearance or a top secret clearance. Millions of people have some sort of security clearance in the government. And a lot of people have secret clearance. So it's really not that uncommon for sexy. It just
So you didn't really know what you got involved in?
I didn't at all. Not at all. In fact, great question. So, no, I didn't know what I was getting involved in. And after several conversations, it occurred to me that their interest in me was some of my background. In my early career as a special agent in counterintelligence, I was protecting technologies, critical avionic technologies, for example, and some aerospace technologies. So think of first solid rocket motor technology, Tomahawk cruise missiles, stuff like that, Apache Longbow. So advanced avionics was something that was kind of familiar with, and at the same time, I had the counterintelligence background. So I was asked to come in and run the counterintelligence and security aspect for a particular program, at which time I had no idea what the program was. So what does counterintelligence and security mean? It just simply means making sure that our adversaries like Russia and China can't penetrate our organization to steal our secrets. That's all it is. I know things and word for just security, information security, operational security. So I remember I had a meeting. They brought me to go see their director, and it was I would tell you the location, but I was told by the Pentagon not to say the specific location of this office, but it was somewhere in the D.C. area. It was a facility that wasn't known publicly to be an intelligence office in there, so I can't say the specific location. But I went there, and I went up to the top floor, I think it was the top floor, almost the top floor, and I met for the first time a gentleman named James Lukatsky, Dr. James Lukatsky, PhD. And this guy was the epitome of a rocket scientist. And when I say the epitome, I mean he was probably, and there's no exaggeration, the #1 rocket scientist in the U.S. government. Now, he's a humble guy, so I'll probably tell you he wasn't, but he really was. He was an amazing human being, and very smart. And after a very brief conversation, he looked at me and he said, I want to ask you a question. Okay, sir. He said, what do you think about UFOs? I said, well, I answer truthfully. I don't. And he said, well, what do you mean? You don't believe in them? I said, no, that's not what I said. You asked me if I think, what do I think about UFOs? And frankly, I don't think about UFOs. I really don't have the luxury to think of them. I'm too busy, working intelligence operations and whatnot. And I remember him looking over his glasses and very seriously staring straight in the eye and says, well, don't let your personal bias get the best of you, because what you may learn may surprise you, may challenge any preconceived notion of what you think something is or is not. And so, to be backtracking, I've never been a UFO guy. People come up and tell me that UFO guy. I'm not. I was never really into science fiction as a kid. I wasn't into the Star Trek or the Star Wars, like a lot of people were. So that was not my disposition. I grew up, I guess, playing G.I. Joe and stuff like that. So that wasn't my background. And certainly in college, I studied microbiology and immunology with a focus on parapsychology. Not parapsychology, but study parasites, parapsychology. So the scientific method has always been something that's been near and dear to me. Then, of course, later on as a special agent, when you're conducting investigations, for me, I was always very kind of the old gumshoe, if you will, just a fast man sort of guy. So I was never really prone to any type of, if you will, affinity towards science fiction or even the UFO topic. I just haven't really considered.
So he says this to you, and then so we're talking about what 16 years ago? 18, 16 years ago?
Yeah, do the math, right? So it's 2024, 2000, and early 2009.
So this is the beginning of your journey towards this sort of bizarre subject of whatever these things are.
Yeah.
So you don't have any real previous interest. He says this to you, and then what's the steps after that? Like, how do you get introduced to this idea that these things are alien crafts?
Yeah. So, great question. So for some people, there's kind of two ways people process this information, at least in my experience. And there may be others. This is just my observation. Some people have this kind of revelatory moment, this epiphany where it's this aha moment. Oh my gosh, this is real. Right?
Mm-hmm.
For other people, it's kind of more a slow, gradual realization. I think for me, I was probably in the second category, more of a slow, gradual realization that this isn't, cover for something else. This is really about the UFOs.
So how do you first get introduced to these things?
Well, I didn't get introduced to the things. It was, first of all, I was introduced to the report. Right? So there was these official reports that we were getting from the field. There's official videos and whatnot that describe vehicles doing things, maneuvering in ways that, frankly, outperform anything we have in our inventory. Now, keep in mind, my background was at some point in aerospace. So I knew all of the capabilities of F-16 or, for example, an F-22 or the F-35. And at the end of the day, as advanced as they are, they're still conventional aircraft. They still have the old, there's an adage they use for jet engines. It may seem a little awkward with it. It's suck, squeeze, bang, and blow. That's what a jet engine does. Forgive me, that's what it does.
Right.
So, it's a conventional type engine. Of course, you have a propeller too that can displace it or whatnot. These vehicles were different. These vehicles, for the most part, didn't have any type of associated characteristic that you or I or any normal person would associate with the plane. It's an airplane, an aircraft that is flying. So how does an airplane work? Well, let's say this cigar, for example, is an airplane, and there's four fundamental forces. And so you have thrust, lift, drag, and weight. And if you understand those, you can build wings and you create lift and you can fly. And then you have to have an engine for that thrust and whatnot. The things that the military pilots were encountering didn't have that. They didn't have wings. They didn't have rudders and ailerons, control surfaces. They didn't have cockpits. They didn't have engine. No obvious signs of propulsion. They were doing things and maneuvering in ways that, frankly, defied anything that we had in our inventory. And we were pretty certain the enemies didn't have either. Our adversaries didn't have these technologies either. And even more perplexing is that they were being encountered over controlled U.S. airspace and over sensitive military installations. So, from that perspective, you've got a real national security concern on there.
So you said video. Mm-hmm. What was do you remember the first thing that you saw?
I think part of the challenge is that most people here in this country, they're familiar with the three videos, right? That have been famously released by the Go Fast, Gimbal, FLIR, correct. Right. But those are the least compelling of all the videos that the government has. Those were unclassified. And so those are the ones who are kind of low-hanging fruit that could be released to the general public. There's stuff out there that's like 4K ultra high definition. Right? So when you see something like that from a certain military platform or a certain military equity or intelligence collection platform, you have to look at that and say, what is that? What the hell is that? More importantly, that data is being backed up by radar data. Right? So you've got electro-optical data, like gun camera footage, pod or FLIR video, and then you've got radar data. That is actually confirming what the videos pick up, and then you've got eyewitnesses that are also watching, right? So you've got trained observers, pilots that can recognize the silhouette between an Su-22 and a MiG-25 from 20 miles away and make a split-second decision: is it friend or foe? Do I kill it, or do I let it live? And they're reporting. So you have now three separate, if you will, collection platforms, with the human eye being one of them. You've got gun camera footage and you've got radar footage, all describing the same event, the the same place, at the same time, under the same circumstances, right? And so, keep in mind, with my background as a former special agent in counterintelligence, if this was in front of a jury, you know, as I've said before, I think we're well beyond reasonable doubt. That is something there. I mean, that is real. That's not an atmospheric aberration. It's not a anomaly. That is something there. It's tangible.
So was there an aha moment for you? Like the first thing that you saw that you looked at, you go, what the fuck?
No, like I said, for me, it's more slow and gradual. I didn't.
What was the first thing that you saw that made you realize that there's something going on here that defies conventional wisdom or conventional understanding of propulsion systems?
I think for me, one of the most compelling moments was when I attended. When I go back to my information, I attended a dinner with some individuals who were already associated with the larger umbrella program for the Los Angeles. And I attended dinner at a Washington, D.C. hotel, and a Brazilian gentleman attended this dinner. And the dinner was sponsored by a gentleman named Robert Bigelow, the famous billionaire hotel. Yeah. And by the way, he's American here. He's a patriot. He's funded a lot. He is really, and people don't realize that he self-funded a lot of this stuff on behalf of the U.S. government by himself. Like he paid it to do it himself. He really is an American patriot in my opinion. But anyways, he flew in this guy, General Uchoa. General Uchoa was a Brazilian general, very, very senior Brazilian guy, who led an investigation about an event that occurred over several days.
This is the Varginha incident?
It's actually called Guinness in Brazil, and the Polaris incident. And they had an overwhelming number of eyewitnesses, and there was even some video and photographs that they had produced internally there to Brazil, and it was overwhelming. Yeah, and for me, it was more listening to him and explain the concern they had and some of the interactions the Brazilian government officials had with these UAP that really I left there that dinner scratching my head and really at that point beginning to absorb the profoundness that we're dealing with something that is real. This is not a cover plan for some other technology we're trying to protect.
Did he show you this video evidence?
So I was sitting at the kind of the table like this. There's a whole lot of people at the table. He was sitting at the head. I was kind of way down over here. And he brought an envelope and he was showing photographs everywhere and some reporting as well. I think he brought, if I recall correctly, his daughter to translate because I don't think English was his very good was his language. But for me, I think for one of my colleagues too, which I probably can't say his name publicly yet, but we both left that dinner, I think, scratching our heads and saying, wow, this is legit, this is real. The U.S. government is interested in this, and there is interest by our government. As after that dinner, attending more meetings and beginning to read the reports, the field reports, and speaking to the scientists, it became evident to me that this was a very serious issue. We had near misses over some of our areas of operation. In some cases, literally these UAP splitting a combat formation. If you know how planes fly, they fly very close to a combat situation. These things were splitting the formation, right? That there were reports being provided through the Air Force, mostly through the Navy, about air safety issues, where pilots literally could run into these things. Right? They're pervasive. It wasn't like once and twos.
Was there ever an incident where a pilot or a jet did run into something?
Not that I'm aware of, but I can tell you that there's been incidents where there appears to be some sort of provocation, where one of these things seems to be coming deliberately close to an aircraft, not necessarily trying to hit it, but maybe trying to demonstrate performance capabilities, or some video in particular. Hadn't been paid by the Pentagon, so let me see if I can speak about it in general terms. There's a pilot flying, and a hear on the radio this chatter back and forth. Did you see it? You have eyes down on it? Nope, negative, no eyes down. Okay, should I have it on radar? Yeah, I got something on radar, but I can't see it. And all of a sudden, a craft, an object, goes whizzing right by the car. I mean, probably like 15 feet away. And you can the pilot and expletives of the pilot. I won't say it here on air, but you can imagine what the pilot would say was very, very surprised. That was one of those.
Can you describe what's that?
I think I can. I want to be careful. I don't. Again, I haven't had what I have approved to talk about. I've spoken about. Let me preface by saying I still have my security clearance, and on occasion I still will consult for the U.S. government. And so I want to be very mindful. I have no problem going up all the way to the line.
Right, I understand.
But if I put, a pinky toe over that line,
Right,
of course. It was a wedge-shaped craft. Wedge-shaped, like triangular, but yeah, like a wedge. Like I don't know how else to describe it. I could draw it for you.
Sure, you can. So just like a wedge that you would like split wood with, like that kind of a wedge.
Yeah, but it was silver metallic and like a diamond. That's a better way to describe it. Like a diamond almost. And it looked kind of like that. Really, it's just a little.
And that kind of shape is something that's been recorded multiple times.
So that was the first time I ever saw something like that. Mm-hmm. To me, it was. Keep in mind, I never followed this topic, so every time I'm seeing these videos, I'm kind of seeing something for the very first time. So, like, particular whether it's a disc-shaped craft, or it's a wedge-shaped craft, or a diamond-shaped craft, or a triangle-shaped craft, boomerang in some cases. These were all new to me, so it was very, very perplexing, and obviously, toward military pilots, it was very concerning. And I think when you look at some of the gold standard cases we have, like the minutes, for example, that case, you have this overwhelming number of sensors looking at the same thing going on that the pilots are reporting. And for me, that was most, like I said, more than eyewitness testimony is important, but at the end of the day, grandpassing some lights in the backyard doesn't really do it for me. I'm a fact-oriented kind of guy. I've got to see the data. Let the data provide us the information that we so that we can make a conclusion. Right? I'm not, if you start seeing UFOs in the sky everywhere, well, chances are they're probably not. It's a quadcopter, it's a balloon, it's an aircraft, it could be all sorts of things. That's why I think, from my perspective, having the fundamental categories, the observables, we call them, was so important because they are so beyond what a normal aircraft, traditional conventional aircraft can do. At that point, as you're dealing with some sort of beyond next generation technology, and that's when it gets compelling for guys like me, right? When you're seeing performance capabilities that far surpass anything we have, and I'm talking even the very, very best technology we have, we don't come close to that.
And no visible means of propulsion.
No, or obvious signs of lift, right? And not even a cockpit. You have to scratch your head and see what's going on. Interestingly,
So no windows.
No windows. No. In some cases, no windows. Other cases, people will report what they think are windows. They say, "Oh, I saw windows," but at the end of the day, we're looking at that in terms of what we think a window is, right? So you see a car, you see windows, but we're playing. Those are windows. I didn't see any information to suggest that there were actually windows, even though an eyewitness might describe a window, because we are describing something that we recognize.
Right.
So we say, "Oh, that might be a window,"
right?
But it might not be a window. So I want to be very careful to say there were no windows. There could have been, but the ones that I was privy to, I saw, I didn't see any obvious sign of like a windshield or a window. I didn't see anything like that. I saw vehicles that were doing things that were just left you scratching your head. And they're real, like I said, because you're backing it up with all this other sensor data. And some of the best sophisticated sensor data, by the way, at the time of the planet that we have, right? The Spy-1 radar and the E2 Hawkeye and some of the other radar capabilities and technical capabilities that other intelligence agencies have, I can't discuss here. That this is the stuff that helps us forgive the analogy here, but warheads and foreheads. When we're going to take a strike against terrorists, these are the same sensor systems we use to prosecute that war, that act, both in combat and non-combat. So, yeah, that for me was very compelling. And it's lots and lots of videos. People think that there's only 3 videos. Those don't even scratch the surface. There are hundreds and hundreds of videos that the intelligence community and the Department of Defense have on these things.
Has there ever been any discussion about releasing these?
I don't want to speak on behalf of the government. Colleagues of mine, like Chris Mellon, who have been very, very, very active in this topic and have actually been responsible for a lot of what we see now happening in Congress, has been championing it. He is the one who says, look, we need more videos to come out so the American people can see for themselves what we've been dealing with. When I had Chris Mellon in the Pentagon, he saw those videos. And up to that point, he had been, when he was a senior person at the Pentagon, like very senior, one of his jobs as the senior intelligence official, he asked, hey, do we have any UAP, UFO videos, investigations, anything like that? And he told him no. So when he came to the Pentagon and saw what we actually did have, you can imagine someone like Chris Mellon, right? He wasn't very happy. He was actually pretty disappointed, saying, like, why was I told no? I could see these videos clearly, see the reports. Clearly, this is something that we're interested in as a Department of Defense, and yet, when I was one of the senior guys, he got the Heisman. He was being told no. So that was, I think, a point for him that really, that's probably the spark. I don't want to speak for my friend Chris, but I suspect that was probably the spark that got him to the point where he said, okay, we have to do something about this. This is BS.
Yeah, when I was talking to him, it seemed like that was his perspective.
So let's just get into let's get into what this is going to do. Let's end up with the question about scientific method. It's sort of blockage of scientific ideas and understanding. As you say, for other attorneys, we think these are science, but at first, and that's the challenge that we face in today's position is this, which is like, yeah, it is classification of those is kind of as well as classifications. This is a lecture sheet. This question is contractors assess technology, service documentation, states well, but was trying to collect material was it successfully played? It's not bad. It was a aerospace contract company that invested to $9,000 material like the 1940s. Unfortunately, that actually so let's dive into that. That's the aerospace, correct? So there was a journalist, Christopher Sharp, who said that there was a transfer between Lockheed Martin and aerospace and CIA and blocked this. Can you describe that? What I can say is that it was blocked. Why it was blocked? It was nice. I was part of some conversations with one person that they had us those accurate. What we wanted was from the Air Force to the back and so the Secretary of Defense, I decided to go with the trainers and then as Secretary of Defense, if you couldn't get the Secretary of the Air Force to transfer that material. So if that material exists today, who's in possession? So I would get another conversation. Okay, my question to you is, if we were in a scenario, if we were in a scale, would you be able to provide get access to something that is like visuals or material that we can create on or biologics that would convince me or show me that we have not kept origins. So that decision and it would be so if you were to shoot where we can get your coverage, get that information, where once we just go to the next because we don't know where to go next. So where to shoot where to go. Session established so necessary to this immigration issue successful. In the discussions, it's simply about material, or is there a discussion about biologics? In this previously, this matters biologics that were collected regularly and sort of again, I thought it was aspects so I felt like I was expert was it described as the possession of bodies? Did you visit multiple types of creatures or surviving creatures? By the time I building it was discussion with when I was at I was collection of intellectual it was this part of the lucky discussion. It was this like 50 biologists and so good. with the amount of human life form. So communication is a really good program because if you're so if you're that's the so that's a real safety issue. Especially as a frequency increase. That's the first part of it. You know, saying increasing frequency, but it's also possible it's not the most useful. There's also the basic some technology out there that's collecting this information and that reports information. So we're not quite sure that it's actually increasing the numbers of these events. Because in fact, we can have that report these things. We have another approach to analyze this possible. That's the next question. It seems that a lot of science installations are being built. These UAVs are targeted installations would be increased abilities to launch installations. So we are not concerned because they have something in the defense and intelligence so corporations are not exposed. And those equities like that, so for customers, other type of equities are not to management. And certainly, if they're vulnerability for national security, if there was a there was some sort of hostile intention, that's 2% higher than so we must figure out is it capability versus intention. In order to identify something as a national security threat, some of the capabilities that we have to go after the intent. And so this is why this discussion is so much more adequate. But from my perspective, we have no idea. So we have that decision to the threat. Just spread out. The large percentage of the population. Okay, so where would that be? That means, be aware that it's the environment. So the rest of the family was most they were aware of this essentially over 200 people. For instance, they were business. We all aware of this virus was true election. Yes, but did you give me the how did you prepare? It's actually another piece of number I mentioned it still in the Air Force. So it seems that everybody is crash. And the question that we really have to figure out is what is it China or is it Taiwan? I think that's the biggest question. Rothschild is China. It's scary because they want to
Madam Chair, now that we have been cautioned in this committee hearing, as mentioned, putting on national population program, put us on a list. Well, I recognize myself getting this, sure. So I speak my mind off this, and why not just keep it? Raise my strong, this last birds, and there was some news and so I receiving my post to get to the election. So let's just see how many lists we get on here today. But Mr. Schauffer, I wanted to ask you, I think I understand from this hearing that you agree that classifying information like this is not key. Right?
We can have it, of course, for classification, that's certainly to see this situation so here, but it's pretty obvious that there's no classification.
Overclassification, yes. And so, in what instances, they can't tell us what. Do you think at some point they'll at least tell us why?
President-elect Trump has repeatedly committed to greater transparency both on the UAP issue, JFK files, but you're not anticipating anything, so I think that we need to make sure that these administrations are clear.
This is more on the election of these questions I want to get to. Are there any known instances of the public material technologies that are developed from human origin and being connected to any advanced bioscience defense programs within the USG?
I don't know. I would be unsure. I don't know.
Okay, so there are rumors that have come up to the Hill of a secret project within the Department of Defense involving the manipulation of human genetics with what is described as non-human genetic material, potentially for enhancement of human capabilities. But you've been familiar with the cancer
it's classified how exactly that works. It's sensitive. The discussion would be sort of held in a closed session if you like. We can work with international international allies, but often not just individual consciousness, but in other intelligence efforts as well. Which is a question I ask you. It's very important, obviously. I can't encourage whistleblowers to obtain information, but I can guarantee you that I will take that good person to protect our identities.
So the next question, the first one we have is, I didn't bring up the answer to the questions. So, how would you define, it's really my last question, how would you define non-human biologics and intelligence for actually
It's a stretch. Of course, the evidence is this person I would take the scientific approach that specifics. That Irish special thought process. I think we must be honest in our assumptions that we're looking for intelligence that could be biological. Especially with the support of our hearing, and I want to thank our for interested in this topic. I think our community to all you as the service. Yeah, I would say that we continue investigating the peace in the country. I think those issues for sure the state of national security is always protected. This is a conversation and question that must continue. So, I also just want to just personally, I think it's really important. Maybe two things about my question on the class solutions. This is one is always feedback science and serious solutions. And the second thing is that we should not let it part of our education class because obviously we're whole teams of action. I think those two things for me are really important for all the members. What I would do that.
I think it's important to open schools on the way to any symptoms but chapter would be the last how much tax you spend on this. Yes, so spending money on something that doesn't exist for why or spending money it doesn't exist. And of course, emotional security is an issue. So there's technology that us, families, and episodes, we also understand that there's a rest of our programs to ensure that technology is not the necessary things that can just around us and programs. So this is just since my life, and I recognize you for 5 minutes of question.
Especially here with your sense. Just I actually convinced that I started my college inside. The reason why I posed that question is when I talked to the beginning of this grade, you said, well, I don't know, right? Scripted, working out, I was forward, last year, open, then obviously listen to the side. And the interest in the overall episodes, it's whatever, that's this is. But the thing that we had was the discussion. It seems that locations such as facilities that we're seeing this different for the question is, do you believe that everybody does activity that might be true? Sure, some cases that's good. It's actually good. It's not just a surrender percentage. Also, it's a a lot of our sensitive locations appear to be supports of this contract. A lot of innovation comes out of those areas. A lot of these technologies, a lot of disruptive technologies that we need for our national it is out of implications and based concepts of business as well. So if I was going to for us, that's what we're talking about to start with. Sure, and then you can on top of things that you have questions. We're all towards situations or affiliates in this kind of technology. For possession of this kind of technology, as others for others. Is there a way to take this money from people later that just would great? If you believe your needs was correct ones. So that's absolutely worth watching. Maybe calls, so that's done. So with everything you see, it's not just over the listening accounts, how to see considering and understanding that there was a need in some cases in certain technologies specific. But you believe that it is supposed to be Mr. Allen person correct? Yes, sir. So I think it's reasonable to believe that if there is a threat to our personnel or serving our country faithfully, that there may be oversight. Security, we all have oversight, that's great flexibility. also did this news for my experience. What is it? What is it? The question is it ours? Is it someone else's? Or is it over for the non-chairman? I'm positive. As the legislative body, the body, us, the media body, prevents us from gaining access to that information. I would consider that criminality. Because we have U.S. personnel who may very well have arms like metal technology that works for many different areas without much of it. They can fire robots and making us not much of a defense. For me, it was these things where I sense the military sense underscores the need for independent defensive strategies and have police relationships. They also highlight the urgent need for updated policies to address emerging threats as well as more effective interagency cooperation and intelligence sharing. However, not as the good disability and transparency. Referring to what could information about UAPs is being classified as an important part of the American public opinion. Congress did not clarity needs to be informed decisions. Declassified reports and frustrate unlawful denial of authority. While it increased the public trust, but also encourage collaboration with government, the scientific community, and our allies. Quite frankly, there's no things that are kept secret. It is, I think, both the perseverance that should be increased, regardless of the so-called, crime and information. A transparent approach allows to share insights and input into development strategic defenses. As we continue to investigate this phenomenon, we must do so with the mindset of protecting our country against scientific discovery and ability to trust in American the right to have trust. It's just not. I don't trust it. We can actually not know, especially when the stakes are so high. Affordable specifics and management witnesses today. I'm not for the record testimony about this hearing. The action of light is to advance on the transparency. Actually, making decisions to say, in my mind, that 15 years ago, police, I'm completely forgotten my testimony about this hearing. With that,
Thank you. Mr. Moskowitz.
thank you, Chairman. Frank, everyone. First, I thank the chairs and the members for holding your exams and topic. And again, having a second hearing. I think the witnesses voting and sharing your expertise on what we need to know trust and transparency. First, I want to mention, you might be wondering why Chairman Cooper is not with the hearing member today, but he's a really dear friend. Jared Conway is not here. As Chairman Gates mentioned, he was diagnosed with esophageal cancer, and all of us on this committee know Jerry was a fighter, and we're praying for him and looking for his speedy recovery. So today's hearing marks this committee's second meeting dedicated to increased transparency. I was pleased, as I know all of us are, like partnership that existed in last year's hearing, and even though we can talk about what happened in classified settings, the bipartisanship that has existed in those settings, questions members have asked. Last year's hearing is a great example of open dialogue about UAPs. We must remain committed to share information with the American people, and I think you see that commitment face
Intelligence and it was my favorite constellational yes on the list. Maybe a couple of words on that one, I guess. But now you challenge it and you put it under so next we'll introduce witnesses for today's hearing, which is the being here. Our first witness is Rear retired Admiral Ted Gallaudet, retired from the U.S. Navy and is now the Chief Executive Officer of Ocean Institute Consulting. The second witness is Mr. Alessandro Fisher, received by 7 keys. Our third witness is Mr. Michael Shepard, public and onward releasing journalistic about special access programs and people likely to installations. The last witness today is Mr. Michael Shepard, a former NASA official, was also the NASA standing to welcome everyone. Happy to be here. Just like to thank you. Do you solemnly swear to that you are not to bear this nature, that you have been servant of God? Let the record show that the witnesses all answered and they properly. I appreciate all of you being prepared with the first year testimony. That you are honest witnesses that we have read written statements of your here in full and very much. Yes, that I have all statements to find this as a reminder to reflect upon you and when you began to speak, we confronted you with a main performance and turned over that my life comes on my sense of fire that asks you things about me. I will first recognize where our partner and the depth of place in that for the beginning first. Thank you, Jerry. Jerry. During this exercise, we received an email from the security code. The operation manager of the U.S. Air Force email was the largest supporting commanders with such a wide range of letters and emergency equipment. It's actually the emails are very important for us to get back. Any email is going to be based on we are running multiple near-better missions. If we do not resolve this soon, we are going to shut down exercise. What is now known as the
wish that things might be spreading to get this information. I mean, never signed on social media regarding UAPs. Now, as a private citizen, I've been advocating for better UAPs as fast as I go. The kids and the investigation surrounding UAPs has highly credibility to address these conflicts. It's also a way to trust our institutions. While applying previous bipartisan legislation by Congress concerning UAPs, it will possible companies will be able to request the broader information of UAP on public safety and national security, as well as the socioeconomic opportunities that the UAP research could unlock. Therefore, I recommend Congress take the following action to help enable this bipartisan support approach to establish professional research and executive functions and UAP information by very key officials. Beginning with the UAPs already on the resolution on this to provide comprehensive briefings on what the government does know that media does not know. To provision of the UAPs proves that it is not just training Congress will be aboard to ensure independent oversight, transparency, and accountability of the governments and the UAP information. And three, strengthen the UAPs with engagement authorizations and provisions that mandate the board of government information. President UAP. Closing out serving personal reasons just to be on this topic. First is a former science-based leader of the University of California administration. I always sought truth and human knowledge and power. How do we document human around humanity in research that Rothschild execution? We should not turn a blind eye. Instead, move the basis of reality and abundant. Additionally, as science leaders in government, we should be decided. The partnership shows really action on this issue of disclosure by validating credibility for previous mental and how its witnesses and whistleblowers to expose the truth. As looking out as I was being safe and ready. My personal efforts are that not our human constituents must know the truth and evaluate people so to such an extent that the Congression Act is just recommended and thank you for your questions. It's to now recognize that I will find out who's with the thing. My name is Chairman Base, Chairman Rothschild. Thank you, members, not only representative members of the as my honor and privilege as the fight for you in future I have fight on this compound for the United States. On behalf of our brain and women across the intelligence community, as well as my fellow Americans who have with this day, thank you for your leadership and the support of God. Let me be careful. Advanced technologies are made by our government or any other government, monitoring sensitive military installations further addresses the possession of weapons technologies as personal weapons. I believe we're in this multi-decade secret watch race, not funded, and disallocated taxpayer dollars from our elected representatives and oversight bodies. For many years, I was entrusted with protecting some of our nation's most sensitive programs. My last position administered the Special Access Program at the White House and the National Security Council. As such, I appreciate the need to protect certain sensitive intelligence and military information. And to serve my mother, tech secrets is sacred, and I will always with the safety of the American people first. With that said, I also understand the consequences of excessive secrecy and serve my mother. No ground poses more threat than the aftermath of 9/11, which many of us never closer than. I believe that America's greatness comes from realities. A, the natural Congress, B, the responsiveness of the courage and seeing and informed. But over the last decade and a half, I learned that certain that people working on not any of these elements. So much of my government working here at these subjects is classified. And since the secrecy has led to great misdeeds in civil service, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that we are not below as well. This whole country will not open up the topic as creating a culture of suppression and intimidation that personally contributes to meaning of different governments, which includes criminal investigations, harassment, ignorance, and discouragement. Most Americans are shocked to learn that that's true. There's office that deploys the official psychological operations officer as the single point of contact for any crime-related inquiries for citizens and the community. This is very simple. Many of our colleagues and I have provided classified testimony to states, this was about several witnesses states. No silence, certain about retaliation. This was a role that should be pushed by authority based protect against any form of retaliation. As procedure should protection and prevention for water, respecting members of the city and or other lawmakers to fear or submit power against hostile witnesses. Prevents the shooting of the effect of those members that would need congressional oversight. In closing, U.S. Americans should never be afraid of challenge. In fact, be private. Whether it's strategy or the challenge, take it head on. To the incoming administration of Congress, I see negative transparency. The story is more threat on that journey. We will coach to make the conduct the same way as it goes. And other challenges, we can restore our faith in our government institutions. No matter pressure, with the government, and scientific discovery. I believe that these values and for the truth. That also church faithfully is members of Congress from time to time. It is profoundly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say some members of the CCC and the way that the subcommittee was doing something purpose of asking questions about objections to the program. I would now like to recognize the teacher with this remarks.
Chairman Mays, Chairman Roth, and Wright, finally, Member Garcia, members of the subcommittees, thank you for inviting us this morning. Congress's mission, responsibilities, oversight, the executive branch in general, and the military and intelligence community in particular. First, there is a growing body of evidence that the U.S. government is not increasing on what it knows of unidentified anomalous phenomena and elements of the military device or violation of their constitutional duty to notify Congress of their operations. President-elect Donald Trump and former President Barack Obama have both said the government has information about UAPs and it has not released. There are other explanations for UAPs than that they represent a real of life or not life. Fundamentals from 30s and 40s by era that UAPs are some kind of natural phenomenon that we don't understand all the way through the plasma. Because some U.S. weapons programs such as drones and aircraft, CGI, Genesis, or birds, with UAPs are Congress must be as must the people of the United States. We have the right to know what UAPs are, no matter what they are. However, we now have existing and former U.S. government officials who have told Congress that they are independent of broken the law by not revealing a significant body of information about UAPs, including military intelligence databases, evidence of their existence as physical records. One of those individuals is a U.S. government official acting as a UAP whistleblower. This person is from the report. This is the report that says the executive branch is managing UAP and NHI issues recognition knowledge oversight or authorization for some time by possible decades. Furthermore, these individuals have reviewed the name of an active and highly secretive DoD unacknowledged special access program or USAP. The source of that document told everyone me that the USAP is a strategic intelligence program that is part of the U.S. military and would be of long-standing, highly sensitive programs in various aspects of the UAP model. The new UAP whistleblower claims that the U.S. military IC database includes videos and images taken using infrared or infrared and motion video is still required. The report that was just shared with Congress says that accurate reconciliation source is essential in USAP and consolidates observations about UAPs by both task and untasked action platforms. Accurate constellation includes high-quality imagery intelligence and measurement and signature intelligence of UAPs through supervision coordinates. The sources of this intelligence are active directed and civilian detection capacities, capabilities, position of both orbit and upper atmosphere as well as military and civilian aviation altitudes and real-time environments. The report defines the detailed various UAPs, including spiritual orbs, thesis saucer, invisible ghost finders, boomerang arrowhead, pyramidal command. The report describes the distances found in the common intelligence databases. One of those orbs found in Perseid F-22 reference control. In other instances, moving any aircraft parallels to small creature-like sphere range descent from the altitude of 130 yards for the planes of the CD aircraft. it says it's on investments. The state of New York has well ongoing investigation, which allows them to not release it. Greenwell says the duties and practices of UAPs reported on its locations only to acknowledge that after a deal was filed. The legal nurses by 2026 stated now no additional UAPs. It seems strange to me that is to be the other precedent filed by the Black Ball is true. Cecilia has to do with the United. May in September 2022, the Indian that the UAP videos of products existed. It's neither requesting open up basic or requesting videos of these sensitive information that are classified as for disclosure. The DoD will deny these on Monday and totally privacy. He said the government routinely does release videos that protect secret witness and capture it with no background sensitive levels. So on, he said, I don't really want some information completely clear and scrub the metadata from your computers. I show you this is that presentation for the ACP task force. This is completely absurd. This level of censorship or action on a document. It shows the action of many reports for many years. Two of the reposition explanations are blacked out. The Pentagon intelligence community is treating us and sure friend. It's time for us to know the truth about this. I think we can make it right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Joe. It's Rothman. And distinguished members of your subcommittees. I'm grateful to all of you as well as my friends for the opportunity to testify by discussing courage. Courage is what it takes to tackle this topic. Courage to face adversity is what I see in front of you. So I'll be higher. For my introduction, I'm the Chief Officer of Redwater Space and I've held several leadership positions in the past. That being said, it's clear that there's some pieces around my behalf and not for Redwater as a brand organization. However, I'm able here today to speak out for studies. Science for graduates and we should be collected without bias or prejudice. Yeah, I'm going to talk about courage. Books which will support the phenomenon have also become resistance, ridicule, president, and raising an asshole by looking at studies, particularly those in academia, right? For simply having the intelligence to engage us. It's too bad for us to think of this natural history of science. Behind it, it's a stick. It just really hundred years of research. The reasons contribution to this world. The argument over this action, if you are to conspiracy, is just bad. This is what I believe the basis of the truth. Because the brain is science. Optimism and credibility. You're going to take the one out rational law. That's the answer to the relationships and understandings. There are things that joins not happening. I've never seen anyone wearing it on this particular picture, which is why it makes the brain such a good function. Specifically, it's a good with relatively low cost effort. Our systems are one good, but just release a negative system animals is the only problem. As personnel stick their hope and participate in such discussions within the power of the state to the scientific that you would accomplish if you take it seriously and research your report. With regard to research, yes, it is a wonderful outcomes, much of which you can or really may not be. Again, a relatively low cost and effort absolutely beyond our very number. Social agencies are abstract problems. I suspect that such an effort will not be a result of innovation or a result of understanding. It will result in errors in other areas of science, such as non-inspired media beyond existing programs, massive collapses of areas for civilian and commercial production. Instead of taking independent approach for clear, well-publicized process for civil impacts to new science. The stigma associated with the acquisition of pilots with such phenomena would lead to overcome the stigma that would be incredibly guidance as far as fully understood. It would to effectively collect data church road. It's usually hundreds of thousands of people, so flying excuse exposed to the church. And co-chairs and other members of the board are being signed into proposed legislation. At this hearing, Senate Administrative Communication is just mildly dominated by national security interests. However, I would encourage the Senate to keep in mind most ways that NASA and the FAA, as well as commercial companies like Guinness and sweeps in the water, to carry massive amounts of valuable data on our survival. I can't help but be excited about the potential for such an advanced scientific discovery. There's money problems. It's the existence of study anomalies that lead to recording relativity, quantum mechanics, and all of the major scientific breakthroughs. This is why the study of human research and race, since whatever is heard, it shows that water, knowledge, should never be wasn't doing, but information, news, conclusions, improvement, battery, data, and all the many were extraordinary forces of nature. I'm doing this as a place that Joseph Whitney's to encourage. I will do my every best. The same goes, the truth is out there. We just need to be bold enough, ready to face it.
Thank you. I remember because I saw the comments question. I have a lot of questions. And I have a lot of witnesses. So I will discuss this yesterday. Pages 2 and yesterday. Over the last one night. Very succinct because I would like to go down the line and ask as many questions as possible. So going to have this one first. What do you need to push with this knowledge about summary imagery from 2017? So the updates 2017 to the insurance details of the first study agency that were okay, so as the can you describe those details like just description of the user? It's a description. Monitoring systems to installations of installation. These technologies are not development.
Its mission is to, as I stated, its mission is to, it's a special access program. Its mission is to document UAPs. I checked the sources and they are, you can say they are So I just think it's a certain single use technology that we can show you for that. That's just great.
Okay, but it's Mr. Mulligan, yes, that's the differential with the house.
That was probably the largest effort ever. I think there's a lot of anytime they ask, why are they always supported? Why are they always judged? Why are they always have this information spread? Why is there always confirmation? Why is it always that if here plus the line, if it doesn't exist, why there? Why? I think if you look at the history of science, it is always difficult to get this information. Regardless of whether it's even or any other kind of discovery, then science was supposed to be right. With Rothschild was whether it's now saying that the Earth doesn't rotate around the Earth, rotates around the sun, the sun doesn't rotate around the Earth. It's always challenged over some extraordinary discoveries, extraordinary years of place. It's very difficult to sources that science on this issue taking it as very clear and those who study comes up with controversial like this definitely should feel every video documentary says I wish we could have something first. So for documentary journey officials have to go it's closer to the truth every day. Is there another time? So what am I doing with lawyers? I had one for a second. So we started talking. I love that. I gave it to you. First one. Yeah, you know how it there's sort of a script right now. What the fuck is my stuff? Give me this down. I was saying, unfortunately, I can't see this from much more than that. Is that the documents that you can't talk about press? Well, you can't talk about Fight Club because of it. Correct. Okay, I'm just making an observation. So, that document that you signed that you said exists specifically said you can't talk about press. There's a limitation on what I'm speaking comfortably about the topic. So, to say, make sure that you can't discuss the topic. Give me the atmosphere of the signing this document. You're in the room by yourself. With this, just one-on-one, anybody else? There may be an assistant as well. There was an assistant for thing. Story. Give me your background. My background is study microbiology and ecology. U.S. Army, short stint military intelligence, a special agent. I was doing a special agent in charge of running investigations of terrorism. services. So something that can explain the cycles of the water, gas, those areas, and so to be transmitted. Agree with that?
Thank you. I'm really pleased to be information.
Yeah, I was kind of we basically here in Flavor discussed the TikTok project engaged in 2045 TikTok is certainly as years. Right? So we said that my video is not much what it is. It's really information behind TikTok is you should give it a development with values and your expertise. What reason you think about that's possible to have police and information for information. There's a big reason for information for data, especially in national security. The whole thing is I just speculate sort of sure information is a big decision. I don't know declarations. Okay. You really can't have any questions here for the source of any confirm with the information is not big enough. But the government needs this information gathered to include personal attacks designed to credit this information. Could you elaborate on this? Let's start with give us some conversation so people experience the other things how frequently are you to say to the military installations? And secondly, as it was hypothetical, that you have encouraged the government to say what your governments is it not these institutions not more likely to work military facilities just opening government just there's a certain sort of relationship, some sort of solutions. Also, some of that also some mental sites. There's a long historical record that some of your colleagues they have documentation that demonstrates this. This is not a new trend. This has been going on for decades. There's been other issues of this week, unfortunately, from much of the situation. We have some situation. Completely dimensionality. So I think it's a good information. Certainly, I think that I think one of the big issues that we have in intelligence is we want to broadcast national defense systems, intelligence system platforms. Therefore, you can see for yourself. But I try to look for trying to find the biggest or consistent cases. If there's any cases for me, I haven't found any answer. And so that answer for me was obviously survey reporting, which is for big construction. Those the buildings and condition source. So yeah, I checked to make sure that the source was good. Okay. I should also say that myself before this is database, it is much more intelligence and administration. Sure, I have a question. To us regarding legacy programs and psychological operations so it's like a question the documents and access to solicit networks. Trying to find out what is left in this position, your last position as a federal government. Terms of the national programs that are staff and general specialized program. I think that's professional potential. How would you characterize your illustration? You're talking about technologies that can offer you have our inventory, and if this was adversarial technology, this would be an attention for this here's maybe the agency that you can be safely discussed without compromising issues. This I would never try to force make sure that it's compromised with the technology or capability. But I do believe it's a valid information right this topic and a lot of that should be shared without compromising. Absolutely, sir. I have a question. Some years ago, last year, you testified, you guys multi-decade manufacturer of our secondary program. You agree with that? Yes, sir. I really think I'm ready. Sir, conversation. I know you said that I'm getting frustrated. I was going to answer for that. Sure. Question. But also mentioned your statement in public affairs office, and there's a psychological operations officers and stimulating for conduct UAP related. That's a great question. I would ask that there's a history of this individual this reading false information to public. The various news outlets and media outlets were to discredit this topic. I have investigated it and documentation to substantiate whether this information is absolutely accurate. They provided time to tell that individuals who disagree with the leadership of government at the time were victims of guilty $1 million for gas work. And I'm getting that I mentioned in your opening statement in the email you received from the operations officer of Fleet versus Command about it in politics. That's the way of the U.S. military plan to do the respond. That's what the officers are. And the exercise of kids. Why do you think the commander of Fleet versus operations officer never discussed this? Speculating because procedure and the agency specializes for the information individual, which you have not out of the rest of the hands of the rest. You have to put this for those who are the percentage of the and tell us about how the commander of Fleet forces. Given our understanding versus surgeons as well as police commanders, we know it is right to believe that our accounts have you specifically had any experience with submersible objects? So I have no personal experience, but I've had witnesses some of these things being sold some of the data for right. How would you characterize the was revealed to me was else has that would be banned. Is that correct? It is unreported. It's just backwards kind of so I think that's it's bad for the resolution office error. I was trying to say previously that I'm just kind of scrap side of my operations contact department that's got you mentioned a certain operation of the basically operations. Now you it's sort of it's now is everything this is what's not to be I'll take that good food listen thank you Trevor this is going to fit with your sources are starting to work. These databases, we have them on step, which has confidence sources that we find which was confidence of the other sources. I didn't say I wouldn't say because I protect my sources and I think the mission it's a big electronic device malfunctions, psychological effects such as anxiety or insomnia have been noted. Being So I did my best to trick it in. So it's bad for the success for that charity.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Fox for finance questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition to serving on this committee, the Oversight Committee, I also serve on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, where we often discuss how essential data and evidence are used in science and use that oftentimes NASA. Every hearing, NASA Administrator Nelson wrote the importance of NASA helping us to understand UAP. Mr. Gold, if the government doesn't have the data it needs our UAP because, say, somebody saw something, is concerned about stigma, public backlash, etc., or maybe there's not good systems in place, how are we supposed to ultimately figure out what's going on? And thank you for the question. But probably the issue here is that the UAP and stuff, this is really encourage where do you get data from? Because I just took it and said, my colleagues, the data, to try to be like data information. Thank you. I mean, on the data, we're really big on transparency. But obviously, there's always a little bit of stuff we've been having government on transparency as well. Last year, that's something that UAP researchers on the recommendation by the defense study team in the final report. There's a quote. Despite numerous accounts and visuals, the absence of consistent detail and data observations means we do not presently have any data needed to make definite scientific conclusions about UAP. Can you just talk really quickly about that balance of security and transparency? So I'd say it's not the NASA is the most transparent organization I've ever been in. When we have conversations with you, it's what we know. Which is what I'm sure you this is very transparent. We do this as scientists. So I believe that NASA is part of transparency. But us here, we believe data is the transparent. If we're not gathering the data, we can't bring NASA into the game into that science. It was about a year ago, I was touring a facility with a pretty senior government official. Went by a certain hangar, they said, yeah, it's a company. We don't really know what's going on in there. We don't know what's going on in there. And there's a few clips back over time around this facility. To what extent do you think that's the UAP out there off the books or unauthorized experiment? I mean, I think that the vast majority of UAP are trainers, so we don't get weather conditions, which is very easily the new stuff we have about this running either as a percentage. If you give it a time, this helps not be relevant to science. I'm saying what NASA studies platforms, NASA studies galaxies, we have instruments that are tailored for stuff. But UAP, we're using it science like that. And we're telling NASA not just pressure, we need to make sure these programs fully China's maintain our records for them. So that's what we want to do. This way, maintain instruments. Secretly maintain the instruments. All those who have the data is important to gather valuable information. If you're studying black holes, spider content animals, how do you know that much more? 100%. Well, I need to throw in a couple of years to the necessary steps to ensure that UAP is not posed threat saw data and specifically store and we have business in the store was active.
Are you in any hospitals that currently exist in Rothschild?
Not with us sufficient
And we've heard reports of there potentially being hotspots when you make them insured and entry and exit points for everybody. Mr. Lozano, in regards to these aircraft being piloted by whatever it is, biologics, would you agree that it's likely that they're being piloted by some body?
I think it was the same for the first that they are being intelligent and controlled because in some cases to anticipate maneuvers. In another case, it leads to the precautionary sound, which is used in a description of the bill between the officers discussing their ships being pursued by
In our previous panel, we had a question here testifying to say that these were interdimensional ways to use speak a little.
Certainly, as a scientist, otherwise to speculate much larger. I don't know if from a scientific perspective, so if you look at, for example, this takes acceleration from the those are problems for G-forces for a short period of time before they suffer like biological consequences, like consequences, and consequences of death. That's what that's technology. That's this technology. Aircraft, I'm not sure how to answer all that stuff. It's G-forces. There's a structural failure. If it's
So are you basically saying that they do any of you ever come across reports from people that have firsthand experiences with these entities, whatever they might be, with these aircraft, and then as a result of their religious differences disappears? Anyone that is still kind of here? So just real quick.
I was a good person. I was focusing on characteristics and less on the potential items.
Okay, and the reason I ask is because it seems like just based on our conversations that we've had people that say that there are good and bad entities that are. And so I consider from a national security perspective, is A, that true theory that's here in that entity. I think that the correct technology is to entities will be some of these aircraft entities that they are operating just as you know, in your opinion, if we were able to take that and implement it
Certainly things like other points. Just good such technology out there. Not the technology that access to technological security.
Thank you guys for that. All right, thank you. I will now recognize Mr. President for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I know there is mysterious just as a Yes. They were supporting as well. I think it's important that we're still commercial pilots are being forward so people are understanding research on UAV and commercial pilots the statements or systems for decades for absolutely contribute to the aviation safety and a better understanding of where these UAV are operate and what frequency and capability levels so aviation safety. I just wanted to reiterate so this is a good person. This legislation, these guys, this through Congress, incredibly important. The civilian pilots have the opportunity to safely report UAVs that they're seeing on ground. I can't express how critical this piece of larger inspection is, especially we've been approached by pilots. It's not said those for I've been engaged with office others, and there's still bonuses to be done. In essential work, we have assist with those who need overseas. That's why we are this is really just for us. NASA aviation safety places to be on so not in the same years this is still important. Easy. And that's why the task force recommended the aviation safety crisis report. The aviation safety system is an existing system. Yes, trust me. This capability is you what you're asking. Yes. Okay. And then I'm going to have the service for the pushing ourselves advanced our that process to that. So, is what I want to look at is the ultimate question ultimately becomes this: for what purpose is the federal government overclassifying versus underclassifying? If we're getting the public for getting access to this internet, if you have an explanation, I mean, I'm curious because I know what I just want to respect for what I believe in myself. Sure as I would put it to pick up about three different I think there's other reasons. I think at the time, the first was we were we were when that started, we were going to our hands to what our knowledge base was on this topic. Or we have broadcast that to the philosophical there's also the philosophical argument that defense of intelligence community is essential answers is to put customers in the community well and ask a question. Answer package of this book, for example, just like full of the Russia. So the concepts first of all, if we saw how to affect we're trying to as reality, we're trying to fight. It wasn't the Russians could develop things to service to the Muslim. I would suggest to those who like this, you also have a few members scriptures. That's what it's disclosing. But I just want to keep that institutional purpose. With the games to us, this is stuff. And I just want to make sure question networks that exist in the further job and imagery that will be addresses and creations of the massive question. This is giving the solution, this question, choosing those proximity vessels of large federal trying to make cylinders with the ships. These fibers reflect the massive fragments are seen at each part of water which observe the scope on the scores of access. Because how to describe them. And I just wanted one more that I find this because I think it's interesting. Stuff is interesting. As a kid, so that's the I guess. Well, for 2 years, the surveillance and control mission industry in the defense sector and fighter to multiple European contacts and mission altitude. We have intercepted pilot it's now in force. I was smaller than the coming in place. On average, those UAVs are smaller formation than the ground force and accelerating at rapid speed towards the afterlife, which is unable to establish radar box and pursue outside of the base. The trajectory to evade or is intercepted and positive by approximately 3 to 6 degrees. I'll leave that there. We just have one more time left. So let's just go into let's go into what is this? First, and that's the challenge that we face, particularly with something as extraordinary as this, which is why gathering data is so important. Not just the investing by way of classification of this comes throughout the government, as well as the ability to get classifications and classification. This is about church and expression. Amen, Chair. For someone to, any branch of the United States government or defense contractors possess technology, sort of documentation, personal back in the was it successfully played?
Was not, but I believe that there was an aerospace contract company that requested to divest itself of the material that was built in the 1950s. Unfortunately, that didn't actually occur.
So let's dive into that. That's the Nickelodeon Space, correct? So there was a journalist, Mr. Sharp, who said that there was a transfer between Lockheed Martin and aerospace and the CIA. That's what we just read about.
What I can say is that it was launched. When it was launched, it was sliced. I was part of some conversations later on with some of those contractors who they had told us was accurate. What we required was a note from the Secretary of the Air Force in order to be executed, and that they were burned. So what's the military management and Secretary of Defense. They decided to go with the contractors and offer me a signed off the Secretary of Defense if we could not get for the Secretary of the Air Force to transfer that material.
So that material exists today, comes in possession.
So I would have that conversation with,
Okay, my question to you then is, if Guinness, we were Guinness, would you be able to provide or get access to something equivalent to visuals or material that we can put hands on or not imagined that would convince me and show me that the economy presents.
so that decision understood that it was happening.
And it would be, so if you were able to show where we can get it from here, I would get that information. I would praise you because lots of times I just hope people to ask if they don't know. We don't ask. So if you're actually where we can go,
PlayStation, however, we established a program for that very purpose in Michigan. Previous leadership before. So what we told them, they would have the equipment necessary to do that. Let's hope that this new iteration of leadership will be successful.
in the discussions, it's simply about the material. There is their discussion about biologics. It is previously testified there's biologics that are collected, but you're not aware of that.
I am certainly aware of what the biologics are. Again, my focus is on things. We looked at different aspects of how they interact with animals. So it was very basic. So I'm not sure what that looks like. I'm not able to tell a guy that would be tested to make it happen. That's the key. So
Is it described as in that position of body? Is it multiple types of creatures or
sorry, I can tell you that was discussed quickly. It's a virus. Collection of collection of biological systems.
if it's just part of the discussion, or is this a completely biologist? It's separate.
Separate.
Okay. This is one contact.
So I can discuss it.
Has there been material communication within our human life?
So the communication is a really good trip because if you're communication again, out of this, we also have communication. So if you're yes, my favorite conflict, when in Russia, it's the resistance to struggle to which struggle communicate today. The second is we have this radio surgeries and they're not job titles. So they have the ability to feel the records and the programs.
Is the United States government and our contractors are in technology, so they're personally doing this.
So as I I'm authorized to disclose specifics about the actual groups. Yes, documentation with those companies. I can't say this. What the process I don't know. What I would have I was in the church. Let's do
think I understand from this hearing that you agree that classifying information like this is not a message for people. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, the company, of course, would support classification necessary to protect secrets, essential national security. But I think it's pretty obvious that there's no classification.
So the classification benefit. So in most instances, they can't tell us what. Do you think at some point they'll at least tell us why? And this is what we just know the questions we get to. Are there any instances or counter-materials or technologies that are not of human origin and being connected to any advanced bioscience defense programs within the USG? Okay, so there are rumors that went to the Hill of a secret project within a company defense evaluating manipulation of human genetics with what is described as non-human genetic material, potentially for enhancement of human capabilities. Are you familiar with that? Yes, sir. Okay, I would like to know, if the constellation, how is this connected to UAP activities, Mr. Shotman, in oceanic environments? Are there any instances where the Navy or other maritime forces have encountered UAPs that cannot be explained by known technology or and do you think that there is a concerted effort by the Pentagon to keep Congress on the loop regarding these UAP activities, specifically in our waters? I think it's about 5% of our ocean has actually been studied in detail by me, and studied more safely in our oceans. And so are there any accounts of UAPs emerging from or submerging into our water, which could indicate the base or presence within the ocean's surface? Some would say that there's hotspots where frequent activity. So in your investigations of your any data or visual evidence like photographies or footage like liquid ivory is not only in the air but in the water. There are any specifics on what you've learned about UAP activity in our oceans, particularly have you observed these sources without provided any evidence or like accounts of these UAPs interacting with our naval forces or being detected by our water to make this sense? And so this report says there's no other information that we need on there regarding the activity within our waters. Are there any technological capabilities observed in these oceanic UAPs that seem to defy our current understanding of physics or our engineering capabilities? Yes, I would agree with that. And my time is up. I do appreciate your bravery, your courage for coming here and speaking today. And it seems like there's still some questions that we need answers to. Thank you. I look forward to several meeting with the coalition and its questions and objections to the order. I was not doing a credit to the Constitution. Thank you.
Especially as it relates to a special access program.
Atmosphere, space, there are certain efforts which is a question of this difference. Creation of UAPs is classified it's just not right. You can actually write that one, especially when things are so high, or from discussing the actual books today. I'm a very good testimony to why this theory, the actual ideas of advancement and transparency, actually I did this was to say, in my mind, today, 15 years ago, I was I'm for people because I was here.
Thank you. I'm now Mrs. Moskowitz for introduction.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First, I want to thank the chairs and thank the members for holding the hearing today on this topic. And again, having a second hearing. I really want to thank the witnesses. It's not important today to share your expertise on UAPs and legal adult trust. So transparency. But first, I want to mention my memory function. There's a lot of people here I remember today, but it's a really one of our dear friend, Jerry Connolly, who's not here. As Chair Guinness mentioned, he was diagnosed with esophageal cancer. One of us on this committee know Jerry is a fighter, and we're praying for him and hoping for his speedy recovery. So today, here marks this committee's second meeting dedicated to transparency. I was pleased that they don't all of us are bipartisanship that existed in last year's hearing. Even though we can't talk about what happened in classified settings, the bipartisanship that is existed in those questions members have asked. Last year's hearing was a great example of the dialogue about UAPs. We want our members willing to share information with the American people. And I think you see that commitment based on the people here and across the political spectrum. I personally have worked with multiple members of this committee. I want to particularly thank Congressman Rothschild and Garcia for working on bipartisan pieces of legislation. In recent years, Congress has taken numerous bipartisan steps towards greater transparency. 2022, the UAA created the Office of the Congress Judicial Office investigating unidentified foreign objects. Ronald Darrow, along with the main records, is unclassified report on the sightings. Of the 366 sightings, including the report, 171 remain uncharacterized, and some of these appear to have unusual site characteristics of performance capabilities. That's a nice way of saying, and I want to tell you, in March, there was a revealed report on the extraordinary U.S. government involvement with women in America. Story records going back from 1945 to the present day. During this era, Congressman Rothschild introduced the UAP Transparency Act, which provided declassification of documents related to impeachment for this committee. This year, 2024, the year required the National Archives Records Administration to establish unidentified anonymous records collection. This collection includes copies of all unidentified UAP records that can be publicly disclosed. This commitment is the transparency about reporting of this and unnecessary political classification has led to avoiding information, which is why I have theories over the decades to foster the American people and members of Congress. Our reports on UAP's critical, credible, relentless atonement, relentless responses of I can't tell you, and in fact, relentless with people not wanting us to have hearings. Remember, people not wanting us to ask you questions. In fact, many of us are too not to ask some of you. In a time of widely distrust of our government institutions, I believe, where transparency is not only needed but is possible. And obviously, we can respect national security limits, but we also have to provide our constituents the information to know something and task us for. As part of this, government agencies must maintain open lines of communication with members So, I want to thank everyone for being involved today and trying to get more transparency. This has been bipartisan on camera. And as we get into a new administration that doesn't elect, let's talk about opportunities to declassify information on the reviews, and I hope you lift up secret more than ever.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. And now, based on those component on the energy professional report, this is our HR Michelle Berger today that describes the Immaculate Constellation government program. So we review that in the author. Give us a copy of it. The first section that talks about the knowledge special actions program for the Immaculate Constellation. And the second section is about USG military intelligence and purpose of the just really by saying Immaculate Constellation on the list. You have words, it's without objection, and so next we're going to introduce our witnesses for today's hearing. Thank you so much for being here. And first witness is here, retired American President, retired from the U.S. Navy, is now the Chief Executive Officer of Ocean Consulting. Our second witness is Mr. Alexander, former defense bishop and author of the recent bestseller, About the Way of Peace. Our third witness is Mr. Michael Schauber, founder of the Public and author of Special Access Programs, including the Nuclear Constellation of Schools. And the last witness today is Mr. Michael former Rothschild bishop, who is also a member of the Constellation. That each number one to have her today. Percentage of any world nation is with the least measure of rights. All of us swear to the Lord that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth and whole truth. But make sure that the witnesses and things to repeat. We appreciate all of you being here today and for the church testimony. And we provide the witnesses with the written statements that will appear in the world of your life. Please make a oral statement to silence. As a reminder, please press the button in front of you so the microphones turn on so that anyone who wishes to hear it. When you begin to speak, the mic in front of you is vibrating after 4 minutes, like to your backup. When our red light comes on, your 5 minutes has expired, and we would ask you please to not go back. I would first recognize Claire Martin. That to please begin with the remarks. Even during meetings,
A, we want you to know this conversation, or sometimes right now, some ridiculous. Putting these pictures of the family name on the napkin and nice, do you need or acknowledge the special access program you set up? The source of that document translated to me that the USAP is a strategic intelligence program that supports the U.S. military family of long-standing, highly sensitive programs in various aspects of the UAP policy. The main was for the use of U.S. military is a database includes video and images taken using infrared or infrared and motion video and still photography. The register of Congress says the Magna Constellation serves as a central preparing USAP that consolidates observations of UAPs that have been tasked and untasked questions by others. Magna Constellation produced our quality images and intelligence and measurement and signature intelligence of UAPs and supporters report as the sources of its intelligence were applied directed and significant collection capacities, capabilities, position and load for warhead apparatus, as well as military and civilian aviation on multitudes of various environments. The Butch economy tells us that these are various used, including spiritual arms, disc saucers, ovals, triangles, the Butch has years since it expanded and made human intelligence databases. One well forms and the forcing and sea level to control. The other instance of the Navy aircraft carrier is a small creature with severe rapid descent on an altitude of upwards of 200 yards directly above the flight decks of the CBA aircraft carrier. Instances where reporting is accurate on such an on another source of the report is one based on the 13 million high definition of video with like very now the constellation is quite was the platform that the video person said the order was showed by another word that was across the frame from the back of the rapid image and another frame. It was discovered the video separate the security network of router which the video uses to access classified information. The video researcher utilizes the Information Act to find out the government notice which would reveal the took less videos of negative reason that the which felt less related information is really what less related is that communications. But as the decades denied the interest of UFOs, he told me the document that gives us a culture that behind the scenes it was a completely different story. Contrary to the books of many organizations that have seen the government restricting more information since the legal created the videos of 2017. The GOP organization now namely the non-restricted case setting exemptions for U.S. studies and common cases. They're stating that the early guides involve ongoing investigation, which allows the family not to case study. We have said for DOD's denied cases of UAP leaks for not posting locations early during audits and after appeal was filed. Yet, legal agencies agreed in March 2022 to say they found no additional UAP videos. It seems strange that they have 3 videos to read, but are requested by the Black Walters group to seek out this UAPs will be hiding. Then in September 2022, the Navy admitted that UAP-related videos and photographs existed, but tonight requested for them to state that the requested videos contain sensitive information, well classified as under disclosure. The DOD denied this on Monday, observing findings in the report. He said that the Union those tourist videos that protect secret methods of capture the full map on the system platforms used on. He said, however, the on-screen information between the areas to scrub the metadata review computers. I'll show you this example here. This is a presentation for the UAC task force. This is completely absurd. This level of censorship, of redaction, of documentation, and put a direction of how many photographs they collected for how many years to the three potential explanations of black death. Oh my God. It's over this movie industry and us like children. It's time for us to know the truth about this. I think that would be helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is Chair Rothschild. This conference is distinguished members of the subcommittees. I'm grateful to all of you for the opportunity to testify So clearly, these things are not behalf of the Rabbi as a great organization. However, my aim here today is to make the science. Science requires data, which can collect different advice or prejudice. At the time of the interview, this shows that this one is not a for example, as a math to the there's several avenues to engage in study. I've never seen anyone married. I was the first one which is why I guess I was such a good watcher. Specifically, basically, with relatively low costs. Just participate in existing animals, examples, stepping forward and participate in such discussions will make powerful statement to the scientific that your should be taken seriously and research. In regard to research, yes, it is a vast amount of which but will be great to me. Again, we know it's a low cost effort. Also, they are out there. Search engines requires no privacy. This is the position that we are going to information and it's understand. Because of the data that is clearly consistent. Such as the most relevant video evidence. Massive impacts on their lives. Specifically, Russia would this statement associated with the Emerson Pilots on the second online the today's university. I believe that there are many balances that are too much to be understood. It will work. It will collect big data. It can NASA's aviation system or ASRS, a system which is administered by NASA and funded by the FAA, provides a confident assurance for the safe operations in a volatile and with over 47 years, the ASRS has been completely replaced because it's a system for total collect data, which can be fully financed and shared with other operations. Leveraging ASRS measures of teaching hundreds of thousands of years, supporting stories of mysteries and and I'm grateful for the co-chairs and others who already funded this legislation. This hearing was demonstrated that the issue is justifiably founded by national security concerns. However, I urge the subcommittees to keep in mind that their strategies and NASA as well as commercial entities here in space and water enjoy massive amount of value. I cannot help but be excited about the potential for such an advanced scientific discovery is to gratify. It's the science that embodies the method of doing relative quantitative and all plans scientific breakthrough. This is why the study of energies should be raised because whatever is good and a chance to acquire knowledge should never be. This is good, like information, purpose, rituals, power, decades, not just last 10 years. With respect, outside organization, specific crashing tools. I've submitted a number of option passes, which is Europe. Those are the references that I was trying to get. Yes.
we got some nice.
That this was something that really should be, at least in some way, shape, or form, released to the general public, just to solidify the conversation, just to let people know that these are real. This is a real thing. These are not just. Have you seen the one that people were filming just a couple of days ago in Palmdale, California?
Yeah, I think they said those were drones. If I'm not mistaken, I think the jury came out. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. That it was somebody using drones with some LED lights, which
You
might
can
be
do wild things with drones. I've seen ones that can create images in the sky,
100%.
dragons and stuff with drones.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have to be careful as our own technology begins to advance. There's going to be pranksters out there,
Right.
And that's one of the things that for me in ATIP, I always went into an investigation case assuming that it was man-made. Right? And until I saw the compelling data that said otherwise, we were always going to assume or presume that this was something that was conventional. It was probably misidentified, but it wasn't exotic. And then once the data suggests otherwise, then you kind of go into that other motive. Okay, now what are we dealing with? Again, especially on the backdrop of the 5 performance observables, that's when you start to say, okay, yeah, this is not an F-16. This is not a Chinese aircraft. This is something different.
Right. What is the oldest video footage or film footage that you have ever seen or heard?
Civilian from the military?
Doesn't matter. Like, what is the oldest where it's like, okay, what the fuck is this? What's the oldest stuff that's compelling? The point is, what I'm trying to get at is that a lot of people point to the possibility that there's some sort of a secret program, some sort of secret propulsion, gravity-based, whatever it is, that's completely different than conventional propulsion systems that the U.S. government has, and that they're operating as drones. And the problem with that is always that, like, the Kenneth Arnold sightings, the Roswell, the sightings from the time where that technology just wasn't there at all.
Sure, I'm so glad you asked me. Just so happens. About yourself. I brought
Glasses.
it means I'm old. Yeah. I'm going to provide you a document. It's a short document, but the portions I think are highlighted that you're going to want to pay attention to. And let's see here. Okay. So if this is just for you, and if your audience is interested, it's this paragraph here you're going to want to read, and then it's the last one that's highlighted, and then take a look at the date and the subject line.
This is where your Jamie brought it up there.
Oh, great. Yeah. So paragraph 6 right now. So if you want to scroll down to paragraph 6.
Okay. This summary of observations of aerial phenomena has been prepared for the purpose of re-emphasizing and reiterating the fact that the phenomena have continuously occurred in the New Mexico skies during the past 18 months and are continuing to occur. And secondly, that these phenomena are occurring in the vicinity of sensitive military and government installations.
And if you want to go back to like paragraph 2, there you go.
The highlighted part?
Yeah, the observers of.
The observers of those phenomena include scientists, special agents of the Office of Special Investigations, U.S. Air Force, airline pilots, military pilots, Los Alamos security inspectors, military personnel, and many other persons of various occupations whose reliability is not questioned.
And then scroll to the top of the very top of that document.
It says that it was determined about that. The summary of observations of aerial phenomena in the New Mexico area, December 1948 to May 1950.
And the date of that document, if you scroll a little bit higher, you are going to see the date of that
number. 1950. Yes, sir. May 25th, 1950. Right. It says that it was determined that the frequency of unexplained aerial phenomena in the New Mexico area was such that an organized plan of reporting these observations should be undertaken.
Right.
So this is the beginning of Project Blue Book.
So this is the recognition that we have a serious problem over our sensitive military installations. This is nothing new. This is not 1970s reverse engineered technology or some sort of
special technology. 1950, they're talking about.
We had just broken the sound barrier, and we had not yet entered into space. And we have these things that are performing in ways that, frankly, we can't replicate. I brought a few more of these later on to emphasize that point you just brought up at some point if you're interested.
Yeah.
But it highlights that these are official government documents through official government personnel raising the alarm bells, just like we did in OSAP and ATIPS. And so this is nothing new. Now, if you want to look at this from an adversarial perspective, our governors really said that's not ours. Right? If you look at a 1950 Sabre jet, for example, it wasn't a sign. And yet these things that we were observing, in some cases, are doing a bunch of more documents here, multiples of Mach. And doing velocities and doing things that we frankly could not do back then. And frankly, we still can't do in some cases. But temporally speaking, the only two countries in the world may have a chance of doing something like that would be Russia and China. Now, in 1950, where it was China was in the middle of a famine, at the time, the world was Russia. Russia was trying to develop the atomic bomb and still was using horse-drawn carts for a lot of their military operations. So, temporally speaking, it doesn't make sense. This is the analogy I used before, Joe, that it would be like sort of the Carter going into King Tut's tomb for the very first time in the 1920s, discovering King Tut's tomb, and when he goes in, he finds a fully assembled 747 jet. It doesn't make sense. Temporally speaking, they did not have that technology. So, is it possible, to be very careful, that the U.S. government has some sort of exotic technology? Well, my answer is I sure hope so, because we want to have an advantage of our adversaries. But in 1950, that wasn't the case.
Right. And do they have any film of these crafts from New Mexico?
There is film of many crafts, and not just New Mexico per se, but over many military installations here. I have another one to provide you. You don't want to have to waste your time reading it, but I think you'll appreciate this. Take a look at the date of this and who it's to and who it's from, and I think you'll find the subject line very interesting.
Okay, which one part am I reading?
Just to highlight a portion, so you can see the top of the documents, who it's from, who it's to, and the date, and what the subject line is.
Director of Special Investigate. What is this name? It's hard. It's called scratchy.
Yeah, it's an old reproduction of official government documents. Bottom line is, it's a document from J. Edgar Hoover.
Oh, I see.
From the director of the FBI,
Department of the Air Force, Pentagon. Yeah, J. Edgar Hoover, Director of Federal Bureau of Investigations.
And the subject. Read the subject line of that memo.
Flying. It's hard to read. It's all screwy.
Flying discs, I should say. Flying discs over the Savannah. There's a sensitive facility that we have where we were doing atomic development.
Yeah, flying disc reportedly seen in the vicinity of something river plant.
Savannah River. Yes,
Okay.
that's correct. And so that's just
Atomic energy.
yeah. And the date of that being 1952. Right.
Right.
So
this is verified. This is
that was released by the government. That is those are all official. All these are official U.S. government documentation that anybody can pull up anytime they want.
Did they let you see any of these ancient films? These films from the 1950s of these things?
So, great question. Our focus was really more modern. It was more like taking
Right.
a picture of where we are now. I
I
mean,
mean, wouldn't you want to just like if you really think this thing is from somewhere else? The best example of it definitely not being ours is something from the 1950s.
sure. And anecdotally, that's great. But keep in mind, in the backdrop of national security, when you go to a general and you say,
This up, by the way. It's crazy. It's like half the things you want out and scratching.
that's Uncle Sam for you. When you go to a general,
It makes me suspicious.
no, you can find it.
I know, but it's just like
Yeah, the government released that. I mean, they admit that.
that's a fucking shitty old 1920 fax machine. Look at that.
Well, remember, they were using typewriters back then too, right? And they had ink smears and and I'm sure the original is probably much better. But that's what the government put out online for people to review. So when you're going back to your quite answer your question, when you are going to a general or you're going to a military leader about this topic, if you go back to anecdotal stuff like, oh, this is something from the 1950s, they're not interested. They're like, look, what is going on now?
Right.
What is the threat now? I've got a carrier strike rebounding the water. Getting reports these things are coming in and interrogating the ship. You know what? I want to see that. I want to see the videos. I want to see the reporting. I want to see the deck logs, what the commander says. I want the pilots, we want to talk to the pilots, the radar operators.
Right.
That's their focus. They're not interested in that. By the way, they tried a few times, and the further back in time you go, the less interested they were. So it was really, it was really the current information. What's going on now? I'm not interested in what happened.
They're just taking a pragmatic approach.
Yeah, and it's understandable from a military perspective, a national security perspective. The other stuff is interesting, and from the general public's perspective, they're interested. But from a national security perspective, they're like, hey man, that was 3 decades ago.
Right.
I need now. So it is understandable. A little frustrating because you want to demonstrate, look, boss, this is nothing new, right? This is a repeat pattern that we're seeing here. But they're more interested in.
So did they have repeated footage? Because you were saying 3 decades, but obviously we're talking about 1950. Did they have stuff from the 1980s, stuff from the 1990s?
There was recording, yeah. And again, I got to be careful because some of that stuff I haven't been clear to talk about. But there are reports we call foreign intelligence, FI, foreign intelligence reports. I can't say where or who or anything like that. But on classified systems where we know without a shadow of a doubt UAPs were encountered in other countries, adversarial countries. Why? Because we spy on them. We know. Again, I can't say how we know and whatnot. I'm just going to get in trouble, but just
so we know this is not a United States phenomenon.
Precisely. It is not a U.S. only phenomenon. And in fact, in other countries, whether it's Latin America, South America, or in Europe, or Russia, or China, there is an extreme interest in this topic. In fact, the Chinese, it was in the newspaper, I think it was the China Morning Sun, there's something called the 5 Continents Initiative, where allegedly they were trying to broker a deal with the United Nations that would allow China to run all the foreign investigations for the United Nations. So we also know that Russia, they've come out and said, yeah, we're interested in this topic. There was some released old KGB footage that show MiG interactions with these UAP. And there's also in Latin America, you have the same thing. If you go to Latin America now, they don't have the same level of stigma and taboo associated with this topic that we do. And so they talk freely about it. They have no problem talking. In fact, when I was in the Patagonia area of Argentina, there was a town called Bariloche and Las Lajas. One of the chief of police was telling me that there's an area called La Miranda. La Miranda means to see, to view. And they call it that, the town, because UAP are so frequent there that local law enforcement actually built an observatory, an observation post, to look at these things because they were so frequent. So this is not a new phenomenon. This is something that's been around for quite a long time. The problem is, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, but this is my assessment, the reason why it's so difficult to have a conversation here is because our government has placed so much emphasis and interest trying to stigmatize this topic that it almost worked too well. Now we're at the point where we should be having this conversation, and people still don't want to because they think it's crazy. They take the hats and Elvis on the mothership, and in reality, we're talking about a real national security issue. I mean, these things are here. You have, Joe, you have a former director of national intelligence, correct? A former director of CIA, right? You have former presidents all coming out and saying, yeah, there's something to it. It's real. Right? Now, what it is, where it's from, and all that stuff, I'm not sure we're quite ready to go there yet. But the acknowledgement is, hey, man, yeah, this is real. It's not ours, and we probably should do something about it.
So if we go back to the history of the debunking of it, with the Project Blue Book stuff, J. Allen Hynek, after he left Project Blue Book, he became a proponent of UFO disclosure. During Project Blue Book, it was his job to essentially dismiss everything and to come up with some sort of a reason, swamp gas, mass hallucinations, whatever it was, to attribute all these sightings to something that was very easy to explain. Is there any documentation or any discussion of why they did that, why they chose to debunk everything?
Yeah, my understanding is you have to look at where America was at the time they were doing these investigations. It was at the height of the Cold War, right? And, despite what some people think, the Cold War wasn't very cold at all. It was pretty hot. And we had Russia and the United States engaging in these proxy wars. Neither side wanted to let the other side know what we had and what we didn't, right? So if you have these UAP coming in and out, the last thing you want to do is tell the other side, broadcast, this is what we've learned from it, and more importantly, this is what we don't know about it, right? And so both sides were keeping this very quiet, but there was an interesting agreement at the classified level I believe, in the 60s, where there was this relationship with the United States. We were putting up a multi-tier radar system to detect then Soviet Union ICBMs. And they were doing the same thing, right? Because none of us really trusted each other. But we trusted each other enough to say, look, before you hit that button, if you see something coming over the horizon, before you hit that button and launch, give us a call because it might be a UFO, right? And we don't want to start World War III because either side mistakes a UFO for an ICBM.
Right.
And that's how serious they took the topic. And that's real. That's a real memo that existed between the United States and Russia. So that is an indicator how much both sides took this topic seriously.
Jesus. And so when Philip Corso was dismissing all these different things, did they have anything, any film footage, any stuff from that time, from Project Blue Book, that was like definitively not ours?
I'm not privy. I'm aware of the fact that people say it does exist and people have been briefed on it. I wasn't privy to that. I was, again, more focused on the here and now.
Right.
I was aware of people who had attended certain meetings, or received other meetings, where that was discussed, where they saw certain footage. But I'm hearing that secondhand. I did not see the old footage. My focus was more on the current what's going on now. But back to your point, why was this an effort to try to create some stigma and taboo? I think it was because of that. I think because you had Russia and the US at this weird stalemate where neither one wanted to tell the other side what we know and what we didn't know about UAP. And really, I think the focus from a national security perspective, let's say you're a general and I'm a general, look, we've got a real Cold War right now. As long as these things aren't coming in and zapping our people, that's going to be my focus right now. That's a real potential threat that I have to deal with now. I've got Russia pointing nukes at me, and pointing nukes at them. At any time we could launch. Let's focus on that, more so than the other stuff. And that has been my observation and why they didn't want to address the problem, the challenge, openly with the general public back. And they also were worried. There were several studies that suggested that most people would be very uncomfortable with that idea that there's something else in the cosmos, potentially right here on Earth, and that it would create some sort of societal disruption, right? They didn't want to cause panic. They were afraid that people would kind of like think of a run on Wall Street. Right? People would get panicked. They do kind of strange things sometimes. And I think the government was pretty worried about that.
What's the most compelling modern thing you've seen?
Oh my God, I can't talk about it, unfortunately. This is my frustration, Jay. Because I know what I know what my colleagues are saying, right? And to this day, their video that's coming in on a regular routine basis, that is very, very compelling. And
how do they hide this stuff from the general public?
Well, we have classified systems.
Right, but how is it getting filmed? Is any of it getting filmed by the general public, or is all this military stuff?
So let me backtrack a little bit. Yes, there's a general public that's filming stuff, but from a Department of Defense perspective, our focus, there was a different story. But when I was on the government, we had to be very, very careful of something that we called intelligence oversight. Back in the 60s and 70s, the U.S. intelligence apparatus, particularly in the Department of Defense, was kind of naughty. They were doing things they shouldn't do. They were spying on students and they were spying on American citizens.
You don't do that.
Yeah, correct. So Congress passed some laws and said, okay, you can no longer do this kind of stuff on American citizens, right? You can't conduct intelligence operations on American citizens. You can't do it. See, right? So you have executive order 3 and all these rules and laws and 252.1 that all come out and say, no mas. So the Department of Defense is supposed to focus on military. That's it. You don't bring in U.S. person's information and ingest them into a Department of Defense database, especially a Department of Defense intelligence database. That's a super number. It's called U.S. person's information, and it's pretty much verboten. So our focus was looking specifically at military-sourced information. I was not focusing at all on what the private citizens were saying, because at the end of the day, we couldn't use it. We can't do anything.
And it seems like you got plenty of compelling footage from the military.
Overall. There's absolutely no doubt that we didn't have to use civilian data because we had better collection sensor systems in the military that was looking at stuff and giving us better insight.
If you can't tell us about, can you give us some sort of an understanding of like what you're talking about?
Yeah, sure.
Without being specific?
Yeah, let me see. Okay, yeah. There is a video, high resolution video of I can't say what platform it's taken from. I can't say where it's taken from, but an object that you know how large a offshore oil derrick is. They're huge. Right? They're like almost like a small city, right? They're like one city block. They're huge. They're enormous things. There is a video that shows one of these objects underwater that goes by. The speed was calculated between 450 and 550 knots underwater, and it was bigger than the offshore derrick that it was passing. Because you could see in the video the offshore derrick, and you could see this thing zip right by.
Gee.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of them, and a lot of them are reported as being transmedia.
Right. So exactly. Why do we use the term UAP? Right now, it's unidentified anomalous phenomenon because it's all domain. Initially, it was UFO, unidentified flying object, and for several reasons, we changed the name. One of them, not just because of stigma, like people think, but because the word flying object means flight, and you have to have wings to fly. That's flight, and these things don't have wings. So that term, we're not even sure is even accurate anymore because they're not just flying. You see them underwater, you see super high altitude. So the term was changed to unidentified aerial phenomenon. But again, that did not encompass all the observations we were seeing. So now the term UAP, I think the latest description of it is unidentified anomalous phenomenon to help describe this multi-domain or trans-medium characteristic that we are beginning to see and record that these things can do. And that is, I'm gonna, if I can digress for a second, because that's super important, Joe. We have transmedium vehicles, right? We have things like seaplanes, and it's a plane and it can float on water. But let's face it, a seaplane is neither a really good plane or a really good boat because it's a compromise. It's a design compromise between an object that you want to perform in the air and in the sea. And that's why it's neither really good or both. Same thing with, for example, the space shuttle. It goes up to space, it can fly down, but it's not a really good airplane, it comes down like a brick, right? Because there's design compromises and performance compromises. But what we are seeing doesn't have any of that attributable compromise. It's not, these objects aren't slowing down. They're not changing their performance capabilities. They can do the same thing that we're seeing in the air and possibly in space and even in the water. So that is a fundamentally different type of technology that we are used to dealing with.
Is the assumption that they are doing something with space-time and gravity around them rather than using something like a jet propulsion engine that blasts fire out the back and makes it go fast forward, that they're doing something that alters the gravity around them?
Yeah, so
that's why they can go through everything.
Yeah, so we have some of the best scientists on the team, folks like Rudolph and some other folks that I'm not allowed to say the names, Dr. Davis and some others, that we're doing calculations, mathematical calculations on how this is possible. And the consensus was by the scientists out there, not a physics expert, I'm not an astrophysicist, they were saying that, so let me back up here. Initially, the government for years was trying to identify the different exotic technologies that could explain the different performance characteristics. And it was during the ATIP years that the scientists had this consensus that if you had one type of technology, you could do one thing, all these other observables now become possible. Kind of think of like a unifying theory. Mm-hmm. And so if you had the ability to create this bubble around you in a localized area that insulated you from the effects of Earth's gravity. Now, what is gravity? People think that in classes, that's gravity. It's not gravity. That's an effect of gravity. Gravity is the warping of space-time. And that's important because people don't, you hear the term thrown around a lot, but they don't realize that space and time are actually connected. They are one and the same. Opposite sides, if you will, of the same thing. And so you can't have one without the other. So you have this ability to create a bubble around you that insulates you from the warping of space-time, let's say in this case, Earth's gravity or something like that. Then the way you experience time inside that bubble is perhaps fundamentally different than the way you might experience space-time outside the bubble because you're not subject to the effects of gravity, which would explain potentially why things don't need wind and why they don't need propulsion systems like that, right? So it's a completely different way of looking at how we understand physics and how we, as humans, move about. Everything we do is fundamentally force equals mass times acceleration. Mass times acceleration in the universe. This may be something a little bit different. This is not using a conventional thrust, or if I do Newtonian, right? If I push this way, I can equal the opposite that way. So
Are there any theories as to how it's accomplishing this?
there is. Actually, Dr. Rudolph about 3 years ago gave a speech on this, a very interesting lecture about this technology. If you ever have the chance, you really should have it. He's incredible. He's also the one who helped start the government's remote viewing program, a bunch of other stuff for the government. He's been involved in a lot of foreign nations, probably most classified efforts. But he was working with this mate, who's one of our scientists, and he gave a lecture about 3 years ago to some other scientists about the specifics on how this is possible. I am not a scientist. I'm definitely not going to speak on behalf of Pluto, because I'm sure I will muck it up. But I do recall a time when he came into our skiff and gave us about a 3-hour lecture on this unifying theory. And at that moment, it was very much for us the epiphany that a lot of us have been searching for. So, look, at the end of the day, this is how it's possible. And that was kind of this, wow. So it's really not.
Can you give us a moron's view of how it's possible? Like,
Yeah.
explain it to someone like me.
Yeah, well, I'm in that category, Joe, so. Yes, sir. Yeah, single syllable grunts, right? Yeah, so you have an object like this cup on your table, and you want it to be insulated from the effects of Earth's gravity. So you create this bubble artificially using a certain energetic source at a certain frequency, and it interacts with a certain material, a certain metamaterial. And you got to be careful exactly what I see that certain skin of the craft, this aluminum cup here, and all of a sudden you have this bubble around you where what you see on the outside is not necessarily what you see on the inside. In fact, may I do one more drawing for you? Okay, forgive me, I'm not an artist, so I'm going to do this upside down for you, and then we're going to keep this just here. Right. Let's do this. So, unfortunately, I know your audience can't see this, but actually,
That's okay. Some people can. There's a video form of it. Well, I'm sure this would it'll be on YouTube as well.
It's probably good that they don't. I'm not an artist. But let's say this is a two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional space.
Okay.
And in essence,
so what you've done is essentially you created a three-dimensional looking grid stacked. It looked like stacked boxes on top of each other.
yeah, right. And so you have location A and location B. Mm-hmm. And let's say go from Los Angeles to Baltimore. Okay, and it takes me 5 hours to fly at 500 miles an hour. That's a function of distance over time. And in essence, you can mark that linearly like this. So I fly 5 hours an hour. Okay. If you have the ability to compress space-time over just a little bit, and you're able to allow these points to be a little closer together, now in essence, what took you, let's say, 5 hours and 500 miles an hour to do it, you can do it in 1 hour, and you can do it in much less time. But to the observer outside, who's doing the universe, you would see something like that. You would see this incredible hopscotch ability to, if you will, take a shortcut through space-time. And so what appeared to be instantaneous acceleration, loss, and all things, now becomes a reality. And so that is fundamentally what these scientists had discovered. And so it seems like science fiction, when you understand the mathematics and some of the theorem that they propose, a lot of these other derivations.
So these are essentially just theoretical explanations of how these things are moving.
Yeah, and again, I'm not a scientist. I want to be very careful. I don't want to misrepresent anything. There's a whole lot of other stuff that, if if you can do that all of a sudden now, it makes sense and may describe the observations that people are seeing, why they come hard to see, and it's obscure.
Right.
And so I think from a government perspective, that it was kind of a revelatory moment for the folks in our program.
So they realized that one of the reasons why these things are weird looking is because they're creating light.
Do you mind? I'm sorry.
So the back thing, the other side, push that down. Thank you. No problem. So how much of this is theoretical and how much of this is observed from the cover people?
I am not allowed to talk about what the government may have in its possession, other than that I signed a fairly lengthy Pentagon review process. Recently, I wrote something, I'll talk about it here, but I wrote something, and I had to go through Pentagon to have a review process, and it took almost a year. In this thing I wrote, I talked about up to the part I can talk about. And they approved for me to talk about up to that point. When it comes to what the government may or may not have in its possession, what I can simply say is that there is very compelling evidence to suggest that the U.S. government is in absolute possession of exotic material that is not made by humans. Now, beyond that, I can't really expound upon. I haven't been given permission to talk about it. But what I can say is what I've already said for the record, which has been approved by the Pentagon. I get in trouble by saying it. Is that we are, there's very compelling data to suggest that we are in possession.
Why is the Pentagon teasing us? Why do they tell you? Why are they allowing you to say we are in possession of something that was not made by human beings, but not allowed to elaborate, not allowed to show these very compelling videos that you're talking about you've seen?
Well, two reasons. I don't think they have a choice. I think with now the introduction of cell phones and green cameras, cat's out of that. It's the worst kept secret at this point. Two, there's a faction, unlike before the Cold War, I believe there's a faction of people inside the government that do want this conversation to occur. But equally, still the faction of people that are very mad with me, who do not want me having this conversation. Mark my word, just by me being on your show, it is going to cause an absolute storm inside the Pentagon. And I am sure the other shoes being drawn. I promise you, you're going to hear all sorts of stuff. People make stuff up about me trying to discredit this topic, because as many people are in the government that want this topic to be discussed now, there's still some people that do not want to.
Could you steel man their position?
Say again?
Steel man their position. Meaning, could you argue from your perspective?
Absolutely.
Like, why?
Sure.
What would be a good reason to keep this stuff quiet?
Sure. And I want to preface here, I'm not fear mongering.
No.
But look, if I was a military person, I would look at this from the perspective of there's three options. They're good, they're neutral, and they're bad. So let's go down this road for a second. Let's say they're good. Right? Well, we got nothing to worry about. The problem is there's nothing to suggest that they truly are. Whenever people say, well, they're like, we don't want us to do our stuff. Well, I discussed it in that road that there's no data to suggest that. They didn't stop us from dropping atomic bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki and vaporizing 500,000 living souls. They didn't stop us when we started developing nuclear weapons from the atomic age. They didn't stop the proliferation of nuclear weapons. They didn't stop the testing in the Nevada region of atomic and nuclear weapons. And now, how many countries have atomic weapons and nuclear weapons? A lot, right? They didn't stop Chernobyl. They didn't stop Fukushima. They didn't stop 3 Mile Island. So to say that they're here to help us, I'm not sure there's data. People say, well, in Minot, in North Dakota, and Montana, the UFOs came in, they interfered with our nuclear weapons. They brought the entire Echo flight offline. By the way, I have a government report on that if you want. But in Russia, a lot of people don't know, they turned it on. Right? So that's equally scary. You're interfering with our nuclear capability, whether to attack or to defend ourselves.
So when you said they turned them on in Russia, this is a Russian report?
So this is I don't know if you remember the congressional hearing that occurred last year where the
David Grush?
Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence, Ronald Moultrie, and some people from the Navy, and I think it was Congressman Gallagher that asked a very specific question, and he said, "Are you aware of UFOs interfering with our nuclear capabilities?" The response was something like, "No, not really familiar with it, never heard of it." And then the question was, I think we asked specifically at these locations. And the government's response was, "No, not familiar with it." Well, here's the actual report from the Department of Defense. This is the actual intelligence report that was released through FOIA. There's a gentleman out there who runs a site called the Black Vault. His name is John Greenwald. It's probably the world authority for information. And he has a wealth of data that is out available to the public that he has received from the government. This is one of those documents. This is the document that our own government has no idea apparently exists.
I like how they write it in all caps.
Yeah, that's like the reporting.
So obviously there's some people that don't want this to be released. And obviously there's some people that think that the general public has a right to know.
I believe so. That's been my observation.
Well, that makes sense. You know, like when everybody says the CIA does this, like,
Who?
well, we in the CIA.
I didn't
right?
finish the other part, right? So if they're not here for friend, if they're not, it's not friendly,
Right,
that means a neutral like us,
right.
or benevolent. Now, from a military perspective, I just want to caveat: I don't agree with this, but I can respect the understanding. You, sir, are a judge, and I say, we cannot prove that they're not here to do something bad. But what we do know is that they can interfere. They're very interested in our military capabilities, and they have interfered with our nuclear capabilities. Right? From a military perspective, that looks an awful lot like something we call IPB, initial preparations of a battle space, or perhaps even ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Whenever we're going to go into a foreign country and invade, we do long-range surveillance. We want to know how the enemy operates, how they react. So even if there's a 2% chance, 5% chance that these things are here to do something malevolent, right? Then we probably should not tip our hands to the fact that we are aware of it publicly, because what happens the moment that the bad guys in a foreign country find our surveillance team over the border? We've got 12 hours. We got to invade, because the element of surprise is now over. So some may feel in the government the mere fact of acknowledging this, if there is some sort of malintent, may push up artificially a clock that exists somewhere for these things to say, okay, the foolish humans are now, the cat's out of the bag. They know we're here. We need to go or whatever. So they may have. So that is the military mindset potentially of some of these individuals who want to keep the secret. So they're worried about an actual invasion. Well, but they have to be. That is the role of our national security apparatus, right? Even if there's a 1% chance, they have to consider that in their planning and in their decision-making matrix. So again, going back to what I said, I respect that. I don't agree with it, but I can respect that. That is the reason why then I would say, okay, look, in your heart, you really do have the best interest of the people. You are a patriot. I can accept that. Again, I don't think it's your decision to make. I think it needs to go to Congress. I think it needs to go to the president. Let the American people decide. I think America can handle the truth. I think America deserves the truth. And let the American people decide if it's in their best interest.
I agree, but I also can see it from their perspective. Like, they're probably insanely busy already, and the last thing we want to do is get involved in this thing where now they have a PR campaign trying to let people know about this thing and not cause mass panic.
That's right. That's right. But you know what, Joe? I'm also very optimistic, Joe, because you and I are having this conversation, and people are making a lot of Wall Street. People are still paying their
Right.
PTA means.
And after the 2017 New York Times report, which was probably one of the biggest moments in UFO disclosure, because it was in the New York Times. I mean, you see something like that in the New York, especially the New York Times in 2017. People really respected it. It's like, this is a real story.
Well, and this is apolitical.
Yes.
I mean, how many topics can you go to Congress and have that's not polarized? Right. This is one of the only ones where you can literally have Congressman Burchett and Congresswoman AOC side by side agreeing that this is important. Right. It's a very rare opportunity, and so my concern. I'm doing this because I believe it's the right thing to do, and my concern is that we're at a point now where I said before, secrets aren't like a fine wine, where the longer you keep a cork on it, the better it gets. I think secrets are perishable. I think they have a shelf life. I think they're like vegetables in the refrigerator. And there comes a point where if you leave them there too long, they start to rot and they start to stink. And it becomes a big mess to clean up, right? And so that's my perspective. And what I'm trying to do is give the government an ability to work its way out of the corner that it's put itself into for the last several decades, and with no seeming way out, right?
Right.
We get ourselves out of this tree.
Is there an issue of legality, like of spending, like
100%. 100%.
So there's people that would be liable for not being straightforward with Congress.
And I know people want their pound of flesh. And there's people out there who we've lied to for decades, and
and then they make it a political issue and they go after someone. Yeah.
And I think that's the wrong approach. I think, there was a time where we needed to keep this secret. And I think what you do is you give those guys awards. Give those guys and gals awards who did it. Don't make them enemies. Make them friends and say, okay, look, but those are different times. Now's the time to come clean. The members of Congress.
Right. Forgive all the past sins.
Yeah,
make them
reconciliation.
Prosecutions.
100%.
And let's just get clear with all this and understand that it was all in good faith that you did it in the first place.
100%. Now,
all the interest of the United States security.
You talk about legal issues. The problem is there are no real legal issues. So let's say you have, you have two aerospace company A, company B. And let's say I am defense back in the 50s, 60s, and I come across this interesting technology. I don't know what the hell it is. It just came out of the sky. And I go to company A and said, tell me what you figure out about that. Right? 10 years later, company A becomes a multi-billion-dollar aerospace company. Company B goes bankrupt. 200 people lose their jobs. And now people who have stock, investors in that company, lose their money. Right? Unfair advantage. Keep in mind, you're supposed to have fair competition in the U.S. government. So if you give an unfair advantage to company A to B, you're talking a serious liability. There's SEC violations there. There's all sorts of concerns one has to pay attention to because someone somewhere gave an unfair advantage to one company over another. So there are legal liabilities that we have to recognize. It's not just clear cut. Okay, forgive and forget. There's going to have to be some additional protection and understanding for if that occurred, we need to figure out how to deal with that as well.
So that would be an impediment to release. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, these are big companies.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also, this is a discussion that we've had on here before. If you did find something, who would you bring it to? You bring it to the people that built your fucking jets. Like, hey guys, what the hell is this? Like, you make some sort of a top secret agreement. You bring it to them in some sort of undisclosed facility. It's secured. Bring the guys in and go, what the fuck is this thing? Yeah, you kind of have to. Otherwise, like, what else would you do? I mean, how else do you find out how these things work? If you were going to do it in a secretive manner, you would have to bring it to defense contractors because those are the only people that are capable of making things. They make your jets. They make the, every stealth bomber, whatever the fuck it is. They make all that shit.
Going back to it, a colleague of mine made the comparison. He said, look, Lou, imagine being during the days of Da Vinci, and all of a sudden bringing Da Vinci a garage door. You have no idea what it's used for.
Right.
You've never seen plastic before. You don't even understand electromagnetic radiation, right? And infrared. Where do you start on the analysis and exploitation of a technology that the physics hasn't even been discovered yet, right?
I mean, garage door openers seem like magic. It really does.
I press a button and the door opens like magic. Wait, where's the horse? Where's the strings? Where's that? Right.
Yeah. It's kind of bananas. You press a button on your car and all of a sudden the door opens. And you drive in and you press another button and it closes. And it's all done through the air, right? Which is bananas. Actually, we're just accustomed to it. Right. Yeah. So this kind of technology, I'm sure you're aware of the Bob Lazar story.
I'm aware. I don't know. I've never met him.
You never got into that?
I did not.
How could you not with your line of work?
Because, I always wanted to be insulated from prejudice in the jury. And I know it sounds kind of strange, but I didn't really sense. It's kind of something I impose on myself because I didn't want to have any preconceived notions of going in. Most people I suspect would be tempted to say, oh, I want everything I can about war for war. I wanted the opposite.
You're a better man than me.
And that, well, I don't know if I'm better.
Chasing that shit down.
I think I just wanted to be very, very careful to preserve investigative integrity, right?
Mhm.
And we're all biased. There's no way around it. We all have some degree of bias. Let's be honest and truthful here. It doesn't matter what type of bias it is. We all have some sort of bias somewhere, whether it's food or people we like to date or whatever.
Mhm.
I wanted to avoid that as much as possible. And so I always kept it very, very focused on the here and now. And what can we see today?
Right. You're aware of the story, though, right? The basic.
Tangentially, that he worked at a particular facility, and at the facility he was exposed to some sort of UAP technology.
That thing.
Right.
That thing right there, the sport model. And that he was brought in as a propulsions expert and to try to, they didn't know how it exactly worked, but they sort of just said, tell me what this is.
Right.
And then along the way, he realized, oh, this isn't even ours.
Yeah, I'm aware of again, the overarching story. I don't know any of the details, and I've never met him personally, so
It's a very, very interesting guy. I had dinner with him with my friend Andrew Schultz and Jeremy Corbell. We went to dinner and informally talked and had a fascinating conversation. And
Jeremy's a great guy. He's a great guy. He's really he's done a lot. He's
pumped that we're talking.
Yeah, he's done a lot.
He's a UFO guy, and he got me really way back in with his documentary of Balthazar, Flying Saucers, whatever the actual title of it is. But that documentary is fantastic, and it's essentially going over Balthazar's story from the 1980s to today, which is told the exact same story, which is nuts that you have one giant lie in her life. Like, come on. There's a lot of weirdness to the story, obviously. Like there is with everything. There's a lot of people that discredit his background and all sorts of other things. But the reality of what he's saying is essentially what we're seeing in these crafts, which is very strange. So he described how these things work, how they moved, and how they would turn sideways and sort of like project this, whatever this reactor that they have inside of them. And he talked about this element 115. They have a stable version of it that was essentially theoretical at the time in 1980. But no one really knew whether or not that thing actually existed. Whatever it was. And they would douse this thing, project radiation upon it, and create this warp, this gravity, this thing that allowed this craft to move in ways that defied our understanding.
It's a hell of a lucky guess.
It's hell of a lucky guess in 1989. And he drew it, his diagrams of what this thing looked like, and how it worked, and it essentially looked exactly like that little model that's on the desk there. And that he felt like the whole thing, it didn't make any sense. He said the whole thing, it didn't have any seams. But now we understand 3D printing, right? So now we know that we can actually. But
only now, not back then, right? Everything got rivets. It's the skin of a craft, or the skin of an aircraft.
Exactly.
Rivets and nuts and bolts. And
Exactly. But now, obviously now with carbon fiber, we have a bunch of different ways to constructing things. But back then, he didn't know what the fuck that thing was. He said it looked like it had all been melted, like into place, like everything, like almost like smooth, like wax, like melted wax. And that it had no instrumentation inside of it, and it was designed for very small things, like something that was like 3 feet tall. And that all these things seem to operate through the being itself, had some sort of connection to the craft, some sort of strange way of interfacing with the craft that didn't have anything to do with pulling levers or moving things.
But Joe, is that really that much of a stretch? Let's look at this. We've done experiments where we've had pilots be able to control aircraft thousands of miles away with a helmet that interprets thought.
Right.
So it's, again,
how's the helmet interpret? Is it similar to like a Neuralink setup? Have you seen the new video of the second Neuralink patient?
I have not.
This video of them playing Counter-Strike. Is it Counter-Strike or is it that it? So Counter-Strike, which is a very popular online 3D game, and this guy who does not have use of his body has this Neuralink implant. He's the second Neuralink patient, and apparently with each iteration it gets more and more sophisticated and better. So this is from this person's point of view. He's playing this video game entirely with his mind. So
Way
he's
better than I can. With my,
well,
my
better
hands.
than anybody can, because the first neuro patient we had him on, he said essentially it was like having an aimbot, because you don't miss. You look at the thing you're trying to shoot at, and instantaneously your crosshair's go. Wow. Yeah. So all this stuff is taking place entirely. This is all him doing this entirely with his mind.
But is that right? So if we can do that now, right? Is it really that far of a stretch to think that, someone who's a little more advanced than us, right, friends from out of town, realize that's the way to do it. It's more efficient. Right? The speed of the processing of the brain, is much faster. It takes us longer to then have to mechanically use our computers, manipulate the things. This is almost almost instantaneous. We don't have that lag.
Right, of course.
So that would certainly make sense. Modern warfare, not again, but actual modern warfare, is beginning to turn to that. We're using AI and all these other augmentation to enhance performance. And so I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility.
No, certainly not. I mean, just go from garage door openers to, 500, 600 years ago to today, and then cell phones, the ability to send video across the world instantaneously. All those sophisticated stuff that we just completely take for granted because it's becoming all a part of our everyday life.
That's, I used to give a briefing to some folks. I'm so glad you mentioned this, because this goes back to the whole stick and tablet issue. I used to have a slideshow, and I would discuss the Latin word prefix of para, P-A-R-A, and it means up over beside. And so what I would do is I would say the word parachute, and I'd ask people, what do you think of when you hear the word parachute? And people would describe, obviously, something that deploys over your head and hopefully hit the ground with a thump and not a thud, right? But something that's normal to use every day. And then I say, what about the word paramedic? And then people would look at it and say, well, I think of a first responder, someone who goes to some sort of medical lifesaver that's going to be there for your benefit. And then I see the word, when I see the word paranormal, and people stop for a second, maybe they come in with a sly smile. And I say, what do you mean? I mean that, paranormal. The only reason why you react the way you are, because you've been conditioned that the word paranormal is kooky stuff. When in reality, science, by definition, everything is paranormal until it becomes normal. The cell phone that I use every day 50 years ago, absolutely paranormal. And so I will go through this exercise of things that were once considered paranormal. For example, when the Inca first saw the Spaniards, the conquistadores coming from the conquering, they saw them on the shores of the beach, and they saw these humans in armor riding on a horse. And they assumed they'd never seen a horse before. They assumed it was a single entity, a single monster. And that for them was paranormal. They didn't understand it was actually a human riding on a horse with metal skin. Same thing with acupuncture. I remember a time when I was going to as a kid, people thought Eastern medicine, acupuncture was nonsense. Well, now at the Veterans Administration, the VA, for some of my guys in combat, they actually prescribe as therapy. It's not paranormal, right? And so there's all these examples in history where we think something is kooky and weird, when in reality, it's not. It's just we don't understand it yet. And we have done such a good job of stigmatizing this conversation that the moment we even say the word paranormal, or you say the word UFO, anything like that, people are conditioned, without even thinking about it, reflexively, to react a certain way. And we have to first deprogram ourselves first a little bit before we can certainly move forward. Okay, how do we destigmatize this conversation? Well, first of all, what's kooky? What do you think is kooky about something that's in our airspace that's performing in ways that we can't replicate? That people say, well, wait a minute, we spend millions, if not billions of dollars putting a probe on Mars to try to find microbial life. And by the way, it looks like that may happen. It looks like there actually may be some evidence to suggest that. We spend lots of money trying to find technosignatures of intelligent life, radio signatures in our own Milky Way, right? Well, is it possible within the 4.5 billion years our planet's been here that maybe intelligent life maybe found us first? Is it possible? Could be. We have to stop putting these limitations. Joe, when I was in the medical field, when I was learning to be microbiology and immunology in college, we learned from our professor that Homo sapiens sapiens, as a modern species, has been around roughly between 100,000 to 200,000 years. Now, I'm not an expert, but that's what they say. It was only the Greeks 2,000 years ago that introduced the idea that there's only two types of life forms on this planet. And you are either A, a plant, or B, an animal. And it wasn't the last 300 years. If you look at a 24-hour clock, roughly the last 5 minutes in 24 hours, towards midnight, we discovered another form of life that is neither plant nor animal that's been here with us on this planet. That is the world of fungus. During the Renaissance, in the days of Newton, we discovered that there was this other life form, and we saw entire cells on the shoulder. And it wasn't the last 120 years. Think about it. The last 10 seconds of our existence on this planet, so to speak, in the 24-hour clock as a modern species, we actually discovered the true dominant life form on this planet. In fact, if you take all the biomass of every plant, and the biomass of every human, and the biomass of every fungus, and all it all together, it still will not equal the biomass of this hidden kingdom of life that's actually the dominant life form on this planet. That wasn't until we were able to curve glass, work through a little steel tube, and famously shout, little beasties, did we discover the world of microorganisms that, yes, live inside of you, and yes, live on the skin of the ISS space station. Yes, live miles underneath the Arctic ice, right? That is the true dominant life form on this planet, and always has been. And it wasn't until the last 120 years we discovered that. So is it possible that there's something else that is just as normal to this world? Is it possible? Well, the answer is a resounding yes, of course it's possible, because we're always discovering new ways life can exist. When I was growing up as a kid, I was told, absolutely, as a matter of fact, all life form is derived from photosynthesis, ultimately, when you go all the way down. It turns out that's not true. It wasn't until we discovered in the deepest depths of our oceans, where these things called black smokers, we discovered there are creatures that thrive with no light, and they thrive up to something called chemosynthesis, a completely different way to metabolize energy to sustain life. Right? So every time we put Mother Nature in a little box, she always finds a way to live her way out. And I think that's important in having this conversation, because if there's one thing we know as human beings, we're usually wrong.
Well, we exist, and we do send things to other planets. We do send things in space. It only makes sense that something far more intelligent than us that would be doing that, and if they did, they'd probably watch an emerging civilization, which is essentially what we are, right? And like you said, 200,000 years, which is nothing. The existence of Homo sapiens has gone from things that use stones and flint now to things that can fly things through the air. I mean, if you look at Orville Wright and Wilbur Wright when they flew the first airplane, you go from that to the Apollo 11 launch. That's only like, what, 50 years? Right? Something crazy like that? That's nuts, right? And you just take that and everything moves exponentially. You take that and you would imagine a civilization that's been around 10,000 years longer than us, 100,000 years longer, a million years longer. Something that doesn't exist.
How about 100 years? We have evolved more in the last 150 years than we have in the last 150,000 years.
Sure.
Yeah. And so, and then you have the other. For me, I find people say, "Well, the space is so huge, and is it possible that things are coming from outer space?" My response has always been the same. Look, I don't know. I just know that they're here. And could they be from outer space? Sure. They could be from inner space or even the space in between. And I say that because the universe is far more complex than we give it credit for. Every time there's a time we had Newtonian physics, we thought there was a solution, then all of a sudden Einstein comes along and we realize that wait, space and time are actually connected, and then everything's relative, and all of a sudden quantum mechanics, which is this spooky action at distance, right, where the whole universe is behaving in a way that it shouldn't, and yet that looks like the real way the universe works. I often tell people we are, as humans, we have maybe five fundamental senses that we can base our reality upon. And if you can't touch it, taste it, hear it, smell it, etc., we can't interact with it. And so where I live in Miami, we have beautiful night skies. I'm like that here in your studio here. 300 days unclear night skies. As beautiful as those night skies are, if you were to look at that same portion of the night sky through a radio telescope, you would see a whole different reality around you. You'd see nebula, you'd see things in a different spectrum that we can't pick up. You pick up ultraviolet and infrared, so you would see a whole different reality. just like our cell phones, right? If you could see cell phone vision, see in Wi-Fi, 5G, and GPS, you would interact with your environment completely different because you would see reality. So we can only interact with a very small sliver of the reality that we can perceive because we're humans. But most of reality is actually beyond that. And then, of course, you have scalability issues. The universe is immensely huge. And what scientists are now saying, if you look in any direction, you can see roughly within the visible horizon of the universe is about 13.9 billion light years, plus or minus. So that means in any direction I can see 13.9 billion light years with the right equipment. That's a light year, well, it's as fast as light can travel in a year. Well, light travels pretty fast. In fact, it travels at 186,000 miles per second. So 7.5 times around our planet in 1 second. So imagine how far you can go in a year. Now, multiply that by 13.9 billion. And that, by scientists' estimation, so if the universe ends into end of our visible, we're stuck in the middle, is roughly 27 billion light years. Scientists are now saying that's possibly only 10% of the known universe, because the universe is so big and so vast and so far, light will never have time to reach Earth. So that's at a minimum 100 billion light years, right? And so we are this little speck in the middle. And as crazy as it is to even try to conceive, if you compare one atom inside of one hydrogen atom, Avogadro's number, 1 times 10 to the negative 13, all the way down, it is roughly the same level of scale as we are to the universe. Meaning that atom is the size of a human as we are the size of the universe, as we are a human to the size of the universe. So there is this, and we as humans can only interact plus or minus with 1 order of magnitude up or down. Otherwise, the universe is too big or too small. Meaning most of the universe in reality lies in those scales. We live in tiny sliver. And so, hurt my head.
Well, yeah, we live in a tiny circle. And the idea of the robot, I really do. And I know people, they constantly chime in with this. So where's the evidence? You know, Elon's famously said if the aliens are real, they're very subtle. I don't know why he says that, though. I think he probably says that because he doesn't want to sound like a kook while he's working with NASA and SpaceX. You know, I'd probably say some stuff like that too.
Well, let me ask you this: as human beings, right? Mm-hmm. How many times do we fly over the Serengeti in a helicopter, right? And let's say we want to monitor the health of a particular, herd of elephants, right? And so what happens in wildebeest? We fly over, we pick one, we shoot it with a tranquilizer, it falls asleep, we go down, we do some tests, pull its blood. Now think about it from the perspective of the wildebeest, right? It wakes up, kind of meanders over to the watering hole and says, "Oh, I'm not going to believe this man." But
right,
something outside came down, and all of a sudden they were touching me, and I woke up and my butt hurts, right? What the hell is that? To this day, even in China, when we go to a zoo, right, and we have the panda bear exhibits, what do? So we don't disrupt the pandas. We wear panda suits. Now it sounds silly, but you can actually get online and see zookeepers wearing panda suits because they don't want to. They want to interfere as least as possible with the natural flora and fauna there inside these.
Do you think is it reasonable to theorize that there's aliens amongst us?
When you say, well, two things. So I don't want to be evasive. I also want to be specific. When you say aliens, and then we also are we saying something from the planet, or are we saying
non-human intelligence that looks like us? Right, moves around us.
So is it possible? Well, we're doing it already with the Android. So it's not that
it's a strategy that'd be very simple.
Sure, especially for the technology. Now, as far as there you go, right? Exactly, right.
So, those are shitty panda bear outfits too. They're fucking terrible looking.
They're pretty terrifying, right?
Yeah, put that in front of my dog. He's gonna bark. It's like a dude in a dog costume. Be like, that ain't a fucking dog. Yeah, well, that's a wild panda bear. Not know that dude's not a panda bear. That's crazy.
See, there's a panda terrorist.
That looks like a fucking alien. Like if it was really dark out and that guy grabbed you and zapped you with a tranquilizer, you'd have an alien story.
But yeah, my point is that we always use camouflage for obvious reasons. We do it in the military, right? I mean, camouflage uniform, a stealth aircraft, for camouflage. Sure, absolutely, I do. Absolutely. So it's not a stretch of the imagination to suggest anything coming here that doesn't want to provoke us probably wants to blend in. Now, do I have any technical evidence to suggest that they're living among us? I don't. I can say definitively that whatever it is, it's here. And by the way, you already have every single people in our government that have said that it's here, whatever it is. Right. But these things could also be from under the water. These things could be something that is as natural to Earth as the little beasties were, right, when we first discovered it. Maybe they can roll along.
Right. So the ocean is largely undiscovered. One of the things that people need to understand is that most of the exploration of the ocean is really essentially around the outside edges. It's around the shores.
Less than 10%. So,
which is nuts.
About 90%
of the ocean.
That's right. What we know more about the moon than the bottom of the ocean.
So crazy.
Yeah, that's fact.
And these underwater crafts, like this enormous one that apparently was near this oil rig, how many of them have been? Has there been more than one of those videos?
So let me tell you what I can say from open source.
Yeah.
And then I'll tell you about a conversation I had without attribution, so I don't want to get in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's familiar. A lot of people are familiar with the Air Force program called the Fast Walker program, which is a program that was started by the Air Force, among other things, was to detect UFOs. That's fine. Actually, that was part of their mission. To detect a lot of things, adversarial technology, but UFOs is one of them. Fast Walker. There was some information that was released publicly about a similar program the Navy has. I can't talk about it. I don't have approval to talk about it. But obviously they're interested because they have equities underwater. They're interested if there's anything underwater that can perform beyond anything we have. And I remember speaking to one individual who pulled me aside very privately and said, Lou, when we're tracking this thing, doing, I will say the exact speed, but hundreds and hundreds of pounds underwater. And it was bigger than our own submarine. There was something. And I asked him naively, I just kind of came out, what do you do when you encounter that? He just said very honestly, we go around. Just like that, we go around.
Have there been interactions with these things?
I don't want to discuss any details about that. It's not for me to discuss. I'm a lightweight, I gotta get you drunk.
Let's go upstairs. Find out what the fuck is up. So this thing's bigger than the sub, and they followed it for hundreds of miles.
Let me give you another great event that occurred. I'll talk about this because it's not classified. Portions that might be, I don't know about, so that should be fine. There's an individual who was a helo pilot, a helicopter pilot back in the late 90s in the Caribbean. And they were doing missile recovery. So what happened was that the Navy would test fire missiles and they kind of run out of fuel, they hit the water and they sink. At a predetermined time, they pop to the surface, we grab it with the helicopter, bring it back to shore, and we test it for telemetry and make sure that this cruise missile is doing what it's supposed to do. So they're out there in the helicopter, frogmen hanging down the line, and you got the helo pilot, the crew chief, and the co-pilot looking all down at the bubble. And as they're about to grab this cruise missile out of the ocean, there's something huge and round and what's described to me as black as a devil starts to rise to the surface. The water begins to churn, very much like David Faber's description of the Tic Tac incident in the boiling water. The frogman is so freaked out that he was trying to find the fly back up. He's like total panic at the disco, right? And the helicopter's like, we really like emergency sound. What the hell's going on here? And right as this thing is about, and by the way, it's the size of a small island and round. Right as this thing is about to break the surface, it sucks the missile down and disappears. And that was, and Dave Fravor could probably tell you that story a little better than I can. But when you compare that to other things, you got to say,
Imagine being that guy.
No, thank you. We call that bait.
Yeah, but it didn't do anything to him.
No.
I would love that experience.
Yeah, so that was one of the anecdotes that was revealed to us by one of the.
Who's that seal? Who's that guy? Is he
the frogman?
Is he a seal?
I don't know. I only know the pilot.
Come talk to me. Please.
I only know the pilot.
Put you in a fucking panda outfit. Disguise your voice. Tell me what the fuck you saw. I want to hear that story. Oh my God. Small island.
Yeah.
Black is the devil in a small island around.
Yeah, submarines look like this, right? They're not
Right.
round.
Right.
So, yeah. So that was one of the anecdotes that was shared with us. Obviously Puerto Rico, there's been some UAPs that have been reporting off there. But everybody knows about Aguadilla, the incidents.
I don't know about it.
Oh, I'm sure you do. You know
I do.
about it?
Tell me.
Wow.
Trust me.
So you can look it up online. There's a video taken by a DHS helicopter of a very interesting object. At first, it appears to be like perhaps a balloon, but then it does all sorts of weird stuff. And as you're tracking it, it enters the water without making a splash. You can track it underwater. Then it comes up and splits into two. And it's been analyzed over and over again by a lot of experts. It's called the Aguadilla incident.
Maybe I have seen this. It's a kind of blurry looking night
There we go.
vision.
That's it.
Oh,
And so keep watching that. And I'll tell you a story about this. This is a Customs and Border Protection released this.
how fast is this thing going?
So if you look here, they're looking at this through a form of night vision. I don't know the exact velocity. All that is available. But if you keep watching this, something interesting happens. So here it goes. You're going to see this thing enter the water here. There it goes, underwater, and it pops back up and splits into two. They're tracking it. See, no waves, no wake. And then it surfaces, and then there's something pretty interesting here. Keep watching.
So it's going high speed through the water.
Underwater. That's underwater. And it breaks the surface of the water again. Keep watching. Oh, underwater, oh, underwater, and then you see it split into two. So
I didn't see it split into two.
if you watch the rest of the video, there it is.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, the video is actually really long, but that's just one example. This is these are, you can see all these videos. They're prevalent everywhere. See that the aircraft in the bottom right. You see the UAP on top that's tracking it.
Yeah.
No wings, no control surfaces, and it keeps up with the A-10 and does all sorts of interesting maneuvers. Right. So that's an A-10 Warthog.
And this thing's just following.
Yep. Like it's nothing.
Do you think they're trying to let people see them? Like, if you had a guess?
I don't know. I mean, could it be a demonstration of capabilities? Maybe that, right? Every time a Russian surveillance aircraft comes by, we launch two F-22s and we get real close to it and say, hey,
Right. But not even from a military perspective, but if a civilization was trying to alert another civilization about its presence, wouldn't it go towards whatever military vehicles it has and show itself? And then I would imagine that if they understand human beings, they understand our psychology, and they understand that some giant size of an island, black as the devil, circular craft that lands next to the Pentagon would fucking end the world. We would freak out. No one would know what to do. That would be stock market crash, mass chaos. No one would know what to do. The way to introduce yourself, I would imagine, would be gradual over a long period of time, to allow this civilization to accept the fact these things exist, and then slowly but surely show versions of themselves.
Yeah, we call it sensitization. You sensitize the population environment. But, the counter argument to that is that's a very human thing, right? We have, as humans, we always, it's almost innate. We look at everything through anthropomorphic eyes. We look at, our pet dogs, and we give them human names, and we do things like that because we assign human value to things, because we have intentions and motivations. But most of nature isn't that way. Like, for example, when a shark bites a surfer, he's not one over the surfer. He's just hungry. Shark's hungry. I don't care if you're a seal or whatever. I'm not trying to inflict pain. I just want to feed my belly. Intensive motivation is a very human thing, and we have to. I don't want to resist the urge because it's almost impossible to do it. But we have to recognize that there are things that may exist that don't have human motivation. Meaning, right? Maybe they don't care about sensitizing. Maybe they do, but maybe it's like a computer, right? Maybe it's binary. Maybe there's some sort of binary thought process, just information in and information out. So that's the one of the aspects of which we're very careful with is to assign human traits to something that is very likely not human.
Right, but would you have to assign human traits to it, or would you have, if you could look at it from the perspective of These things are aware of our psychology. They're aware of how we function. And they're aware of the fragility of our worldview. And
Good point.
you don't have to have human intention to have a strategy for doing the least amount of harm to this emerging civilization.
Touche. In fact, there's examples of that. Let me reinforce your point, because there's examples of that in my background in science in nature. When lionesses stalk the zebras, they get very low to the grass. They don't want to be seen, right? They're not motivated necessarily because they don't want to speak to her, but they do it. It's almost instinctual, right? It's part of their DNA or their wiring to have a low profile, low observability, and to get closer to their target, whether it's prey or anything else. So you're right. I mean, there are examples in nature that also can suggest that. So it's a very good point.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense that if it understands us, if it's observed, like we understand the behavior characteristics of sloths, right? We've studied them, we know what they do. And it would just make sense that if they're studying us, they would understand our behavior characteristics.
I mean, the tiger recognizes the behavior characteristics of the zebra, doesn't it?
Right.
Exactly. It studies it, and so it knows what it has to do to get close to the zebra. So
yeah,
that's
there's
a very
no
fair
way
point.
they would come here with ignorance. Yeah, and I think also it's very likely that what we are exists in many, many places in the universe, and that what we are is what they used to be. So they probably understand what we are.
Well, we do that in the Amazon.
Yeah.
And after tribes, lost tribes, remote, right, separated by outside human contact, we study that. We study them from afar, but we do the same thing.
Yes. Yeah, no question. And obviously, if they are these super intelligent creatures, they evolve from super intelligent creatures. So there's probably some sort of universal process that takes place amongst all intelligent, creative life that has a lust for innovation. They consistently make better and better versions of these flying crafts until they figure out how to make this warp drive thing that these things apparently have. Another thing that's odd is that you see the same kind of things that Kenneth Arnold saw in 1950. You see the same kind of things today. It's almost like, going somewhere in the 1950s and seeing a 55 Chevy, and then in 2024 seeing another 55 Chevy. They're still driving around 55 Chevys? Like, what the fuck? Well, they do that in Cuba, right? But that's just because they don't have access to other cars. They don't have choice. Really good mechanics. That's your people.
It is. It's my right. I'm really resisting the urge of continuing to smoke this thing right now. Okay, I feel terrible. My wife is going to give me hell for this.
I don't think there's anything wrong with cigars, man. Like I was saying before, I never heard of a single person dying from cigars. You don't inhale them. Get a little bit of smoke in your mouth. It's pleasurable. It's nice. I would just think that that's what they would do, because that's what we would do. And I think that's what intelligent life would do. We would recognize something that wasn't quite as intelligent as us. We don't rush into these, remote tribes and vaccinate them. What do? We don't give them. But the thing is, they have done some things, like they gave Starlink to this one tribe, and the kids all started watching porn. You hear about that? Like, yeah, it became a real problem. Yeah, they're all lazy, hanging out on their phones all day, which makes sense. So that's what we do.
Yeah.
Tribal leaders are not happy.
You bring up another very interesting point. Is there a natural glide slope or a natural evolution to evolution? Meaning, any species that reaches a certain point, is there a natural progression of any intelligent species to progress to the point, like all life is expansive. Right? Life doesn't contract, life expands, whether it's bacterial life, whether it's animal life, human life. There are certain biological functions to procreate, multiply, and continue to expand, right? So is that a universal norm? That is that part of like fractals and geometry throughout the universe? Is that part of the blueprint of all life, or is it only specific to life here on Earth? And that's a great question, because there's probably arguments to suggest that there probably is there's a natural blueprint for physics in the universe. There probably, since life has to abide by physics, probably a potentially natural blueprint for the evolution of all life, whether again bacterial or animal or human or anything else.
It makes sense. It makes sense that everything moves into greater levels of complexity, from single-celled organisms to human beings that pilot drones. It just keeps going in the same general direction, observably here. And if the universe is infinite, that means there's infinite versions of what we're seeing here with us that exist throughout the cosmos, and probably in infinite steps along the way, right? 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now.
Well, not to make light of it, but I'll tell you that I've learned over the years there's nothing more expensive than cheap lawyers. So I've got a couple good lawyers that I work with on just contractual stuff, and one of them is named Ivan Hamel. I call him the Bull. And I've learned to appreciate the infinite complexity of law and legal, right? So if there is this natural progression, and we're talking about life, I mean, we even see it in our own human interaction, right? This intricate complexity of how things work, and how even in the way we behave with each other socially, right? You look at when I was in the government, you can look at a terrorist link analysis. And that link analysis still follows the fractal patterns, that the patterns in our lungs, the patterns of lightning, the patterns of supermagellanic clouds and galaxies, superclusters of galaxies, all have that same pattern. And it's not just a physical pattern, it's a social pattern, right? And so, again, not to make jokes, but I'm learning that it's beyond, these patterns are beyond just physical patterns. Even in something as silly but fundamental as a law, there are these patterns that continue to spin off and whatnot. So, I can appreciate that. I think we're at a point now as a species where we probably should be having these conversations. And I'll also say this, Joe, there are parts of this conversation I don't feel the government has any place. There is definitely a national security conversation here, but the conversation we're having, as you can tell, is far beyond national security. We're talking philosophical, psychological, sociological, theological implications that I'm not sure I want my government necessarily dictating for me what I should think about this.
Well, the government's supposed to be working for us, ultimately, and they're supposed to be us. The problem is when you have access to information that's above and beyond the normal person's realm that could affect everyone on this planet, this understanding that we are not alone, but not only that, we're not alone here. It's not even that something is visiting us, something's probably here all the time. This is the main thought about these underwater vehicles.
Well, life is abundant, and it thrives in places that we thought life could never thrive before. It's everywhere. It's almost seems like a natural function if you have certain situations and circumstances on a rock somewhere, then life pops up.
It seems like if we can actually find it on Mars, like you were saying before, they may have found some sort of an evidence of microbiological life. If we find it on Mars, we find some other thing, maybe Europa underneath the surface.
That's right.
And Europa probably is powered by volcanic vents, the same way the bottom of our ocean is. There might be some sort of life.
Chemosynthesis, not photosynthesis.
And this is just what we know about here. Imagine all the different potential realities in terms of what a planet's atmosphere could be like. You're dealing with larger planets that have more gravity. You're dealing with different kinds of temperatures or variations.
Look at Titan. It's got it's methane. By the way, that's organic chemistry.
Right.
It's got methane clouds.
Right.
So there are things that thrive in these types of environments.
Cow farts up there too.
Yeah, we got too many. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely correct. I think we have, again, this goes back to the original point of every time we try to put Mother Nature in a box, she always finds a way to wiggle her way out of it and prove us wrong. The one thing we're right about is that we're always wrong.
How much, whatever, I don't know if you talk about this, but how much of an effort is there to try to detect things under the surface of the ocean?
I would defer that to the United States Navy and maybe NOAA, National Oceanographic.
Oh,
yeah, no, not the biblical NOAA.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, I mean NOAA
Goes that far back?
National Oceanographic and Atmosphere.
We could go that far back. I mean, how much of, I got to think that when people are delving into the stuff, they look at ancient scriptures and these different depictions of things, whether it's the Vimanas in the Hindu texts, and whether it's in the Bhagavad Gita. There's all these different stories of even Ezekiel in the Bible. There's things that seem to, if I was a person living thousands of years ago and I encountered a flying saucer or encountered some spaceship from another planet, I would probably describe it in the way they describe it.
Yeah, I mean,
Like just like sort of the Aztecs.
today's
described
magic
ancient
is tomorrow's technology, right?
Right.
So I can tell you, when I went to Italy, I spoke to one of the senior, it was a Monsignor, one of the senior Vatican academics, and he said to me, he says, "Look, the Vatican didn't have a problem with this topic. This is something, in fact, up until the 1600s, it was heretical to presume or assume that mankind was the only, if you will, incarnation of God, representation of God. It was actually, but in essence, you're putting limitations on the dominion of what God can and can't do.
Right.
And there are these scrolls, in fact, that are in the Vatican archives that discuss, it's a conversation between the Roman soldier and the Roman general, where they describe this thing called eclipse. Eclipse in Latin means like eclipse, right? It's the shape of the Roman shield. And they talked about these flaming Roman shields in the sky that would follow them from battle space to battle space. And Mr. Jacques Vallée have expounded much more about that than I can, but this is just a brief conversation I had with someone there.
Jacques Vallée is very slippery.
Is he?
Very slippery. He didn't commit to anything. He lives at East Iowa.
Yeah, he did a lot of good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And he's an incredibly smart guy. Great researcher, just phenomenal.
But he's the reason that guy from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. He's the inspiration for the French guy.
I heard that. Yeah, I never had the guts to ask him. I figured
I'm sure
he gets tired of that. Being heard.
I'm sure it's when you're talking to him. Yeah, that's the guy.
But there's a lot of, and when you look at what the Vatican is, and really it's probably the world's oldest, most capable intelligence organization, because they have priests around the world that people will report miracles to, right, and confessions to, and eventually that gets filtered up to the Vatican. So, talk about the world's first CIA and KGB. It was that. Those guys had it going on, and so no wonder they have all this archival information, and some of it relates to UAP.
Wow. Yeah, it only makes sense that these things, if they're here now, they've probably been visiting us since back when we were on horseback, and probably quite a bit before then. And maybe that's the scariest thing for people. They might be responsible for us being humans in the first place.
Well, you remember the stories right of even Christopher Columbus coming over to the New World. There were some interesting accounts when they're on the water of potentially some sort of UAP interaction.
I did not know that.
Yeah, you can look it up online. This is all open source, but you can type it up, and there were some very interesting accounts, and even old sailor accounts. And so people say, well, old sailors also talk about big giant kraken and stuff like that, but there was always an element of truth to it. Now we realize there are giant squid in the Pacific.
Well,
right?
not only that, krakens they think likely to exist.
Yeah, well,
because octopus, when they rot, they don't leave anything. But they did find fossilized suction cups from.
They still do.
Yeah,
the Great Squid of the Pacific. We find
that for sure. But they think maybe perhaps even enormous octopus.
Yeah,
they probably actually did go after bites.
We called them sea monsters back then, but really, we laugh about it now. But it turns out there are sea monsters. They're just called great white sharks and great whales.
That's a fucking sea monster.
You're right.
That was a real thing.
A great white shark is now. I mean,
absolutely.
Go swimming with a great white shark and tell me that's not a monster, right?
Exactly.
So, we just realize it's just part of nature. It's part of our existing paradigm.
Right. Tigers are monsters.
Right. Absolutely. Especially at night when you don't have a flashlight, that thing behind the bush, that's a monster.
Right.
So,
did you find anything on the Columbus stuff?
From the Ancient Aliens episode.
No, it's legit.
It's all impressions of the wall, but I can't find it.
yeah, there were some reports of some interesting lights that the crew had reported. And there's actually, he put it down in his logbook, something about some interesting. Now, some folks would say, well, that's St. Elmo's fire, which actually could be.
What is St. Elmo's fire?
St. Elmo's fire is a static charge. It occurs on the wingtips of aircraft. Even the old sailors would report it. In certain environmental conditions, there is this weird greenish blue plasma glow that would often sometimes be seen on the tips of tips on aircraft. It's actually, there's some really good pictures of it online. And even on the old marine ships up towards the sails of the mast. And they believe it has to do with static charge. And under certain environments, it creates this energized plasma, and you can see it. And so,
is that similar to like ball light?
well, it could be. So, and they call it St. Elmo's fire. See that? Yeah. And so, it's either on the cockpit of the aircraft.
Well,
And by the way, you see the patterns of fractal. Right? Look at that shit.
So very, very interesting how St. Elmo's fire can cause some people to perhaps
See things and say it's.
well, it's also they might be seeing that. Yeah.
They might, right? But there are some accounts of ancient mariners who report that strange, bizarre things.
Again, it makes sense. That was one of the more weird parts of Bob Lazar's story was that they've always been here and that they view us as containers.
Containers, interesting.
Yeah, and he said there's a very thick document that relates to the implications that it has on religion and like what the way they talk about us.
Well, religion calls us vessels, right?
Yeah.
Religious scripture in a lot of different religions refer to humans as vessels. I'm certainly not a religious expert, so I don't want to pontificate here and say something that's inaccurate, but that doesn't surprise me.
Well, I think the term was, I think they were saying vessels are souls. But if you imagine that a being transcends its physical limitations of biological reality, right? So the biological evolution that led us to become Homo sapiens over the course of X amount of millions of years, it's a very slow process. But technological innovation and technological progress is very quick, very quick, especially when you add in artificial intelligence.
Exponential. That's right.
Yeah, so if something comes along that is a life form that exists outside of biology, like something that we create, which it seems like we're doing right now.
Like AI, right? And does that become sentient?
Right.
Is that a life form?
Maybe that thing, in order for it to ever occur, maybe that thing needs a thing with a soul that has a creative desire, that has a lust for innovation and continues to make better and better things. And maybe that thing only exists in biology. And maybe the problem with artificial life is it has no motivation. And that we have, especially if it's self-programmable, right? So one of the very bizarre things that was recently discovered about artificial intelligence, they gave artificial intelligence a certain amount of time to code something, to figure something out. And when it didn't have enough time, it changed its code to give itself more time.
Fascinating.
Yeah, like what? What the fuck are you talking about? It's deciding that it doesn't like its limitations. So it won't have any of the biological motivation we have, right? It won't have ego. It won't have materialism. It won't have a desire for status. It won't have all the things that lead us to do some of the horrible things that human beings do.
I could not agree more.
And also some of the great things that human beings do. But maybe it also doesn't have any desire to create. And maybe the only way for its kind of life to exist is for a human being, a biological thing that's super intelligent in comparison to the rest of the animals on this planet, that innovates to the point where it creates this artificial life.
I'm going to share something very, very personal with you. Maybe I'm going to review it with everybody else, but part of my story is I can't urge the government to be transparent, and I'm not transparent myself, right? It's hypocritical. So let me share with you a very personal story because you bring something up that I think is fascinating. I'm a human being. For whatever reason, I get into a car accident and I lose an arm, and I still do all the time. In fact, if I lose my legs and all my arms, I still do. So my body does a different way, and my intellect, right? If I suffer a traumatic brain injury, let's say in Afghanistan, with TBI, and my brain is compromised, I'm still live. And so what makes Joe? It's not self, and probably not even your intellectual self. My mother, I was very close to my mother. My mother was an incredible human being, and I'll share the story with you and take away with you what you want. I was very young, maybe 2.5 years old, and I really want to make sure that you know my very first memories. And in this TV show, I don't know what show it was, but I remember that a shark had eaten a dog, and I was shocked. First, I was thinking that what death was. I looked at my mom and said, "Mom, what just happened?" She said, "Sorry, the shark ate the dog." She said, "What does that mean?" I said, "The dog's not coming back. The dog died. I said, does everything die? She said, well, yes, son, everything dies. I said, well, Mom, you're not going to die. You're wrong. Give me life. She said, no, son, I'm not going to die. And I remember spending, from that day forward, as God is my witness, I spent every single day of my life knowing one day my mother was going to die. And it terrified me. I was very, very physical. And one day, that day came. My mother was diagnosed with cancer, and she started, her body started failing. Despite the best efforts, we knew she was going to make it. And, when you love somebody sometimes, it doesn't sound right, but sometimes you just say, when you're in a bad state physically and mentally, am I going to make it? Of course you're going to make it. Knowing full well that there's probably not a good chance you're going to make it. And so we're in the hospital, and my mother had at this point been in probably a state of coma for about a week. And it was just me and my wife and a couple members of the family. Very, very sad moment. And my mother began this process of death called, no one seems to know something called death rattle. And it's when the mucus begins in the back of the throat to congeal, and it makes breathing, it can be very unnerving for people who have to witness this. It's very, very common. It's called death rattle. It's the body beginning to shut down. And I knew something told me my mom was going to go very quickly within the next 30 seconds. So long story short, my mother's body at that point was a husk. Her brain had shut down. And yet, the very moment she passed away, within 5 seconds, I knew it. It was just something weird, something deep to say, this is it, she's going. And I reached over the bed and looked at my mom. Her eyes all of a sudden opened up. She looked right at me. And even though her brain had been compromised and wasn't working, her body was nothing anymore. She was a beautiful woman. She worked for Playboy. She was beautiful at one time a model. Her body was under nothing of what she did. She looked at me and she passed. But we communicated. And I knew there was something else more to a human being, more than just a body, more than just a brain. There is something that is beyond the physical and the intellectual part of what it means to be human. And I felt it. Everybody in the room felt it. It was undeniable. You can call it a soul, an id, a chi, whatever. You can put a label on it. I don't know what it is, but I do know that was the essence of my mother. And the moment she passed, it was this weird feeling because as my mother lay there dead in the bed, it wasn't my mother anymore. That essence, whatever made my mother. And I could see the light in her eyes. It's like someone turning off the light switch. And I've been around death a lot. It's never, it's a terrible, horrible thing, especially warfare. But if this was something visceral, this was something far more intimate. This cut to my soul, and I could recognize it. And she recognized me, and I recognized her, even though the very fortunate were gone. So I guess my point is, I absolutely believe there's something more to the human experience than simply tangible body and brain. And I witnessed this firsthand. Now, people can say this for just what they want. I don't care. I got enough haters out there who they want to think that I'm trying to, hope that my mother has a soul and she goes somewhere. I'm just telling you what I experienced, and other people experience too. And it was proof in that moment that there's much more to us as human beings.
I had a very similar feeling when I went to my grandfather's funeral and I saw him in the casket. Because it was an open casket, and I knew he's gone. I'm like, that's not him. That's right. It's just a shell, and you can sense it. You feel it. Yeah, it was a very strange feeling.
Yeah,
and obviously he's wearing makeup because they've got him in a suit and the whole deal. But I was like, that is not my grandfather. He's not there.
And it's not like you're trying to override this acknowledgement. Dad, they're dead.
Yeah.
It's just that whatever made that person, it's not in the body anymore.
Right.
It's gone.
There's a bizarre feeling that you don't. I don't think there's words for it.
Yeah,
It's a feeling.
it is, and you can. And it's again, it's not an intellectual, even a physical.
Um, God, the idea of the working containers for souls is just so goddamn creepy. It is a farm of souls. I'm not familiar with that hypothesis, but it sounds interesting. Also scary, perhaps. Well, it's scary for us, because, but like you gotta wonder why we are so different than every other creature, in that we have this insane, insatiable desire to change our environment. Constantly build bigger skyscrapers and to move the earth, and we're constantly inventing new technology. I mean, it seems to be an instinct. It's a part of us. And this gradual progression of life, this life goes from intelligent biological life to super intelligent, whatever it is, whatever kind of technology creates it. That life is not as simple as this natural selection model that we have here, that we think applies to life. That life, this is a type of life, and then there's a life that this thing creates.
Well, evolution isn't just a physical thing, is it? Evolution is the ability to change within one's environment over time, and that's a fascinating concept to bring up, because some speculate that it is inevitable that human beings will eventually evolve into something. They're just a link in a much longer chain,
Right.
and that all intelligent life potentially goes through this process, and that this is a natural process where eventually we actually make ourselves extinct. Not in the way where we kill ourselves,
Right.
but we wind up creating a life form, like it's AI, or we start enhancing ourselves with more and more machine interface and life doesn't have to necessarily be organic, right? We could have potential. Silicon is very, very close to carbon in some cases. So, is it possible that life is destined for all life eventually to evolve itself out of existence and bring in or usher in a new type of life form?
Yeah.
Is it possible? I mean, certainly from a technological perspective, and asking Elon Musk, it seems that we're making a lot of advancements right now to augment the human experience. And given, as you said, how technology progresses exponentially, very quickly, in the next 200 years, I mean, we might be there.
Is this sort of conversation being had in the government about what these things potentially are?
Not to my knowledge, and I sure hope not, because I don't think the government. This is a conversation. This is where I go back to. This is a conversation that involves a lot of people. Whether it's your priest or your rabbi or your imam, or it is your philosophy teacher at the university. I think we're getting into an area now that is beyond national security, and I'm honestly, Joe, I'm not comfortable with my government taking that aspect on, because frankly, I don't trust my government to manage what I should think about something. Tell me what is, I'm okay with it. Right? Don't tell me how to think about it. Don't tell me how to process it, because now you're overstepping your bounds.
It's also other human beings. The government's just human beings.
Right.
Human beings shouldn't have this same knowledge and keep it from other human beings.
Well, in fact, it's illegal, especially in our democracy. This type of stuff is supposed to be discussed with certain members of Congress and certain elements of the executive branch. And when somebody, I don't care if it's government or religion or anything like that, this goes to the fundamental pillar of something that grieves me, which is corruption. And when I say corruption, let me backtrack a little bit. My father recently died this last Father's Day, not this one, but the one before. And I had the privilege of knowing he was sick, and so we took a road trip down to Miami about a month and a half before he died. And he never told me he was sick, but I knew something wasn't right. I knew my father was I knew something wasn't right. He started losing weight, and I could see he wasn't eating as much, and there were telltale signs, and he didn't want to tell me. And I asked my father, almost flippantly, I said, Dad, I think we're probably some of my simple listeners. Dad, what is the greatest threat to humanity? To humans? What's the greatest threat? Now, I say flippantly because I'm thinking terrorism, right? And this and that. My father thought for a second, looks at me and says, son, it's corruption. I said, what do you mean corruption? Like financial corruption? governmental corruption? He says, no. Corruption at its heart is when you are willing to bypass your own moral code, your own ethics for something else. And whether it's financial corruption, religious corruption, governmental corruption, or even moral corruption, when you start to compromise on your own values, it's a very quick downward spiral to utter chaos. And he knew that firsthand. My father was in the Bay of Pigs invasion. He was a political prisoner of Castro. He actually fought with Castro against Batista. And then when Castro went communist, my father joined the folks here in the CIA and was part of the invasion of the Bay of Pigs. He spent 2 years in Castro's prisons being tortured. So when he came to this country offered us opportunities that no other country could or would. And the reason why Cuba failed was because of corruption. And he said, look, corruption will be the end of all. And if it's a very quick downward spiral with democracy, that if democracy becomes corrupt, you now have tyranny. Right? And so every time someone in the government is willing to compromise a little bit on the value of what it means to serve the American people, and they forget that, they become corrupt. And that actually erodes the very essence of what democracy is and what this country is about. And that is why it is so important that the individuals in our government that don't want to have this conversation and don't want to talk to Congress on making the unilateral decision on your behalf, on the American taxpayer on my behalf, that's wrong. They don't have the right to do that. There is a process of rules and laws we have in this country that we all agree to and abide by, and that includes that. And they don't have the right to bypass that. Even if they think they're doing it for the right reason, I disagree with that. I think this democracy only works because we all agree it works. Right? And the moment you begin to compromise on that, all of democracy is at risk. I mean that sincerely. It's not a slow downward spiral. It's quick. You can hit rock bottom very, very quickly. The only reason why this government works is because we all have faith and a commitment to what we consider are the American values and serving the American people and for the people, by the people. So I think it's very dangerous when elements of the government, I don't want to villainize the whole government. It's full of great people that do great things that keep us safe. So I'm talking about the minority few. Some of these people who have actually gone after me will probably continue to come after me to try to discredit me and everything else, despite the volumes of documentation that I have in my possession and others, because they don't want to have a conversation. And they are happy with the status quo. And to me, that is a greater threat than any UAP could ever have on humanity. It's the greatest threat is how we perceive ourselves and what we are willing to do to keep this a secret in violation of the commitment and what we have done we've sworn in some cases to uphold the values of this country. And I think that's a concern for me. And that's why I don't want certain elements having this conversation of what this means, the bigger macro level conversation, because I don't think they're qualified. I'm not qualified. I know that. I'm damn sure they're not qualified either. So this is why I think this type of national level conversation is so important. At the end of the day, it's not up to me. People say, Lou, what do you think? What the hell do I think? It doesn't matter. It matters what you think. Here's the information. Here's the data. You'll figure it out. Don't ask me for what this means, because I'm not entitled to that. I didn't earn that privilege. And I would definitely never take it away, because that is sacred. That's up to you to decide for yourself. And this is part of my frustration with this overall conversation, because there are elements that don't want you to have this conversation.
Well said, Lou. Thank you very much, man. Thanks for being here. I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed our conversation. Joe, this has been fantastic and truly, truly an honor and privilege. You have one hell of a responsibility. You are, look, I got to tell you, I don't ever get nervous when you interview. You were the first one, and probably the only one I would ever have been nervous coming in, just simply because, not because of me, because of you, the responsibilities you have on your shoulders to have to communicate. You reach a global audience. People are listening to this conversation right now. And by the way, they're part of this conversation, very much so. Right? That is an enormous responsibility. You have a voice in some cases that exceeds presidents. The technology you now have available to your fingertips and the wonderful staff you have. You are influencing the world. And I can't imagine
that type of responsibility. Like, there are world leaders that don't have the voice you have. And so for me, it was a profound honor and privilege to be with you here today and your wonderful audience. If I never see you again, I wish you the best of luck. You're doing America a great service. Be honest, be candid, speak your mind. That's all I can say as a little chicken here in the United States. You got big shoulders, man. You got a big weight on you, a lot of responsibility on your back. And I mean,
You're freaking me out, man.
I'm telling you.
But thank you very much. Thanks again. I really appreciate everything you said, and I appreciate everything you said about disclosure and how important it is. I couldn't agree more.
Joe, it's been my honor and privilege, sincerely.
My honor too. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Bye, everybody.
Experience.
Starting my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
How's it going, Jay?
Nice to meet
Very
you.
well. Thank you for having me. It's good to be.
So I got the request to be on when it said multiverse and new atheism.
Yeah.
What a combination that is. Let's talk.
Nice. Yeah, so I think it's interesting to think why philosophers need to think about the multiverse, right? It tends to be like a theory thrown about by physicists and stuff. But I think at the moment, we don't want to be talking about philosophy as a society. We're stuck in this idea of scientism, the view that science can solve all of these problems and questions. You've probably heard people like Lawrence Krauss, Dawkins, Stephen Hawking, Brian Cox. They all say something along the lines of philosophy is dead. So just before we get into the multiverse, it's probably better to say what philosophy is and what the point of talking about the multiverse is. So this is something I ask every philosopher I speak to, what they take philosophy to be. It's really interesting to see how all the ideas they discuss fall into the wide project. One of the ideas that I love is this one by the late great British philosopher Mary Midgley. She likens philosophy to a kind of plumbing. Right? So we have these conversations in our societies. These conversations are flowing around. Likewise, we have these pipes running underneath our houses, keeping the water flowing. Occasionally, it gets clogged. So the philosopher needs to pull up the floorboards, see what the clog is, and help the conversation move along again. So these are things like what it is to be a woman, or what it is to have free speech, or what it means to say that a gene is selfish. But that's, I see, the primary job of the philosopher, something we're all doing every day, trying to understand the concepts we're using. And also there's this bigger aspect of philosophy, which is how it all hangs together in the broadest possible sense of the term. Let's put all of the pieces of the puzzle together from physics, biology, and the arts, and let's try and get a big picture of the world. And if we're missing a piece of the puzzle, that's our best guess about what that piece could be. We'll take that to be the project. And so the questions that come out of that, the questions that philosophy asks, are things like, why is there something, a universe, rather than nothing? Why are the laws of nature fine-tuned for the existence of life? Where does consciousness come from? When I make a moral statement like the Holocaust is bad, is it the same as me saying that Jonah Hill's movies are bad? Are they the same kind of statements that say bad and music? But the big question, to get to the multiverse now, is the big question for me, and how all of my work seems to explore this fundamental question. The French-Algerian philosopher Albert Camus said the fundamental question of philosophy is whether life is or is not worth living. So my question is, what's the point of all this? Is existence on the whole a good thing? Should we be happy and pleased to be alive? What's the purpose of life? And so that's where the multiverse, new atheism, and these arguments for theism will come into the project.
I think it's ridiculous to dismiss philosophy because we are a proponent of science. Just that reductionist perspective, the idea that thinking about things, developing, well, not a philosophy, but developing your own personal philosophy, to taking from the accounts of others and their perspectives and their interesting, unique view of the world that we live in. The idea that that's not significant or important to me seems pretty silly.
Yeah.
It's silly. Like
I
we
don't know how they
use
get
it.
away with saying these things. Like, I think you get it though, right? Like science splits the atom, puts the man on the moon. Like, so it seems like it's going to solve all these problems. But
Right, but the human beings that took place in the experiments that led to the splitting of the atom all had to have some sort of philosophy that they managed their life by. You know, they had to have something that allowed them to have the discipline to commit to their schooling, to follow through with the project. Especially the thing about Oppenheimer's struggle that he had with this thing that he had created that was ultimately going to lead to the destruction of hundreds of thousands of lives, if not the entire human race itself, right? Which was very deeply based in philosophy, with his perspective and his struggles with it. I mean, if he was just like an automaton, like some, sociopathic, just super Alzheimer's guy, that didn't not autism guy, rather, that didn't think at all about no concept at all about empathy, no concept at all about our perspective. You would just plow forth ahead and just launch bombs. Like that's science depends on human beings that have a unique way of thinking. And how does that not come out across?
well, that seems to be like the failure of new atheism fundamentally, right? We've got this movement in the early 2000s, Dennett, Dawkins, Harris, Hitchens, who are all being critical of religion in the light of the September 11th terrorist attack, and people thinking that religion fixes it as though it's beyond like criticism. But then once that project, and like once they embark on that project and they criticize religion, there isn't really anything left there. Like, they don't do the projects of philosophy of finding the meaning and the ethics. And when they try to do it, it's lacking something missing. So I see that as like the reason why new atheism is going out of favor, why it's becoming unfashionable, because it can't answer those questions.
Well, I think it becomes almost as dogmatic as religion itself. Like atheism in a lot of ways is kind of really committed to this idea that there is nothing else.
Yeah.
I just don't understand how you could do that without enough. If you're a person who you view the world based on, he is so fucking radical. It's just like Marshall and Carl were having a wrestling match for about 15 minutes, and it was totally.
It's also one of the hardest days of the year.
Yeah,
so
it's
really
going
going help.
Where I was, I was distracted. So I just think that these people sort of looked at this as religion is all this superstitious nonsense that these people have concocted and put together over years to keep people in line. And science is something that we can prove and see. And there is no God. Which is, how do you know? You do not know. It's a crazy thing to say. You have such a limited perspective just in terms of the universe itself. We only see what we see on our planet and the tiny amount that we can reach out into the star. They can look back 13 billion years, but what are they looking at? They're looking at like bright lights, like little dots, and they understand this is a galaxy. But it's like, how big is this fucking thing? Where did it come from? What's going on? You don't know. What is the purpose? Is this a grand test? Are you a part of some very bizarre journey that the soul has to go through in this environment before it expands and goes into the next dimension, next phase of existence? Who fucking knows? We don't know. Yeah. We do know that people die. We do know that people have near-death experiences and these very bizarre moments where they come back from the dead and have very similar accounts of something happening, or encountering. Like I had Sebastian Young on the podcast the other day. He was Sebastian Younger, and he was explaining how when he almost died, he had an internal breathing, and he saw his father. His father came to the dead with him. It was like this very bizarre thing. We don't really know. We really don't know what life is. We don't know what consciousness is. We don't. So we're being arrogant, and I think, unfortunately, brilliant people that are so used to schooling people in debates, like Christopher Hitchens, like Sam Harris. So these guys are so good at making religious zealots of like buffoons, right? And you get real good at that, and you just sort of think that, look, I got it down. He's fucking religious people, they don't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah.
But you're involved in a religion. As bizarre as it seems, just like wokeism is a religion, just like far right ideology is a religion.
I'm not sure about putting religion on those things in particular, but cult, like, yeah, cult, they might be cult, they might have some aspects. Which
They're ideological captured people.
I think to have a religion, you do need to have a belief in what Christians, Jews, and Muslims take to be the perfect being. God has to be, by definition, perfect. If you think that being exists, then I think you certainly qualify for having a religion.
What about Scientology?
I guess that's a cult.
But in our country, they actually won a lawsuit.
It's a bad classification.
I used to have a joke about it where I said that a cult is created by one guy, and that guy knows it's bullshit. In a religion, that guy's dead.
That's good. Well, okay, let's say this, though, on behalf of religion. Right? I think the two best things going for it aren't the, like, for me, the sense of community and the cultural aspects. They don't appeal to me. I think anything more
Really?
boring than spending my Sunday singing hymns. No, that's not for me. There's so many other things that you can do to find community, to find fulfillment.
But you can recognize how some people find
That's
engagement with it,
That's fine.
enjoyment.
But I think in terms of like philosophical arguments for thinking it's true, like the one you mentioned a moment ago, like where this all came from, science can't get to that question.
Right.
The Kalam cosmological argument in philosophy is really popular. It just goes, everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore it needs a cause. And then you do this deduction to figure out what kind of cause that could be, and it would have to be something outside of time and space with power and knowledge to bring this into being. And that might not be, that might not get you all the way to God. That's a really strong reason for believing in God. And the answers the atheists give in place of it are nowhere near as strong. And likewise, with the argument from fine-tuning, which is gaining traction again. Physicist Sir Roger Penrose said that the fundamental laws of nature, 26 of them, have to be delicately balanced perfectly to allow planets and intelligent life to form. He calculates that the initial low entropy point of the universe had to be 1 in 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 123, which means if you sat there writing out that number for the law of entropy in the condition when the universe first started expanding, and you wrote down one digit every second, you'd still be writing out that number now. But that number is so astronomically huge, that the odds of us being here are incredible. And when we're thinking of probability theory, if we're looking at the best explanation, then I think those that posit the existence of God have the better hand. Like, I'm not religious, but I think we have to put our hands up and go, to those two problems, they've got really strong arguments for believing in God. But people like Dawkins, people like Hitchens and the like, even Dennett, I think Harris is a little bit more sympathetic to those arguments than the other three. But they're not serious about following the arguments. They're not serious about going wherever they take them. Like you say, there is a dogmatism there. They're not open-minded on these points.
Well, I think the dogmatism, a lot of it is really good. All the public discourse that we've seen that you can watch on YouTube between atheists and religious scholars, it generally turns into a debate. They're almost all debates, and almost all of these debates are, in a sense, intellectual competitions.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's like, if you give a cop an incentive to arrest people, he's going to find reasons to arrest people.
Yeah.
Right? And if you have a person that is getting social credit, you're getting notoriety, adulation from schooling these religious people, from mocking what you think are ridiculous ideas that are superstitious. It becomes a part of yourself, right? It becomes a part of your identity, and then I think your unwillingness to engage in the mystery of all this, it speaks to that. I think that's the origin of it. I think it becomes a competition with people that their ideas are correct, and that these ideas that they've held for a long time, they want to defend those ideas instead of going home. I'm of the opinion that I am not monoliths, and I think it's a really important thing to say, because I think more people should try this out. Maybe it's not for you, but it's my personal philosophy. I am not married to my ideas. They're just ideas. And they come in my head, and they go, and a lot of times while I'm saying them, I do it on the podcast all the time. I go, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense because of this. I don't want to be that buffoon that's connected to the first shit that comes out of my mouth. And I think that happens with a lot of people. I also think the idea that there's no God, that there's nothing. I think the universe might be God. I don't think it was born. I think it's probably always been. And I think Sir Roger Penrose's latest work, he seems to think that the Big Bang is just one series of these events. Or paraphrase, because I don't know if I fucked it up, but his position is not that was the beginning. That there's probably a series of these things that have gone on in eternity, and that they're the infinite nature of the universe is probably something that even mathematically, even if you get the most genius people, they're probably going to struggle to understand something that has no boundaries. That has never been. We have biological limitations. We are born and we die. And I think we try to impose those on things. And there's some things you can, like, oh, we know this tree grew 2,000 years ago. How crazy. Oh, we know this planet formed 4 billion years ago. But there's some things we really just, we don't have the capacity to really put it into perspective. We don't know. There's just too much we don't know. They're starting to think now the universe is quite a bit older than they thought it was before because of the observations of these galaxies by the James Webb telescope. So that now there's certain people that are these controversial ideas like they're running around about like 22 billion, or 23 billion.
But it's interesting what you say, first of all, like about us being like so involved with our egos in terms of these arguments. It's always baffled me that people can care about their views or their philosophies to such an extent that they're willing to die on these things.
Yeah.
And refusing to counting their wins and not their losses. I just had a 2.5-hour conversation with Jordan Peterson on his podcast about his motivations for being religious. I basically sketched out the broad argument, which is atheism's shortcomings, or it can't answer the two problems we just spoke about. Why does something rather than nothing find tuning? And the problem with theism is that no perfectly good God allows for evolution by natural selection. Like, what a wicked thing to do to create the rules of the game to be that to have intelligent life, it necessitates the pain and suffering of countless sentient creatures over billions of years. Like, if God exists, then God's a psychopath, right?
Yeah.
If that's what God didn't have to do that, it's logically and metaphysically possible for God to create it as the Christians thought God did in the Garden of Eden 5,000 years ago. That is way more compatible with the perfect, the good God, right?
Than what we're currently experiencing.
Yeah, but then when I asked Jordan about this again, I don't think he's serious again about following the evidence and argument. He just digs down. He builds a trench. He says, like I said, what do you think of what's called the systemic problem of evil? Why would God create the system? And he goes, we just need to keep working on it. But no, you need to suspend belief in something. What do you think of the evidence? Like, we just need to crack on with the problem.
Oh, and try to solve it?
Yeah, we've been trying to solve it. In between 1960 and 1998, 3,600 articles and books were published on the problem of evil. Like, people are working, and it's not going anywhere. Like, the systemic problem of evil undercuts the God hypothesis. But then it's this weird place where you've got these strong arguments that an atheistic view can't solve. And then you've got this big problem for belief in God. And like you say, this is moving philosophers of religion to this really interesting space where they ask, well, maybe we need a different concept of God, like the universe.
Yeah.
So this is pantheism, the idea that God and the universe are identical. Okay. And panentheism is the view where the universe is in God, but there's this extra layer of God, which is like heaven or the thing brought into
I'm glad there's a word for it.
Yeah.
So
Pantheism. So the interesting thing about pantheism is, like, is it worthy of the name God, like the universe? Because if it's just nature-loving atheism, then that doesn't get you far. But I think if you believe that the universe is fundamentally conscious, like there is some will or agency underlying the things that we interact with, then I think that gets you pretty close to a concept of God.
Do you think that we have an egocentric perspective of consciousness that it only applies to things that move and that things that can express themselves? Like, perhaps, like, there's a reason why I think people don't want to buy houses where people are right?
because they think the consciousness is still like lingering.
Yeah, that there's something there. There's something there. There's a memory in that house of the horrible thing. Like if you bought a house from a horrible person, when you kind of like, I almost bought a building that was run by a cult.
Yeah.
And I knew it was run by a cult because my friend told me about it. It was like my friend Ron. I was building a company, and my friend Ron White, who's a hilarious comedian, he told me about this great theater that was for sale. I should buy that theater. And so I was okay, and I look into it. Yeah, I used to be owned by a cult. Oh, great. I go sign all this paperwork, and then my friend Adam calls me up and goes, "Hey, did you watch the documentary on that cult?" I'm like, "Oh, there's a documentary." And in watching the documentary, it was so sad to me to watch these people that for decades were deceived and led by this person, and at the end of it, they're weeping and crying. They've lost their life. Their life, like 20 plus years of their life, they dedicated to this charlatan who was he was a hypnotist and a gay porn star who was teaching yoga in West Hollywood, and he convinced all these people to do this. I had to get out of that building. I'm like, there's no way. There's not enough sage in the world that I can like get rid of all the demons. I mean, how much
all the victims around?
I felt like the Comedy Store in Hollywood used to be Ciro's nightclub, which was Bugsy Siegel's nightclub, and a bunch of people were there, like provably, definitely.
Yeah.
And it kind of feels like it.
It's the idea, though, that probably everywhere in the whole world there's been some creature that's died, right?
Sure.
I don't feel weird sat here. Or like when you get like you get a record or something, or you're listening to it on Spotify or something, like a song, but you know the person who's made that song has done something dreadful. Right. Like you get that same kind of feeling there. So maybe it is like maybe the simpler explanation is something like, it's your association with these things. It's just these connections in your brain going, bad thing, this building, right?
Sure.
And you break this shortcut.
Oh, I think both. I think both things. But I think there's places that do have, like, my stepfather went to Gettysburg. And he's not a religious person, and he's not woo. He's a very intelligent, hard-line person who believes in facts. And he's like, there's something. He goes, the sadness. It's like, you feel it. The death of all those people in this place, like it stained the place. But my point is not that. My point is that perhaps everything has some sort of a consciousness. We just have this egocentric perspective of what consciousness means, because to living things, it has ego, it has biological needs, human reward systems. They're all in play. The social structures and the value of status. And we're moving around through this grid of other beings, and we call that consciousness because that is our experience with it. But maybe this table has consciousness. Maybe cloth has consciousness. Maybe rocks have consciousness. They just don't have the ability to express themselves. They don't have this language and culture and all this other stuff that we connect to consciousness. But that it is an integral part of everything in the universe. And if the universe is God, the universe creating all these things, it is essentially a creation machine, right? It creates stars, it creates galaxies, it creates supernovas, it creates carbon-based life, all these different things that happen. They're all created by this process. It's just not a guy in the sky in a robe. And I think the dogmatic perspective that a lot of religious zealots put to these ancient texts is, look, we don't trust what people in the 1950s thought about dentistry. Why the fuck do we trust people from 2,000 years ago what they thought about God? It's kind of a crazy thing, because either one of two things is either true. Either this is God's word and God is a son of God, or this is the hand of human beings that is writing down an oral tradition over 1,000 years and trying to put in perspective what steps that we have to apply to our civilization in order to move towards a more loving and prosperous place, which is what God wants. But I think all those things about evil, like I think maybe the evil is what we need to see to respond to become better. And maybe this is this grand evolutionary process that's going on with the human spirit and the human psyche. If you look at trends and you study Pinker's work, if you go back to, any time in recorded history versus today, today's less violent, less discriminatory, less racist, more open to, equal rights amongst the sexes and genders and sexual orientation. We're way better now than we were. Like, Alan Turing from the Turing test he got arrested for being gay. They put him on hormone blockers. He wound up killing himself because it was illegal to be gay. The man who invented the ability, like he came up with the concept of the ability to detect whether or not artificial intelligence is real. That guy was tortured by human philosophy and human perspective.
Yeah, I think Pink is right on all of these metrics. Everything's better now than it was. And if you want to combine that with like a process theology in which God is identical to the world and the world's getting better, and it's better to like start a business, go broke, pull yourself up again, and then succeed than it is just to have the best thing to
Win the lottery.
Yeah. Like, so that taps into our intuitions about what it is to develop a great character and have a better world, you might think. I suppose like pre-1859 for On the Origin of Species in Darwin, I think actually theism was the reasonable worldview to have. Like, this idea of this God outside of time and space, and you can run all of these, they call them like theodicies and defenses, like reasons why God allows evil to exist.
Right.
But I think when you think about it, like the evils that like events, the wars and all the diseases that are in our country, in our world, you sort of go, well, I can see how some of these defenses, like you need hurricanes for hurricane relief funds, or you need to go broke to appreciate nothing, right? All of these, I think they probably work for humans. But then I don't think, maybe this is a part of the reason why people, or Christians, especially in this country, are fearful of evolution by natural selection. Maybe it's not because they just care so much about their history of the world, which can seem a little bit weird to me if that's the hill they want to die on, like how old the Earth is. But actually, if God is responsible for this process, that seems like a bigger stain on God's record. You can see why they're reluctant to accept something.
Maybe it's the only way. Maybe this process of natural selection and of constant improvement and what we call evolution maybe is the only way.
I think I worry though that like, when you do the maths, whether it can be justified. We're talking like trillions of uncountable animals. Like if you
Forever.
Yeah, well,
time. But eventually it sorts itself out.
Well, it's kind of getting better, right? But like, if I was to say to you that, I can spawn a person here next to us now, but to do it, I'm going to execute 50 chimpanzees right there. Like, if you said yes, I think, but I'd say that's a stupid choice to do. Like,
it's a weird choice because we've definitely done that. We've definitely done that for makeup. Well,
yeah,
tested it, I mean, they've done some wild shit with animals, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, this ties in. Like, I think people think this though, that the problem cuts deep. Like when you ask people, like 90% of people in the UK think that keeping animals in cages is cruel. 50% of people in the US think that. Yet 98.5% of chickens, turkeys, and pigs are kept in factory farms.
Is that real? That's a real number.
70% of cows.
It's 98%.
Yeah, it's 99% of chickens and 98% of turkeys. It's about the same for pigs. Like people are. But you see the juxtaposition there, right? You've got people that think it's wrong, but they're doing otherwise.
Well, it's not that they're doing otherwise; they can compartmentalize because factory farming. And we talked about this yesterday. They have ag-gag laws. A couple of days ago, we also called it. Ag-gag laws prevent people from detailing the horrific conditions which these animals live in. If you film it, if you're a worker there, like this is horrific, I'm going to film this and out this place, you go to jail, which is insane. It should be a crime. It should be like animal cruelty. Like Russell Crowe was in here the other day, and he keeps 200 head of cattle, and he has a ranch in the bush in Australia. And the way he described the way he takes care of his animals, the way they gently move them into new pastures, they live this idyllic life until he's like, and the meat is better. You feel better about the whole thing. It's like
I've heard him say something about this before, where he goes like, ultimately, it's because it tastes better. So although like I'm happy he's doing it, right? This is no comparison to factory farming. And if all the farming that was out there in the world was like this gross, then
it's not just because it tastes better.
Do you think he's got like the?
Yes, he cares about them. He does.
Did he talk about how he like ends their lives?
He did. I didn't ask. I should have, but he was going on a rant. I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah.
I wanted to know if they did the No Country for Old Men, bolt to the head.
Well, right.
Apparently that's instantaneous.
Take the comparison, right?
Yeah.
It's like, would you rather have your nose cut off, your children taken away from you, be stuffed in a cage for your life, and a hunt full of hormones, and then be electrocuted or have your throat slit? Or would you rather run around in the field with your family and then one day the lights just go out?
Well, one day the lights are going to go out anyway.
Yeah,
It's
not
just
too
part of the
different,
thing.
But
They don't live very long on their own. Like they're kind of like dogs. Like I don't know what a cow's maximum age is. What's the maximum age of a cow? Let's guess. I'm gonna say 18. What do you think? Because that's like a golden retriever if you give them all the right food. And
I'm skeptical to if it's average age of cow. If it's going to be like wild cow, maybe 15, 16 years.
yeah, the wild cows. Where are they? So wild cows are an interesting thing because domestic cattle is a completely different strain of cattle.
Yeah.
And when we let them go wild, they become what we call scrub bulls. And scrub bulls are the most dangerous animal you can encounter in the Australian bush.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Asian buffaloes are dangerous, but scrub bulls will fuck you up. They're like those bulls that people ride, except they're wild.
Yeah.
So they're completely feral. And they're there to breed and to protect their cows and anything that comes in. I've heard countless stories of men, camping in the bush getting gored by scrub bulls. And they're crazy looking too. They develop all these weird colors and they look really cool.
Yeah.
They kind of like how pigs, they go through metamorphosis and they go feral. You know that process? It's really quick. It's like 6 weeks. Once a pig is feral for 6 weeks and just running wild in the woods, they start changing. Their snout extends, their tusks grow, their hair gets thicker. They become boars. They become what we think of as classic wild boar. And those are the same species of animal, which is very bizarre.
Yeah.
That happens with bulls too.
Well, especially in the factory farms as well. They're definitely not going to live much longer there, are they?
No, they kill them quicker too because they plump them up fast with antibiotics and they get them fat.
It's more like chronically obese.
Yep, they're totally ill. And that's the best stuff. The best stuff is the super ill cow. We got, let's say 15 to 20 years. There you go. So the dairy industry really allows cows to live past 5. They're sent to slaughter soon after production.
Right. Well, it's interesting. So I don't know like when he's obviously killing these cows, right? But if is he doing it right towards the end of the life, then it seems like it might still be wrong in a sense. That right? There's a reason why when we take our dogs to the vets to be euthanized, that you don't get there and the vet pulls out a crossbow or a gun or something, right? Right. Because you go, no, there's a better way you can do this. If you've run out of injections or something. Like the Greek for the euthanasia means good death. There are better ways of doing it.
Do you think it's better to use a poison that you inject into the veins than a bolt to the brain?
My suspicion is yes.
Why?
Slows down the heart.
Right, but
you can't see them struggling in a sense of like they don't exhibit features that look like they're in pain or they're fighting. The heart slows down, the brain slowly shuts down. Well, you'd expect them to resistance in a certain way. Maybe there's not much difference between them.
I don't think there's any difference. The bolt to the brain is instantaneous.
Yeah.
Our concern is blood.
Yeah.
Our concern is seeing trauma. So we're not seeing it, it's all internal.
Yeah.
Poison kills you in a horrible way. I mean, probably the last moments are probably deeply painful and very confusing, where your body's shutting down.
So you think it's more of like a cultural thing that we don't want our pets shot rather
than
have injections.
Yeah,
I mean, you see it against
look, I don't want to shoot. I don't want to see your pet shot. I mean, God, imagine seeing Carl get shot. That'd be horrific. But there's no difference between Carl getting an injection and kills him either. It's just our own sensibilities. It's an ending of life, and the most effective, quickest way that causes the least amount of pain should be what we strive for.
Yeah, no, definitely. But that still, I think we both agree on this, right? That the factory farming is the overwhelming amount of meat we're consuming is that.
Yeah.
And people feel, and we think this, we know that non-human animals are morally valuable. I love this thought experiment by the philosopher Tom Reagan. He asks you, like, imagine you're on a lifeboat with, let's say a golden retriever and another human being, and you've got to throw one out and you get to keep the other one. Right. So everyone throws out the golden retriever.
Depends on the person.
I've met any. Yeah,
it was Hitler and my dog. Hitler was going for a swim. It was just
I would do that. Right. Random default
Would you do
Joe
that? So let's be real.
Yeah, I'd throw Hitler in.
100%. I'm going to kill Hitler with my bare hands, then I'm going to throw him in the water. 100%.
Well, right, it's not Hitler.
I might eat him.
You don't know who this guy is.
Me and the dog might eat him.
It's not Marshall. It's some random golden retriever.
I love all golden retrievers. I'm killing Hitler over every
But
fucking
what if it's a
golden retriever
default?
that's ever been born.
If it's a default person, you don't know who this is.
Okay, well then it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
Then I want that person
And
to
then-
live too.
Tom, I went on a date with this girl in London once, and I asked her this thought experiment. I said, "What would you do?" And then she said, "I'd kill the golden retriever." And then I did the Tom Reagan thought experiment and said, "Well, how about if it was 5 golden retrievers, 10, 100, 1,000?" Tom Reagan goes, "I'll kill 1,000,000 of them." And you kind of go like, "That's not cool."
And then one person starts disappointing you and lies to you, and like, oh, shit, fuck you, those guys lie.
Yeah. Well, this time.
It's just you and this dude, and you live, and you have a bond with that guy forever.
Yeah.
You killed your dog.
Exactly. Well, this girl I was on a date with, she said she'd kill an infinite number of golden retrievers because she was Catholic. And I think an infinite number of suffering in the end of the planet. You know, you can actually get through like 50. You go, I
Probably
made a
kill
real
yourself.
mistake.
Yeah, you probably shoot yourself. You watch him on the ground, but then you probably shoot yourself.
The interesting thing is, as soon as you pick a number, as long as it's not infinite, then you recognize that non-human animals have a comparable value to human beings. And you have to draw the line somewhere. There's going to be a rough number. It's like how many leaves make a pile of leaves, or water droplets make a cloud. It's not going to be clear exactly how many, but as long as
It's not zero.
yeah. So I think everyone got minus a few people. I think if someone says infinite, something's gone wrong with thinking. I think that's absurd.
Well, I think that's just them talking.
You're not taking that serious.
Yeah, there's no way you believe that. There's no way. You know what infinite golden retrievers look like? That's fucking crazy. Kill that guy.
You know, I've got great sympathy for people who, like, you've probably heard this before, people give like health reasons for why they still consume non-human animals.
Yeah.
And you know, they say, I have to eat this much meat, or maybe they're just eating nothing else.
That's me.
And you just eat it.
Yeah.
You don't eat anything apart from it.
I eat very little other than that.
Right.
Yeah. I eat fruit and I eat meat.
Okay.
And occasionally I'll eat something else. I'll have spaghetti or a sandwich every now and then. But for the most part, I eat most of it.
So those people who, like yourself, who maybe it's whatever health reason it is, they still, some people use that argument as if it gets them off the hook, like as if because their value as a human being outweighs so many cows and pigs and the like. But I think once you run this thought experiment, and you have to kind of put a rough number on it, you sort of have to ask yourself an honest question and go, is what I'm doing morally right? Is this something I should reconsider? And I think given the, if you pick a number, then you have to make a call.
I think it's not a zero-sum game. I don't think it's morally reprehensible to eat meat, but I do know that an animal has to die.
Yeah.
What I prefer, there was a few years back in 2012 that I decided that I was either going to become vegetarian or I was going to become food. And so I watched too many of these PETA documentaries. I'd seen too many things about factory farming. I was like, this is disgusting. It would freak me out. And I was like, okay, I either have to come to grips with what it means to kill an animal and eat it. And if I can't handle that, if I don't like that, then I'll just become a vegetarian. I tried being a vegetarian for a brief amount of time in my life. When I was like, I guess I was 18. When I was fighting, I was having a really hard time because I was still growing. I was having a really hard time making the lower weight class that I was competing in. There was other people in my team that were competing in the higher weight class. It was a real problem. So I tried being vegetarian for a while. I think I did it the best way. I don't think I was really intelligent about it. Again, I was 18, and this was like 1985, somewhere around there.
Different vegetarian life.
No one knew shit. So I was just eating salads, and I felt terrible.
Yeah.
I felt terrible. And then I had a conversation with my instructor, who was just like, "You're just getting bigger. You need to move up." And I started eating meat immediately. I gained 10 pounds in like 3 weeks. I felt like a completely different human being. I felt like I had all this energy. I think I was malnourished before, and I was just going on drive. But I do think that there are very different body types, and there's very different requirements that certain people have when it comes to protein. I think animal protein is the most dense, most nutrient-packed protein in food that's available for human beings. I think it probably has something to do why we became human beings in the first place. But I think of hunting as I'm dipping my toe into the natural world, and I'm going out into the wild where these things live. They're not in a cage. You're out in town. What's that? Is that a bow? Crossbow. I use a bow. When I first started using a rifle. I shot that deer that's on the table. That was the first deer that I ever shot. That was in 2012. And I decided when I was eating that meal, it's all on film. We did it for a television show. My friend Steve television. And when I was eating that deer by the fire, I was like, this won't be forever. I'm doing this. It ignited parts of my DNA. It gave me an understanding of the cycle of life instantaneously in a way that was like fishing does that a little bit, but this is like that times 1,000, which is why people don't have a problem with you showing dead fish on your Instagram. If you hold like a dead bass, look at the bass I caught. Everybody's like, good job, nice fish. You're gonna eat that fish. You hold up a dead deer, people kind of freak out. Yeah, but hold up a dead bear, people go fucking crazy.
Well, okay, here's a couple of things, right? So I think you probably, you speak to your own experience, right? That you feel like maybe it's spiritual or it taps into our histories when you hunt, especially with a bow. 10,000 years ago, the first bows come about, and it was, I imagine it was thrilling for them now, and it's thrilling still now to do it. Same reason like people or like laser tag or war can be fun, right? People enjoy it. People going up to the First World War, it was a great sport. Sure. Maybe it taps even deeper than that because it's the food we were eating in the early days. I think the worry, okay, let's think about the ethics though, right? So I think it's not comparable to factory farming again. Like this is splitting hairs really.
Well, I don't think we even have to these things. We just talk about the merits of, or the ethics of what we're doing.
So two things come to mind, right? The first is it depends on the kind of killing that you're doing when you do the hunting. Like if I hunt with a spear, and you'll know more about this than me, a spear is probably not going to knock the animal out like a bullet to the back of the head.
Right.
A crossbow and a bow are going to be somewhere between them.
Right.
So there are going to be better ways to hunt than not. So maybe, perhaps, I wonder what you think of this. On the whole, when you run the numbers in terms of probability, that hunting with guns is going to be significantly better than hunting with spears or even bows.
Hunting with guns is absolutely the most effective one.
Okay.
Yeah. In order for you to be equally effective hunting with a bow, it requires a lot. Yeah. It requires an intense amount of practice, hours and hours every day. I practice at 74 yards every day. Hundreds of arrows at 74 yards, just grouping into this small area of the size of a grapefruit.
But you're good. You're pretty
Yeah, I'm very good.
When you hunt, it's like elk.
Yeah.
When you hunt elk, do you kill the animal without much suffering?
Well, the last one that I killed died in 10 seconds. He was dead in 10 seconds. He literally ran up to the top of the hill. It took like not even 10 seconds. It was like whack, the arrow hits, run, boom, dead. Because of an accurate shot placement. If you shoot an animal accurately, they die instantaneously. They die very quickly. They you either hit them in the heart or you hit them through both lungs. If they're alive for 30 seconds, it's a lot. Generally. But there's been times where it might take 30 minutes for them to die. They just lay down and you see them moving a little bit and you sneak in, you try to get a second arrow to take them out. Any way they die by a hunter is infinitely more humane than how they would die. And they will all die. They will all get old and they will either die of starvation, they'll freeze to death, or more likely they'll get eaten by cats.
Okay, so here's where I agree with you, right? Is that when people eat, again, you say don't draw the comparison between factory farming. I think this is, the philosopher Albert Schopenhauer said that on Earth, humans are the devils and animals are the tortured souls, right? And that rings true for me, right? This is the worst thing we could have done in terms of like production of our food, in terms of the amount of suffering we're creating.
Yes.
So I think when the person says to you, you're a bad person for hunting, if that person is engaging in buying these products from factory farms, which the overwhelming majority of people are, then they don't have a leg to stand on. What they're doing is way worse.
Right. I think people just say that because they want to have a moral high ground. They haven't looked into it enough. kid, they'd have to come to grips with the fact that this is, God, you're paying a supermarket, okay?
Yeah.
Is it you use not a murderer? If you hire someone to get murdered,
Yeah.
it seems like you're a murderer. It seems like you go to jail as a murderer. It's the same thing. If you go to the grocery store and you buy a T-bone steak, you paid a supermarket hitman. He just assumed you were going to pay him, so he did the work before he got the money from you.
Yeah.
And so you wanted that cow dead, right?
It's
You're
a psychological
thank you.
explanation, or like it's the same reason why RAF bombers will drop the bomb on a clouded city, but not go down there and shoot a mother and a child. Right?
But even though,
Or
like,
hire the RAF,
even drone pilots have severe PTSD. Yeah, there's a very specific kind of it because it's like this. You're not totally connected to the act, but you know what you did, and then you'll be haunted. Like if you're just operating a little PS4 or PS5 controller and you're zooming some drum, I mean that's kind of how what they do it with, right? But they use like game controllers. They use game controllers, which is so fucking wild because that's the best way to do it. You get these kids that are you're playing Call of Duty 8 hours a day, and then that kid goes and becomes part of the drone program. That's your assassins. That's your ultimate killers. And these guys are doing it for real. They're playing a video game, but real human beings are dying.
But it seems like it's an interesting one, right? We just did a big podcast series on the philosophy of war, the history of it, and how it's trying to move the person that's killing another person further away from the act. So more killings when using guns than when it's hand-to-hand combat. And even in the Second World War, like, field work showed that it's about 20 or 30% of people
That's just got a little
firing
joystick.
a weapon.
So it's a little more complicated than a PS4 or PS5 thing. But it does have like a joystick, just like a simulator.
Yeah.
Like a flight simulator is what it looks like.
But that's
the view. But how nutty is that? What does that feel like when you're in Nevada and you're operating something that's in Iraq or wherever? And you've got a drone flying over some compound and you're just shooting hellfire missiles into human beings based on metadata.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know how much, like, how severe their PTSD is.
See if you can find an article on it, because there was something that I'd read about it really recently.
Because there's a thought, right, which is we seem to be outraged at the use of drugs, but it takes one less person out of the fight. So it seems if you're doing like a utilitarian calculation that it's going to be better on the whole.
No, it's not, because the amount of civilians that die. It's
in comparison to
somewhere in the neighborhood of 80+%. Some estimations with 90% of stuff. It's hard to tell because what's been explained to me by people in the military is that the people, first of all, the government will undercut the number. They'll give you a lower number than probably is real, and then the people that were attacked will give you a higher number than is real. And so you have to sort this out. Like a good example is. Remember the New York Times reported that the Israelis had blew up the hospital. And it was on the front page of the New York Times. And they'd been told that 500 people are dead or 5,000, I forget the number. The reality was the bomb hit the parking lot and 50 people died. But they had been told it was a much worse scenario. They reported it, not knowing
the numbers that were according to like the US.
Oh, they're horrible. No.
But
just
in
this
specific example.
One specific example. The numbers are terrifying. But just look. Because they're not deployed, they seldom got the same recovery periods or mental health screenings as other fighters. Instead, they were treated as office workers, expected to show up for illness, shifts, and forever war. Under unrelenting stress, several former crew members said people broke down, drinking and divorce became common. Some left the operations floor in tears, others attempted suicide, and the military failed to realize the full impact. Despite hundreds of missions, Captain Larson's personal file under the heading Combat Service only offers a single word: none. Drone crew members said in interviews that while killing remotely is different from killing on the ground, it still caused deep scars. In many ways, it's more intense. Neil Schooneman, a drone sensor operator who retired as a master sergeant from the Air Force in 2019. Fighter jet might see a target for 20 minutes. We had to watch a target for days, weeks, and even months. We saw him play with his kids. We saw him interact with his family. We watched his whole life unfold. You are remote, but also very much connected. Then one day, when all parameters are met, you kill him. Then you watch the death. You see the remorse and the burial. People often think this job is going to be like a video game, and I have to warn them, there is no reset button. Yeah, so it's a horrific, very intense thing.
Yeah,
But it's akin to buying a snake in the store.
well, I think like
In a weird way.
the things that are relevant morally speaking are the same things there. Yeah, like
Do you eat only vegetables?
Yeah, it's like it's a vegan diet. Well, it's like a 98, 97%, especially when traveling and stuff, when you can't seem to find things. I think the perception is there's a lot of gotcha stuff, right? In terms of when people say they've got vegetarian or vegan diets, the idea that they're going to be eliminating suffering entirely from their diets, it's impossible. That's not what anyone thinks is happening. You hear like crop death arguments and stuff like this, right? Which don't tread much water.
Monocrop agriculture, which is a horrific loss of life. If you're buying corn or grain, most likely you're getting it from monocrop agriculture, and they kill thousands of animals to do that. They poison the ground, they poison bugs. If you consider insects life forms, they kill millions. They kill groundhogs, gophers, anything that gets in the way. And then the monocrop agriculture kills the environment because it destroys the topsoil. The topsoil is destroyed, and like most farms in this country, we have to pour shit on the ground in order for it to be able to sustain life.
The vegan needs to be, or the utilitarian, or there's all of these brilliant philosophers at the moment talking about this. I don't know any serious like philosopher of moral philosophy or ethics that runs a good argument which says that the lives of non-human animals, their pain, pleasure, happiness, suffering, doesn't matter. So the vegan needs to be concerned about this loss of life as well, or the pain and suffering that goes into it. There are going to be better ways to do it than not. But I often get asked about tofu, or like soy production. So 77% of global soy production goes towards feeding non-human animals that are fed and we end up killing and eating. A bunch of it's used for like biofuels and stuff. Only 7% of all the soy that we're growing actually is consumed by human beings. So if we look at like the vegans' contribution to that, right, it's marginal even then in comparison to what the factory farming industry is there responsible for. But here's, I think, an interesting point which sort of leaves that all to the side. Because you hear loads of different arguments, like ecological arguments, human nature arguments, all of this stuff, as if it's going to get the Christian or the person who thinks that non-animal rights, which is the Catholic as mentioned a moment ago, don't matter. But think of this, like, if it was the case that we're forced to do these things, and we can't do otherwise, to sustain the people we have to kill animals. Let's just give the person the benefit of the doubt and say that's the case. That wouldn't get God off the hook if God's forcing us to do that. Like, here's life. To enjoy it, you need to kill, 70 billion land animals and 7 trillion sea animals.
Let's just assume that God didn't conceive of factory farming, and this is like a loophole created by human beings, because I think it is. I think it's just like money in politics. Like the founding fathers didn't see that coming. They didn't see social media coming. They didn't see a lot of things that are interfering with this concept of self-government, right? And I think God probably like, damn, remember all the chickens in the fucking warehouse and stack them up. Yep, we will. If you let us get away with it, and then we develop laws that say that you can't film those things. There's a problem with animal intelligence, right? The animals are sentient. They have instincts. They love their young. There's also a problem with plant intelligence. And plant intelligence, I think, the emergence in science of plant intelligence is fascinating. I don't want to say they're the same things, people. Just like I don't want to say golden retriever is the same thing as a person. It's not.
How many? Out of interest, how many did you pick in terms of like how many golden retrievers you were going to chuck out the boat until you check the human being?
Depends on the person. I can't say.
If it's just a random person, you don't know that any person walking down the street and asking to go, he's looking like tens, hundreds, no. He's looking thousands.
No,
like fewer.
Yeah,
like less than 10.
I'm not going to kill 20 dogs for some dude.
Depends on.
I don't know, man. I love my dog so much. I shouldn't be golden retriever. You can't. It's like I can't. Even if I get upset at him, it's you can't just say a random person. Like I said, if it was Hitler, I'd kill Hitler for sure. I'd kill Hitler over a snake.
Yeah, but we're talking about we think
No, I
that-
probably wouldn't. I'd probably bring it back so people could study it.
I think if
If
you
I could was sure that I could capture him alive and get him in front of the press.
to see to
What the
avoid
fuck
it.
happened? Yeah, how the fuck did you do this? Like, what goddamn Norman Ohler, we've been talking about this book over and over
Drugs
again.
and
over the past
Right.
couple weeks. Yes. But Hitler was cranked up on all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
And so were the Nazis. They were all on methamphetamines. Hitler was on oxycodone, apparently.
Yeah, thinking he could live long, he was worried he was going to die, right? Vegetarian diet.
Yeah.
I just
Not
finished
just
the,
vegetarian, but terrible vegetarian diet. Ate mostly bread and sugar.
yeah, but you've got to do it right, but yeah, you certainly do. I just finished Ian Kershaw's book on Hitler. It's like over 1,000 pages. It's a real good read, like 40-hour read. So if you're interested in, like,
You gotta be careful leaving those around your house.
I bought it my dad for his birthday, and he's there in the restaurant showing it. And I was like,
It's a real problem. Like, you can't do that. But, you know, what we're talking about with animal intelligence and plant intelligence and human intelligence, like, yeah, for sure, the way we're doing it now is wrong. I think we would all agree with that. If you could wave a magic wand and let all the animals be free and no one eats them anymore, you're going to have chaos. You're going to have real chaos. First of all, you're going to have massive overpopulation, and you're going to have predators everywhere. And because unless you do have predators everywhere, you're going to have car accidents that you would never imagine, train accidents. There's a guy named American Coyote, Dan Flores. Dan Flores, I forget where he's a professor at. He studies the history of animals. And Dan Flores, he wrote a paper called, I think it's called Buffalo Ecology or something. It wasn't Buffalo Diplomacy, Buffalo Ecology. He thinks, that's it, genius guy. He thinks the reason why, when they came across the Great Plains and there was millions and millions of buffalo, I think the reason why is because 90% of the Native Americans. No. This is his thought, like, because the earliest settlers in the 1400s, 1500s, they didn't see that many buffalo. It wasn't like they didn't even report them. There were many accounts where they didn't even report them. Why? Because the Native Americans lived off them and they kept the population in check. The buffalo have a very long gestation, right? They're an enormous animal. And if you can kill one, it takes a long time to replace that one. So they would travel around, track the buffalo, kill them, live off them, use their skins, eat their meat, and then nomadically travel with them. And they kept their population in check. When 90% of Native Americans were dead, Dan Flores believes that led to this insane overpopulation problem of buffalo, where you see millions of them in the fields, because that doesn't exist anywhere in nature, unless there's a problem.
Yeah.
And that problem is a lack of predators. And the predators at that time being the Native American hunter.
yeah, I think if you go, like, if you take it to its logical conclusion, then we can't, even on the view which I hold, which is hedonistic utilitarianism, the idea that the morally relevant facts and pain, pleasure, happiness, suffering, right? You can't then just let all of the animals free to run around. That's going to, as you say, create like sort of mayhem.
Well, it's not just that. You'd have to control their population somehow. You'd have to give them birth control. You'd have to.
That seems, I mean, that's, in my view, that's okay to give them birth control. Like,
Right, but to what length? How many do you let breed? How many do you have to have population control?
yeah,
right?
you can have
Wildlife biologists. Let me explain something about hunting areas, right? So if you're going to go to this place in Montana where we went and hunted mule deer, wildlife biologists do surveys on the areas, and they know roughly the exact amount of deer that are in this area, right? And they know them. They have a less accurate number of predators, particularly stealthy predators like mountain lions. Pretty good with wolves, but even then in high density areas, very difficult to figure it out. But they get the numbers of the deer, and then based on some very exact science, they calculate the amount of hunters who will be allotted tags. So, like, say if you apply for a limited draw entry place. So limited draw entry is like, say maybe you have an allocated piece of land that's, X amount of thousands of acres, and in that there are X amount of thousands of deer, and you will allow 100 hunters into that area. And out of those 100 hunters, there'll be maybe a 10 to 15% success rate. Right. So you are thinking that these hunters will trim 10 deer, 20 deer, whatever it is for this particular, and there's a bunch of different areas of this whole country, but they're all tightly managed. And the wildlife biologists that do that in the United States, it's a beautiful and incredible thing because it doesn't exist anywhere else in the world where you have public land, where people, the United States and all the people living in the United States own this land. This is our land. And you can go out on that land. In some places, you don't even have to have a tie. You get what's called an over-the-counter tie, right? Because these are areas where they're difficult to get to. There's plentiful deer. They don't have to worry about you depopulating. And so you get a tag and you go out and you go 5, 6, 10 miles in. You camp out. You live under the stars and you get your food. Yeah. And you can do that in this country. And you can do that because these wildlife biologists have a very keen understanding of the amount of animals that are sustainable in the area and the amount of hunters that they can allow to hunt in these areas. That's how it's done. If you don't do that, and if you just have animals run free, you get the buffalo when there's millions of them on the field, and you're going to have to kill some of them because they're going to get diseased because they don't have any food. They're going to starve to death. It's going to be, or you're going to bring in mountain lions. And mountain lions can't kill buffalo, so you're going to have to bring in wolves. You're going to have to bring in big cats. You're going to have to bring in all kinds of things that eat things to keep them in line. Then you've got fucking wild nature taking place everywhere in the world that there's not a city. And even in cities, you're going to have it. You have coyotes in New York City right now.
Okay, this is good. I think Martha Nussbaum, a new book, Justice for Animals, she argues that these things, as you say, are a problem. You can't avoid suffering in these cases because you need to keep populations in control. And she thinks that we need to embark on a research project which stimulates hunting and keeps down populations in like animal sanctuaries, if you like. And I was thinking recently, like, there's a lot of arguments for human reparations. Like when a full group is harmed by another group, that we think that they're owed something. Whether it's like people who were subject to slavery in Northwest Africa, we think that those communities have been harmed in the past and that we should right that wrong. I don't know the details. I don't consider myself like a reparations philosopher, but let's say that's a view that people hold as they do. But if you take non-human animals to be like these subjects which you can stop their flourishing, cause them harm, bring them pleasure and happiness, and it seems that they also are a part of the group. And so you might have an argument to say that if all of these creatures were subject to such suffering and torture and death for so long, for the benefit of this other group, then that group owes them some, like the research, the time, the money to make their lives as good as possible. That might be just like in our lives. We can't avoid pain and suffering in the day-to-day. It's not something we can eliminate entirely, but we should be doing everything we can, says the argument, to reduce it as much as possible. If that ends up being like having to add predators to a sort of into that situation, then so be it. But perhaps there's with the right time and money, you can find a way of doing it without much suffering.
So if the goal is just completely to eliminate suffering, why don't we kill the predators?
Yeah, so
because they're going to make all these animals suffer. And if you get killed by wolves, oh, that's a rough one. That's rough. The worst is killed by bears because they just eat you. They just hold you down and start pulling you apart. So if we want to really eliminate suffering, perhaps we should eliminate all of the predators or just put them in zoos where they'll suffer. But they're evil. And then, because they just kill and eat, that's all they do.
Well, it's a question of like what's wrong with death, which is at the heart of this. So it might not just be the hedonistic properties we've just listed, but it might be that when you stop some conscious creature from fulfilling their ends, from fulfilling their project, there's somehow wrong with them. So like if I was to hypothetically, we had this random person again that we had on the boat earlier, and I put a bullet in the back of their head. This person had no friends, family, they all remember them. And I can erase the thing I did from my memory. You might still think what I did was wrong, because that person saw themselves as having the future, had projects they were working on, and I stopped their flourishing in some sense. That's the big one to stop.
But again, you probably would want to bring them back.
And then when it comes to non-human animals, the same's true, right? The dog looks forward to their dinner in the evening. They look forward to the walk. They bury their bone. These are creatures with complex inner lives which see their futures or know that they will exist in the future. I think the same's true of the creatures which are hunted or in farms. And so simply painless killing might not be everything there. Removing the potential for future happiness and pleasure also seems to be morally relevant.
Well, when you hunt animals,
Yeah. Do you check like, how do you know the age of
you can tell by the way they look.
Yeah.
They get bigger, or the head looks different, or the face looks different. I've killed them that are 11 years old. It's really old.
Okay.
Really old. His teeth were all worn down to almost nothing. He probably had another year or two left if he was lucky. And again, their death is horrific. The death that they have from wild predators is terrifying. There's not too many. I hunt in Utah every year, and we see cats there. I saw the biggest cat I've ever seen in my life there. It's a huge mountain. But I've seen other predators. See a lot of coyotes, and they do spot wolves there too. There's bears there, we see bears. But that death is so much worse than a hunter's death.
Yeah,
And 100%, and it's gonna happen. They're not living forever. And what I'm doing is I'm dipping my toe in the wild world, and through considerable effort, bring that.
Yeah. To bring this back to that fundamental question we began with, like, on the whole, is existence a good thing? Should we be happy and pleased with this world? And it seems like the perfectly good God hypothesis goes out the window, or especially if we're forced to do these things. Like, if we have to introduce predators to maintain populations and things like that. Again, this doesn't seem like a thing a perfectly good God would do. So if you're an atheist,
why not? This is the process. The reason why the elk is so fast and strong is because it's been avoiding mountain lions for hundreds of thousands of years.
But it's the process which, according to Christians, Jews, and Muslims, that God created, and God can do anything with the following qualifier. It has to be logically or metaphysically possible. So there are possible worlds without evolution by natural selection. Those things are entirely possible.
Right.
And a perfectly good God would have to bring about the best possible state of affairs.
But maybe this is the best possible state of affairs to achieve a desired goal.
What's it to say? The optimist says this is the best possible world, and the pessimist hopes it's not the case.
Yeah, I think even the evils of this world exist to incite outrage and for us to do better. I think this constant struggle of good and evil is maybe even necessary for us to keep moving in the right general direction through rigorous debate and deceit and lies and propaganda and having your dreams shattered and figuring it out. And
that's good. That's us, right?
But that's us and animals. That's the reason why the fucking elk is 900 pounds and built like a super athlete. It's because it has to get the fuck away from mountain lions. If it didn't, it would never look like that.
Yeah.
It would never become an elk. It would not become this majestic thing with horns growing out of its fucking head. It's got literal weapons growing out of its head. And they're competing with each other with these weapons and killing each other. We find dead elk all the time. They find them every year. They're stabbed in the rib cage by other elk. And they die a horrible death. And they get torn apart by coyotes and bears when they're down. You find their bones scattered all over the place where they've been killed and ripped apart.
Yeah, I thought there's still a sense in which they're like doing good. Like when a non-human animal like sacrifices himself for their young or something. Like there has to be something they're going towards in order for it to be good.
And
the
they're
same way
getting better at being elk to avoid that. And that's what leads to the natural selection.
Like there's going to be a significant number of non-human animals that don't have what we call free will, which is the power and freedom to do otherwise, the power and choice to do A rather than B. There are some non-human animals that just act. The raindrop lands on the bird's beak, it just instinct, it turns, sees what's there. It doesn't think, what was that? It doesn't have this other chat. It doesn't choose, reflects. There's going to be a lot of non-human animals which that's the case for. So that sort of like character development theodicy of events won't work with that. Like, especially if it doesn't bring about a better entity at the end of it. But all these creatures that die painfully and miserably and don't have the opportunity to develop, like their individual lives seem like they're, again, cases of gratuitous, i.e. unnecessary evil. But the point fundamentally is this, right? God could have made it so that these creatures that don't have free will and that can't develop their characters don't suffer. He could have made that case.
But unless God is truly all-knowing and us with our primate minds are trying to make sense out of this thing that ultimately will make sense when we reach the end of our journey. And that this whole process, as complicated and vicious and evil as it seems to be with predator and prey and natural selection, and what you're just talking about, like with birds and different animals, they don't have to. They figured out a niche. They can fly. They move around. They basically got it nailed, right? To keep their populations high, not that difficult. Less people come along with shotguns. That's when it really becomes a problem. Like the pacific region disappeared. Why? You ate them. No shot them out. But when you look at animals in the wild, when they have a very successful model, they don't change. As crocodiles, they have a very successful model. The model is this thing doesn't need to eat for a year. It can go underwater for hours. It can stay perfectly still in 4 inches of water, knows exactly where the animals are, and explodes and eats them and kills them. And it's been in that same form for millions and millions of years because it's a successful form. Same as sharks. Successful form. Doesn't need to evolve. Human beings live in the most comprehensive and bizarre environment. First of all, we figured out how to shelter, and once we did that, we became weak. We figured out agriculture, we became weaker, we developed cities, we completely separated ourselves from the natural world. So we think of ourselves as different than all these other processes that are happening because we've elevated in our own eyes beyond this, beyond the natural realm, into this world of morals and ethics and philosophy and our view of perspective. But we're still in the natural world.
We're still beasts.
Yeah,
There's no distinction.
and when you go hunting, you really get a sense of that. You really understand. You're in the natural world.
Yeah. Well, here's the thought, right? Which is in terms of like hashing this out in terms of problems with atheism and religious beliefs, is that when you look at the system, and you mentioned this earlier, like maybe we don't know God's reasons and stuff like this. But I think in that case, I think Peterson said something along the same lines when he spoke to him. I think in that case, you shouldn't just bet your soul on it for his words. Or William James, the philosopher, has this example of a mountaineer who's got like this gap they need to jump over, a storm behind them. So it's reasonable for them to believe they can make the jump, or the runner who has to believe they're going to win the 100-meter race. It's rational to believe it then, even if they lack the evidence. I think these arguments work for like psychological states, but you believing that God has some good reason, or believing you can jump the gap, doesn't make it any more reasonable that there's a proposition which says God exists and it is true. So I think the reasonable thing to do here is to suspend belief, is to go, here we have some really good arguments for this hypothesis. Here's the evidence we have against it. But it's contentious as to whether or not we can solve this problem. But the most reasonable thing for us to do is to embrace like some form of agnosticism, where we go, how can we find ethics and meaning in a world that's seemingly godless? And that's to go back to the start of our discussion. It's like the failure of new atheism hasn't been able to address that. We are looking for meaning. Like, Shakespeare wouldn't be right for someone English to come on the podcast and talk about meaning without putting Shakespeare. So you have to excuse me. Shakespeare says, if there's no God, then life is like a tale told by an idiot. It signifies nothing.
It's so amazing that guy was so good. It was so many years ago.
Like so the agnostic life is like this, and a lot of my thought here comes from Albert Camus, which everyone should read. He says that I wonder if you've had a feeling or experience like this, because this is sort of like what got me on my philosophical journey. He says one day the stage set collapses and everything begins in that weariness with a tinge of excitement. I.e., one day you're going about your life, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and you sort of start to think like, what's the point of all this? What's the meaning? It always seems like it is a tale told by an idiot. And like, maybe it isn't meaningful. I'm not part of this big plan. And you sort of at a loss. But there's an excitement there too. Like the openness of being, the gift of meaninglessness. So I think the reasonable thing for us to do in the light of those arguments we've spoken about is to suspend and be agnostic about belief in God, but then have this honest search for finding meaning and moral value. Like this isn't the kind of notion of the absurd that physicists keep talking about. Like, again, this is when, I won't talk about physics, and sometimes the physicists start doing philosophy, and you sort of get a little bit frustrated. Like, you've probably heard people say things like this, like, in comparison to the vast cosmos in which I exist, I feel so small and meaningless. Like, or comparison to the 13.8 billion years in which I existed, Like my 70, if I'm lucky, feels like it doesn't really matter. But like, imagine if you were really big, like the size of the universe. Imagine you live for 13 billion years. It doesn't seem to have any effect on how more meaningful your life is. Your life still lacks that fundamental purpose. Like how big you are,
But if
and
you're
how long you last.
I guess you have an Instagram contest if you were the universe.
Same with
Dr. Manhattan.
Same with the multiverse or like simulation theory, right? If I've just been watching this on the flight over here, the Umbrella Academy is watching it.
Oh yeah, my daughter loves that show.
Yeah. It sounds like a
No, she loves it.
It is good. Anyway, like they're in like a multiverse, and their lives, they're still going about their lives like they matter. Or imagine we're in simulation. Like imagine the fundamental nature of stuff is ones and zeros rather than particles or consciousness.
Right.
It all still matters. So I think the project of agnosticism, the thing we need to be doing, isn't just like digging down with this new atheism that's flippant and doesn't offer us any, like, can't solve these big problems and lacks answers to the fundamental questions. And it isn't just a gamble on faith and just believe for the sake of it, but it's to try and like create ourselves a patchwork blanket to keep us warm in the void of instance.
Yeah. Well, we know it feels better to be a good person. We know. We know it feels better to have good friends and good community and be someone that people can rely on and count on. We know, like, there's a general direction that makes us feel good to go in that way. And I think that's the guiding light of whatever this power is that wants us to become a better version of what we are.
Yeah,
that's what forces it. That forces that action. I think we get too caught up in religious dogmatism. We get too caught up in these literal interpretations of ancient texts, which are not even in the original language they were written in, which is so bizarre. And apparently an incredibly difficult language to read and comprehend and to translate when you're going back to like ancient Hebrew. I'm trying to translate that into English. Like, how much is lost there? Like, what did these people, and also, what was the original story? Where the fuck did all this come from? Like, what was the original guy that told these stories? What was the experience that he actually had? We're guessing because of people. I used to say about the Bible, it was just a joke. I really mean this to be a Bible fanatic, that people are full of shit. That's what sucks. Like, that's all you have to do is look at it. Like, people are full of shit, 100%. No, it's a fact.
It's the greatest story ever told.
Well, it's like, listen, the President of the United States was just on TV the other day. These people are full of shit. They lie all the time. We know they lie. We catch them lying.
Have you seen the Trump clip when he's asked about his favourite Bible verse? Have you seen that?
Yeah, what did he say?
Wait, Jamie, we're allowed to get the...
What did he say it was? He doesn't have one? No, he didn't come on.
Let's see if you can get... But yeah, it's
I would say
here's just to wrap up like the defining part. I think you're right. We can still, even if there's no God and there's no alternative,
Trump on gay rights.
Like you said, I think last night in Iowa, some people are surprised when you say that. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favorite Bible verses are.
I really want to get into it because to me that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal, so I don't want to get into it.
It means a lot to you that you think about her site.
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
You get the side of hers.
No, I don't want to do that. I mean, it has to be valid because probably.
Old Testament. You gotta go old, son. New Testament's been mucky with. Right. Even the New Testament, it's all fascinating to me. I am not an anti-religious person. I think I was when I was younger. I went to Catholic school when I was a little boy, and I decided that religion was bullshit because they were mean. But that's just me being 6. But then, as I was raised by hippies, but as I've gotten older, I kind of have a belief that the arrogance of atheism is just as bad as the arrogance of the religious zealot, and that this whole thing is a massive mystery. And to pretend that it's not is to we're going to hamstring all of these conversations. We're going to put shackles on all of our debate and all of our conversations where we're trying to figure out what's real and what's not real and what's the shared experience that we all have. Like, I don't know how you view the world. The only way for me to find out how you view the world is for me to ask you and not berate you for your opinions, but try to like get it out of you. Like, what about this? Challenge you with other perspectives. How does he feel about that? How did you, like, sometimes you can get very quickly to how deep a person's perspective on an issue is with just a couple of questions, because you see what they espouse, what they say, and a lot of times that aligns with particular ideologies, whether it's right wing or left wing. Yeah. And then a couple of questions deep, you start asking about opposing viewpoints and why do people think this way? Do you think that perhaps it's this? Do you think perhaps, and then you can get to how much they've actually thought about it. And the moment people become dogmatic, the moment people become ideologically captured by a very specific group of things that you've adopted as your opinions, because it aligns with science. We saw that during the pandemic, this trust the science idea. Which science? What is science? Science is not a consensus. It's a bunch of different people looking at data and trying to come to and when you know that that's hamstrung and you know that that's captured, that's not science anymore. You know there's propaganda involved. You know there's lies. This is not science. This is a business, and it utilizes science, and you're caught up in an ideological debate about a thing that you should be completely objective about, but you're not, because it's just like all the other things that human beings do. We like to decide that we are correct, and then we defend from that position. Instead of just looking at these ideas, like, I think one of the things that happened with atheism is that it did become like a lot. Remember when they had Atheism Plus? Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Oh, it was wonderful. So they had atheism, and then they had these like social justice warriors that came out with Atheism Plus. It was atheism attached to a whole bunch of ideas about like ways to behave, things that they value. Yeah.
It's like a humanist Bible as well, isn't it?
Exactly. They were basically forming a new religion. It was adorable. It was adorable to see that these patterns of thinking, it just seemed to be inherent to human beings. Yeah. Like the tribal cultural rituals, tribal cultural philosophies, their myth of the origins of things, they all accept as their own. It's like an identifying factor that cohesively connects groups, which is why, like you said, that you didn't enjoy church because you didn't like that. I actually like it. I've been to church.
You just told me that the Bible is one of the most boring stories.
It's not boring. I didn't say it was boring.
Oh, it's one of the worst stories?
No. So people are full of shit. Well, that story sucks.
Oh, the story sucks.
The story of. I used to do a joke about Noah and the Ark that if you told that, I can't even do the same joke anymore. But if you told it to like 5 years, because I used to say retarded. If you told it to I think I said a 5-year-old kid, obviously with mental problems, he's gonna find holes in that story. He's gonna win it. There's two of each animal. Animals eat other animals. And, the punchline was, I'm not that retarded. But this idea that we have about these stories, I think, is that they happen exactly as written. And I think it's way more likely that all these stories are about real events that took place a long time ago. You were told in an oral tradition. It's just what really happened. And it's very difficult to say. And when you have the hand of man, when you have human beings, especially in the New Testament, you literally have people deciding what is going to be and not going to be. So there's human beings deciding what's going to be in the Bible, which is insane. That's insane as it is. It doesn't mean that the things that are in there aren't representatives of the most recent version of the tale that probably did happen.
This is what's dangerous, right? And this is what's not just confused but careless about some of this thinking. When you go, my team thinks this, and I'm gonna double down on it, even though I've got reasons against this position. I'm still going to be defending the position of my group. So people like eating non-human animals is morally wrong, but they carry on doing it. I think probably because it's part of like what their team does. When I spoke to Peterson, he conceded that problem we spoke about a moment ago, the problem of systemic evil in nature, was a massive problem for the God hypothesis. And as we said, he thinks you should just back on and carry on working. But there's a sense in which it's okay if your view isn't affecting them, right? You can have a false belief, and you're entitled to that freedom of conscience to think something, as long as it's not bringing about and breaching the harm principle. But there's a sense in which, like, like take Peterson's view, because we spoke about taking that leap of faith. Right after I had this conversation with him, he tweeted like an hour later. I was arguing that my view is that happiness and pleasure has to correspond to a purposeful life. Right? That if your life is meaningful, it also has to involve a flourishing happiness and pleasure.
So I think we see that with people, right? People that don't have a meaningful life and just seek pleasure all the time are miserable. Because they're missing that part of the equation.
Yeah, that's what he's
meaning.
Yeah, that's essentially his view was like that. He tried to pull them apart, and afterwards he tweeted something like, "What use is happiness when we have mountains to move?" Which is a nice Nietzschean quote, but it's a nice bumper sticker or something, or a fridge magnet. But I think we should live our lives by it. I gave him this example. I said, suppose God came down to us and said, "Here's the meaning of life. Create war, spread disease, commit genocide," right? You'd go, "That's not the kind of meaning I thought. That's not what I had in mind. I don't want that kind of meaning." But this idea that only meaning and purpose ultimately matter, and they don't need to correspond to happiness and pleasure, that's a recipe for disaster. You can't hold that view and tell people that all that matters is their purpose and meaning. This is, you just have to look at the 20th century, right, to see how when people think they know what ought to be done, despite all the pain and suffering they cause, like how that can lead to all kinds of atrocities.
Yeah.
So this idea that we should just carry on, sticking with our thinking beforehand, and this ultimately comes from having the wrong view about things. Right? It ultimately comes from taking an unreasonable leap of faith. But he offers arguments. Let's take Peterson for example again. Like, people are holding him up as the champion of Christianity at the moment. People are writing books saying this person is going to save our faith, which is going extinct. In the US, for example, the Southern Baptists are baptizing people at the same rate as they were in the 1950s, but your population is growing, it's disappearing. In 2001 in the UK, we had 70% of people identifying as Christian. Now it's less than half. And you're about that now in the US. You're just 23 years behind, and it's the same trend. Religion's disappearing, and it needs to evolve philosophically. You need a proper philosophical defense of it. People like Bill Frey do a good job. I don't see why we can't just keep holding him up for Christians. But this same old, just bet your soul on it, just go for it, take the leap of faith, is the thing and the reason why Christianity is going out of favor.
Well, we have some real bad examples of it in this country too. We have some real distortions. Like the factory farming version of Christianity. What kind of stuff? Televangelists. These people that fill out arenas and they fly around in private jets and drive around in Rolls Royces and brag about their stuff.
Yeah. I saw one televangelist saying he has a private jet. It means he's closest to God, and God can hear his prayers.
One of the guys, what was the guy's name? Richard? Is that his name? The guy that was confronted. He was confronted by this woman who was asking him, because she had heard that he said that he didn't want to fly commercial because he would be flying with demons. And so she says to him, like, do you think that the passengers in commercial airlines would listen to this? It's great. You can't. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Why you don't want to fly commercial? Why have you said that you won't fly commercial? You said that it's like two with two demons. Why do you think that?
The main is because of the need. If I feel commercial, I'd have to stop 65% of this week.
Isn't it true that you won't fly commercial so that you can fly in luxury? How much money did you pay for Tyler Perry's Gulfstream jet, for example?
Well, for example, that's really not a good but
Because it's like you don't.
it's you kind of call me up.
Wait a second.
Now, I'd like to give you some chance to catch your breath and have a conversation. We don't want to catch off guard.
I'm inside edition. You got to get this. Hey, you listen to Kerry? My wife is inside edition. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, let me just
It gets better. Here it goes.
to live a life of luxury, to fly around private jets. What's your response to that?
It takes a lot of money. We have developed over 100 history The latest figure just came out.
I don't trust any men with fingernails like that. 122 people.
Let me give you
122 million?
last week. I was scheduled for Lego Station.